Connor, you ready to start the show?
Yeah. Do you have the crawl ready?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, we can't start without the crawl.
Okay. Do you want to just kill some time and talk?
Yeah, we'll kill some time. You're working on the crawl now? You're rendering it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to the this is a little bit of a unusual circumstance. This is a non-canon episode of the George Lucas Talk Show. So there's two ways that we can approach this. Because I know that for people who are longtime viewers and fans of the show, Georgie Porgies, who are out there, a lot of you like to really commit hard to the bit. And it's going to be hard to let go of that for the evening. So there's a couple ways we can handle this. One is we can just agree that for tonight, it's a non-canon episode. I'm Connor Ratliff. I'm an actor and an improviser, podcaster. And for the past, 8 years, I've been doing this show, the George Lucas Talk Show, where I pretend to be George Lucas. And it's a comedy show, and we all know that. Everybody actually knows that. But I commit very hard once I'm in character in the world of the show. But outside of the world of the show, I don't really commit that hard to it. And the viewers I know often really like to commit hard, and it's going to be hard to let go of that tonight. So there's a couple ways we can handle this. One is we can just relax for the evening, and we can just accept the fact that it's a pretend show, and we've all been enjoying pretending, because what's more fun than pretending? It's so much better than living in reality. But I know for some of you that's not going to be acceptable. So maybe for one night, we take it from another angle where, because we live in a disinformation age, we live in a misinformation age. This could be that for tonight, the actual George Lucas, for one night only, is pretending to be actor / improviser Connor Ratliff. Just go through a couple of credits. He's shown up on various television shows, Search Party, Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, was on the house team at UCB for many years called The Stepfathers. Prior to that, had a brief tenure on Harold Knight. And tonight, George Lucas, actor, writer, director, producer from such films as Beverly Hills Cop 3 and the long-running sitcom Just Shoot Me. He knows how to act. He knows how to play a character. He played Baron Papanoida in episode 3 of Star Wars. So who's to say that for one night, George Lucas couldn't be pretending to be an obscure, if mildly acclaimed, New York City-based improviser and actor? I think George Lucas could do that. I mean, he's certainly done more impressive things than that. So that's two different ways. And you can choose whichever route you wish. You can choose that tonight is pretend and the rest of it is real, or that the rest of it has been pretend and we've been pretending for a long time. I'm not sure what to make of the documentary if I am now George pretending to be Connor tonight. I'm not sure exactly what that makes a documentary, because that takes it several levels deeper. That takes it to an almost Fielderian level of multi-layer reality / unreality commitment, a la the HBO original series, The Rehearsal. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, which is I'm going to opt for the simpler of the two tonight, which still folds into the option number 2, the more complicated layered one that many of you might opt for tonight. I'm going to just be me, or a version of me. I mean, I'm not going to be the full me. It's still a performance. For instance, at the very top of this, Patrick and I acted very calm, as if we're going to do this and he's going to get the crawl ready. The truth is that about 60 seconds before we started doing this stream, I said to Patrick, do you have the crawl ready? Patrick said, what crawl? I sent him the crawl for this show weeks ago. And he's like, I don't have a crawl. I figured it was so far in advance that he would have plenty of time to put music on the crawl and get it all ready. And he's like, we can't do it. There's no music. There's no this. I'm like, do it, Patrick. And he's like, well, then I'm not going to be on screen. And I said, Patrick, so you'll lose a little bit of on-screen time. You'll live. This guy.
It's the opposite. What? I only need like a day. If I have a day, I'll remember to do it. If I don't have a day, I'm going to forget.
What?
That's the
That's
problem.
classic Patrick. It's my
That's
fault.
the problem.
It's my fault for giving him so much time to prepare. I should have thought to wait until the day of. Oh, were you a good student in school, Patrick?
No. Where did we get that idea?
I thought
Who
maybe
thought
you
that
might
was-
have been a good student.
Who thought that was the case? Absolutely
What
not.
were your grades like? They
They
were
were,
okay?
you know, B's for the most part.
Beads?
B.
Hello, Patrick.
Anyway,
Are you all rendered out?
It is currently uploading up to here.
Okay,
I had
great.
to do it
And
on
then
a
we'll
different
show the
computer.
crawl. And considering that I had prepared nothing for the opening, I think it's been smooth. Thank everybody for dropping by for this. How long tonight? We haven't a live stream in this format for quite some time. But by the way, these posters to hide the fact that I did these from my apartment in New York City. We always say it's Skywalker Ranch. For the duration of 2020 during the pandemic, I was at my parents' house in Missouri, which is seen in the documentary. And I was pretending it was Skywalker Ranch. It was actually Missouri. So sometimes people would pick up the fact that towards the end of the year, it was getting freezing. It was getting dark earlier than it should if I was really on the West Coast. It's a little glimpse behind the scene. And these are the insights that that you can only get here on a live stream and in the I'm George Lucas Connor Ratliff story documentary, which is what we're here to raise some funds for. Now, I believe we have already they started their Kickstarter for finishing funds, and they're already doing very well. People have been very helpful so far. And we're up to $10,486 for their
a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. And we're going to explain what it's for. Basically, a couple years ago, they did three years ago, they did a Kickstarter to make what was supposed to be a 20-minute documentary short. And at the time, they were shooting so much footage of the show. We'll get into this, but that I was like, there's no way this is a short. They filmed too much. And they ended up making a feature film. But of course, they made a feature film on the budget that they raised for a short film. And now they're just trying to get it across the finish line with some technical expenses and film festival costs and things like that. So
to help repay some of the people who actually worked on the doc, the editors, the people who did the music, the people who did the color correct, going back and actually giving them the money that they deserve for actually getting this done, as well as as well as
not paid well enough.
Yes. As well as, getting into film festivals and hopefully doing live shows across the country at these film festivals. Hey, Connor, can I just say, hang on 1 second, because we do have an update.
See, this is a toy that I bought. I was gifted, probably. I assume. My parents probably got me this as a kid. Star Wars Droids, the animated show, and it's the funniest of the lightsabers because at the time when I was a kid, you could buy a lightsaber that was already extended, that was like a wind tunnel, and you would wave it around and make the noise. But they didn't have the kind of collapsible kind back then. So what was funny about this one to me is that the lightsaber has to fit within the hilt. So it's a very comedically disappointing lightsaber, which is why from very early on we were using that in the live shows.
Now, Connor, it's so hard to call you Connor when we're doing this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you George a couple times. Since we started off this Kickstarter already raising so much money, we are currently at $10,681. I want to
already owe people something that we were going to have people donate for.
Yes. You edited a trailer, an unofficial trailer for the documentary.
Yeah, I edited. Well, there are two unofficial trailers tonight. We're going to lead with the one that I made. It's just a fan trailer. This is not the official trailer. I did it on my phone very quickly. Yeah. And there's another one that George did. George Lucas edited another trailer, and that one's going to be way up in the stretch goals. That one, we may only see that one if we do very well tonight.
So we're going to show this trailer, and then we're going to bring on the two guys whose idea this was, Ryan Jacoby, Mark Chamberlain, and we're going to talk to them for a little bit. So let's play this, and then we will introduce Ryan and Marsh.
Yeah. And then we start handing out sticks to the audience.
Right, of course.
He'll then come through the curtain, and then we'll tell everyone in the audience to throw it's Darth Vader, everyone, throw your Endor sticks at him. And so we'll just have everyone in the audience throw their sticks at Sebastian. Or what we should say is...
Who is doing how many sticks are we going to have?
Yeah. The whole audience. Everyone in the audience should have a stick.
Do you know how many 160 sticks is going to be? That's a lot.
I know exactly how many.
100. What are you talking about?
Do you want to help us get sticks?
No, I don't have time to do that.
Just everywhere you're going. It doesn't have to be big sticks. Tiny sticks.
It's a classic pickup sticks game.
Can we each commit to 55 sticks by Friday?
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Picking out sticks.
He's just grabbing random sticks. Don't bring them back in my...
That's 5 sticks.
Connor, those aren't sticks.
This is not a concern.
Sure.
It's not like we're spilling syrup all over the place.
Sure.
This is not a dream! This is really happening! Okay. Everyone, throw your sticks at Darth Vader!
Welcome to the George Lucas Talk Show.
There you go. And for people, I mean, hopefully that made sense to people. I really enjoyed watching that interaction. Me explaining to Patrick and Griffin that I wanted the entire theater to each have a tiny stick that they would throw at Darth Vader, and the amount of pushback I was getting on the idea that it was impossible to find 160 sticks just walking down the streets of New York. But I did it. I got 166. I also washed the stick because I assumed that any stick I found on the ground could have been urinated on. So we handed clean sticks to that audience. And that meant I had to wash them and dry them.
Let's bring in Ryan and Marsh, and we could talk about this Kickstarter. We could talk about the stretch goals, the tiers that people can donate at, and we'll go from there. All right, you ready?
Yeah. Good.
Do you want to start clapping, and I'll bring them in? Hi, boys. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for having us.
All right, so below me on the screen, that's Ryan. And then over here, you were going to, Patrick, over here, that's Marsh.
That's Marsh. High five, Marsh. Marsh, high five? No, what are you doing, man?
1, 2, 3. Ready?
Oh, okay. 1. All right, no, here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. All right, so let's talk very briefly about the origins of this project, and then we can get into the Kickstarter. So why did you want to do this? What was the original idea? Toss out some other ideas that we had. Let's talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, so Marsh and I have been filmmaking partners for a very long time, and we were working on a project that Marsh was directing and I was producing, which was called We Breathe Again, which is about intergenerational trauma among Alaska Natives.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a bit of a difference between that one and this one.
Yeah.
And it was very heavy. It was very heavy working on it. It was taking many years. It was a very, difficult subject. And I felt like I needed some sort of outlet that was not so heavy. And that was when I stumbled across, I want to say like the Chris Gethard show was what I stumbled across first. And I saw Connor there, and that led me to the George Lucas Talk Show. And I was like, wait, George Lucas Talk Show is actually pretty close to me at the Lower East Side, UCB East. And so I finally made it to a show, and I was like, this is like the perfect balm for the heaviness that I was feeling. Like I've grown up being obsessed with, George Lucas. Like I'd watched the Phantom Menace documentary multiple times, and like, how like most people are like, Star Wars is what got me into filmmaking. I honestly think it was that documentary that got me into filmmaking. I was like, this looks like fun. I want to do it. Yeah. And so all the knowledge that you have, Connor, of George, I was like, oh, I feel very connected to this guy. Like this feels like we're on the same page. And I loved how you weren't taking it so seriously, but you also clearly had so much knowledge too. And so eventually I said, Marsh, you have to come see this show. I knew that you were kind of, Marsh and I talked a lot about Lord of the Rings and Star Wars and stuff. And it was a natural fit. So I brought you there. I want to say, what was that, 2018?
Yeah, 2018. And
you were like, yeah, why don't we got to work with these guys? Like, this is very fun. We have to do something together. And I think you tweeted at Patrick. Was that how it started?
I don't think we had any other way. So we're like, let's drop into Patrick's DMs and see what happens.
And it works, folks. It works. If you want to drop in anytime, Patrick's available.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we first pitched, let's just shoot like a show one time. Let's do like a professional multicam show. And then that led to, I happened to be rewatching Larry Sanders at the time. And I was like, oh, what if we do a mockumentary where we pretend that the show is real, and you have a whole writer's room, and you have Connor, and Griffin, everybody just like commit to it. And then we'll intercut that mockumentary with the show. And
I immediately rejected that. I said, well, because I said that it's one thing to do the show on a stage of a comedy theater. It can look crappy and everyone just buys into it. But I'm like, the second you start filming it and going backstage, it'll take so much work to make it as good as it needs to be. And I basically said, wouldn't you rather what if we gave you just a real behind the scenes glimpse of how a show works when well, I think my pitch to you was like that the show had found its level, that like we weren't trying to, it wasn't like we were trying to get picked up by a network or become a podcast, or we weren't trying to be any bigger than we were. I thought like a show at a comedy theater that people pay $5 or $10 to go see. I'm like, that's what the show is. The people come see it, enjoy it. And it's not, and I thought I kind of thought like the version of me when I was like a teenager, I used to read about like Largo comedy stuff that was happening in the 90s. And I'm like, man, I wish I could see one of those like weird shows that people do. And I was sort of thinking, well, maybe there's something to that. Like people would maybe like to see, like comedy nerds might like to see how a show like this works and what it feels like.
I sort of have a question for you, Connor, because I remember thinking, wow, I was surprised that we had so much access to you. Mm-hmm. I was surprised that I thought you were like somebody that like would commit to the bit more, I think. Yeah. And then I appreciated that immediately, that you're like, no, literally I commit to him for an hour a month and that's it.
We weren't sure how you were going to show up. Like, do you remember the dinner we had?
Yeah.
Like at the meet and greet dinner? And
I was going to show up in character.
I don't think we
not
thought you were going to
really.
get that far. Yeah.
No, not really. But we weren't quite sure how that was going to go. So
Yeah.
And now you got stuck with him for years. Who would have thought?
It went well.
Well, that's the thing is like I sort of, if I have a reputation for anything in comedy, it is commitment, but it's only when I'm actually doing the thing. It's not like, it's not one of those things where it's like, he's always on, he always is doing the bit or whatever, because that to me seems too much. But once I'm in it, I try to commit really hard to stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I think what was surprising to me, I don't know if it was the same for you, Ryan, but that night when we were talking with you, we kind of thought we were going to have to do some pitching, but you actually pitched us.
Yeah, you reverse pitched us. Yeah.
The harder sell, which is why we didn't lead with that idea of an actual documentary.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't think you were thinking necessarily it would go where it ended up, but
no, it's definitely like, I think throughout the process, like this is unusual for me because it's not my project. I'm just a subject and participant, but not like, I'm not a decision maker in it. But I would advise certain things, and I was always pushing you guys to like make it less about me and like more about George Lucas Talk Show. And you guys kept finding other ways to be like, no, but you are George Lucas Talk Show, and you would find other ways to bend it, and I would always resist those because I don't like that. But I am happy with the documentary, even though it's not a documentary I would have made, because we have different impulses. But that's probably for the better as far as what the project is. You know, that like this is your version as observers, given access to us. It's also interesting the push and pull between you as documentary filmmakers sort of coming into colliding with us as comedy showmakers, because we each have our own ideas of what is like the way things should be. You know what I mean? And there would be certain times where I remember where I was always, and I'm fascinated by this aspect because I would always be kind of like, well, you're a documentary filmmaker. And you're like, well, can you do this? I'm like, well, I wouldn't do that. I would always use that as a way to get out of doing something. I remember there was a time where you were like, when you were wanting to film me going home after a show, because it always was really pathetic. I was like loaded up with stuff and I would have to take everything home. I remember there was a time where like, could you walk through Times Square because it'll look great? And I'm like, I can't because I would never walk through Times Square to get home. And I remember pushing back at you guys and being like, how dare you try to make me do something? I'm the subject of the documentary. And you were like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like if we get you to walk through Times Square, it'll look great and it'll be B-roll footage, you know? But I refused.
And I remember we also asked you to, I was like, we just need you to do stuff that you do around your apartment, like washing dishes, just like mundane stuff. You're like, I already washed my dishes.
Yeah.
You're going to do it again.
You don't want to fake it. You want to keep it real.
I remember that one. I said specifically, I'm not going to dirty my dishes just to wash them for you. If you'd gotten there before, but I cleaned up before you came to film. And you're like, could you wash your dishes? And I was like, I'm not going to wash clean dishes for camera.
That was very nice of you, Connor, to do that for us.
Clean up for you?
Clean up for us. Yeah.
So when we started this, the original thought was it's going to be 20 minutes, 25 minutes max. Like it's going to be a short. Connor and I both knew we were like, you're shooting way too much stuff for this to be 20 minutes. It ended up being 90 minutes, right around 90 minutes. So we did an original Kickstarter back in 2019. Got a lot of funds, but that was for a 20-minute short. Like that was when that was the plan. And now that it's 90 minutes, obviously we need a little bit more money to, get this out into the world, get this to film festivals. Can you just explain what this extra money is going to? If we surpass the 15, which I mean, at this point, it seems like we might, which would be amazing, what that extra money would be going to, where is this money going to?
Yeah. I mean, so as everyone knows right now, travel is wildly expensive, and it would be really nice to get everyone who wants to, the four of us and Anna Maria and our editor and obviously Griffin, like if we could fly everybody and board everybody up wherever these cities are that were, taken to film festivals or whatnot. That would be really fun for all of us. And we just looked up recently, like, okay, if you're flying like 7 people, boy, does it get expensive fast. So that's like the first thing. And that's like the most fun thing. But then there's just a lot of boring things like legal fees and trying to get, like artwork made and just like a lot of materials that we need to make. Like we need to make what do they call it, Marsh? The DCP for the film festival. So just all this like technical stuff that happens at the end.
What does DCP stand for?
The digital cinema. Yep.
Digital cinema projection.
Something like that.
Thank you, Marsh.
All right. Thank you, Marsh.
But also like, there's also the chance of if we get into a film festival, we go to a city, we would like to be able to do a show in that city, maybe. So like these additional funds help us get out to these places. In that case, we can do shows in these cities where these film festivals are happening. That's the ideal plan. We've been doing a lot of touring this year and it's fun and we like going to new cities and having a reason to go out to these cities in addition to doing a show would be amazing. Ryan does not like this idea. Ryan left. Ryan failed.
Ryan heard you start talking and was just like, "I'm out."
No.
Right,
but that's the idea,
Marsh is now under me. Marsh is building out. Oh, okay.
And being able to do these shows in different cities would be amazing and ideal. And the more funds that we're able to raise for that, the more likely a chance that is that's going to happen.
And we are, I believe, $9 away from our next stretch goal. I think
we haven't even introduced the stretch goals yet, Connor.
Yeah, we're $9 away from the next stretch goal.
So but before we do that, I want to bring up the actual Kickstarter page so people can see it and people can see, and we can talk through really quickly what the goals are if you donate on the Kickstarter. So the pledges right here we go. If you pledge $35, you get a digital download of the movie.
Now that you don't get that until December 2023 because we got to get it through some festivals first, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, don't think you're going to get it. This isn't like you're on your streaming Roku and you're going to click it and you get the movie right away. Right?
Yeah. And this is estimated. So that, who knows?
Estimated December 23. That could be December. That was when the Lucas Museum was supposed to be open by, and they pushed back to 2025. So it's an estimate.
We also don't have the budget of Disney Plus, so our turnaround time's a little slower.
That is true. If you do $75,
you guys own Marvel, right?
What?
You two don't own Marvel, right?
No plans to.
Sadly.
Yeah, that's why you don't got Disney money.
If you donate $75, your name gets to be in the end credits, which is very exciting. And we like seeing all of these Georgie Porgy's names in there. A lot of the names that are in the end credits now are people who were fans of the show in 2019 and before that and didn't know about it during the live stream era. So now is your chance.
That was before we called fans Georgie Porgy's.
I don't think we had a name for them at that point.
We did. It would be in the dark. We wouldn't know them.
Yeah. So if you do $75, your name gets to be in the end credits, which is very exciting and very cool. And I've already seen a lot of friends of the show who are watching right now, like your name is going to be in the end, which is exciting. If you do $125, now there's 6 left of these. The tour poster, let me bring this over so people can see what this is.
It's a nice poster.
It's
a little spoof of this poster, the American Graffiti one.
Yeah, it's great.
Forrest from Planet Scum, Forrest Phillips, the great Forrest Phillips, made these tour posters for us that we've been selling at live shows across the country. Let's make me full screen. Hang on. It's a parody of the American Graffiti ones. It will be signed by Connor, Griffin, and I. Got all your little friends from the show on there. It's got all their names at the bottom. It's a really cool poster. It's 18 by 24. We will get that signed and we will get that all shipped out to you. I think there's only 6 left. So if you want that, you gotta do that soon. Then if you do, sorry, I'm just walking back and forth now. If you do $150, you get the movie, you get a full 3-camera recording of the May the 4th show from 2019, which has John Hodgman, which has Julie Cohen, who's the Oscar-nominated filmmaker who directed RBG. Marina Kockenberg, who used to write for The Tonight Show. She's on an animated show on Comedy Central right now, I think with Zach Cherry. And Ethan Slater, who played SpongeBob on Broadway, which is very cool. You also get deleted scenes, outtakes. You get Connor as George singing his version of 11 top 40 songs. It's an album that George recorded in 2019. Do you remember any of the songs that you did, Connor?
Let me see. All I remember is this. The people I recorded this album of top 40 songs for the Kickstarter, and I think like 12 or 20, something like 18, something. There were double-digit people who got this reward, and we never heard anything from anyone about these songs. Yeah. Let me see if I have them in my Dropbox here. I know we did a cover of Senorita.
So this is a nice throwback for a lot of people who remember 2019 top 40 charts.
And the summer.
There was a request. He did. One of the people had requested a Hall & Oates song, so I did. Yeah, it looks like "Money in the Grave," "Ransom," "Truth Hurts," "Lights Up," "You Need to Calm Down," "Bad Guy," "Heist in the Room," Panini's Panini "Hot Girl," "Bummer," "Senorita," and "Your Kisses on My List" by Hall & Oates. No one commented on these. No one commented on these covers. Nobody did. Yeah.
Any plans for this to go vinyl? Any plans? Any plans for a vinyl release?
There's never, because I don't have, like, we did the vinyl release properly with royalties and stuff. I didn't pay anybody to record these. This is a private digital performance.
So it's a nice gift.
And then if you donate 200 or more, you get all of those plus a private virtual Q&A once the film is released with Connor and I. And you get all the other stuff minus the poster. That's a separate tier. But you get the digital download. You get your name in the credits. You get the deleted scenes, the digital, May the 4th show. You get the top 40 songs. And then you get a digital drawing of George by Connor, which will be fun. And we'll get to do that soon. And then, Connor, do we want to add in that extra thing that you want to give away?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's do that. We have some things that we want to add on, and I believe Anna Maria is going to be adding that to the Kickstarter right now, so it should be up there in a second. We have some extra vinyl soundtrack albums.
3 of them.
3 of them. So in a moment, this will be on the Kickstarter, and if you donate and click that tier, you'll be able to get those, which is exciting. I believe that's also a $200 tier. So if you donate $200, I think there's 3, Connor?
Yeah.
And it also sounds like posters are gone, which is exciting.
It's live. The vinyl's live.
The vinyl is live. It does only say 2. Anna Maria, can you update that to say 3? Because there are 3 of them. So that that'll be ready to go in a second. So these albums are rare. They're not readily available, but you can get them now, which is exciting. Ryan, Marsh, do you guys have anything else you would like to tell the people before we go? I mean, Jesus, we're already at 14,000.
Before we say that, I want to say to the people in the chat.
Yeah,
there are people who are like, who's this Connor guy? I've already presented. There are 2 options for how you can view this, and none of them are who is this Connor guy. It's either that this is real, or I am George Lucas pretending to be New York City-based improviser and actor Connor Ratliff.
Mm-hmm.
So you can live in one of those 2 realities, but those are the only 2 permitted realities tonight. I don't want to see any more. Who's this Connor guy? It's a character George is playing. If you don't want to live in reality, and who does?
It's kind of a nice. It's a nice preparation for watching the documentary in a way.
Sure is.
Awesome.
And we should mention, right? It's weird to be sharing that we have deleted scenes from a documentary that no one's seen, and yet I'm very excited about them because we interviewed you for hours, Connor. Like 6 hours, something like that. Like there's just so much in there that's really fun that I want people to see.
The couple of delete scenes that we're gonna hopefully get to the donation, the stretch goal level of tonight are really fun. Particularly, there's one deleted scene that has to do with what I think is one of the best shows we ever did, and then another extended deleted scene, which is probably the worst show we ever did.
I do also want to say vinyls are gone, and we are just over $300 away from the 15,000. We're going to keep trying to get it up because we do have other stuff that we want to auction off and show off to you guys.
And we also owe people some things already, don't we?
Yeah.
I think we at least need to, while March and Ryan are here,
we're going to talk to Anna Maria and Rob, and we will readjust where those stretch goals are at while we're talking to Anna Maria and Rob.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, so much. This is like blowing our expectations out of the water. It's kind of it's amazing.
Nuts.
While Ryan and March are here, we need to show ice cream.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. Let's show. We have one video that we're gonna make. We're gonna show. It's called Ice Cream. This is the deleted scene.
We just hit our goal.
That's great. We just hit the goal. Congratulations, everybody.
Guess what? The show's still going for a long time.
Yeah, we're still going. So don't go anywhere. We still got a lot to do. We still want to raise some money too. So like, hang around, stick around. It's gonna be fun. But thank you.
Thank you.
So here's the deleted scene. This deleted scene is called Ice Cream. This is maybe the least substantial deleted scene you guys sent to me when you sent over deleted scenes. But I've heard you want to talk about this, so let's show it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Now there's barely a deleted scene, guys.
Where was that? Where was that?
This was right outside Five Below.
Okay.
Okay, so this is after scenes in the movie where I go to Five Below in Queens to buy things for the show. I would go to cheap places to buy Star Wars things. Where was the ice cream? Was on what? Because there's
But like a cart that was sitting in front of Five Below. Some kids just left it there. And this is, I mean, really, Marsh, you need to speak to this because this is almost your trademark of finding things that are in the atmosphere that represent the atmosphere and then just holding on it in your way.
Yeah, the number of times when we were filming something where we'd be like, Marsh, and we'd find that Marsh had gone, he'd gotten distracted by a spider web or something, and he's just like, hold on.
Yeah. I see. The funny thing is I like for the other documentary that Ryan was mentioning, that was like kind of understandable. You're like in beautiful Alaska, so there's a lot to take in. But I don't know. I guess that prepared me for everything that you can take in on a hot day in New York City outside of Five Below. And I think the reason we were killing time, and that's always helpful when you have killing time, you're just like, what's around here? What can I film? I'm bored. Was because we couldn't go into Five Below, and I had originally been shooting into through the window as you were wandering around the store, but then people started noticing me and pointing angrily. So I think that was I'm embarrassed that someone is upset I'm filming them. Why don't I go film this sad ice cream cone?
Right.
So
there's a way of, in case they confronted you, that you would look like I'm just an ice cream filmer.
We had proof, yeah. And there was a running joke on the whole doc where we would say, "This is the doc now." We would always pretend that whatever we're doing is the actual documentary.
Yeah.
And so there's a version of it where it's just you think it's about you, Connor, but it turns out to be the story of this ice cream cone.
Right. Like one of my favorite movies of all time, The Thin Blue Line by Errol Morris, did not start out as being a documentary about what it was. It was they happened upon it. I always felt like there was the possibility that could really happen. You would start out making a documentary about the George Lucas talk show and then just find something more interesting and abandon it.
Which is would be totally understandable.
We would never abandon you. We would never abandon you.
But I would have understood because that's the documentary's work.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, just while I have the chance to say, I will say that Ryan alluded to it. I like to film those kinds of things, and I thought of myself as someone that was able to do that before this. But I feel like the process of filming this documentary and spending a lot of time with you, Connor, actually made me a much more patient filmmaker, because but also sometimes I'm literally running behind you, not watching where I'm going. Won't spoil anything that might come later.
Marsh, do you know how to get to the private chat?
No.
On here?
It's on the side.
You know how to do that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna write something. I know you're an actor, you're a filmmaker, you're a cinematographer, but I'm gonna give you something. I want you to just say it as if you're thinking it. Try to give as natural a read as possible.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna give you something to say, and you just say it to me, and I'll just react as if we'll just forget the part where I set it up. But we're being fully transparent, like a documentary. I'm giving Marsh something to say. This next part is going to be a little bit of theater, but let's really try to treat it like it's real, okay?
Do you want me to say the whole thing or just the
whole thing? No, not full screen. I want you to see my reaction too.
Okay. Do you want to pull Ryan and I off?
Nope. Just like it happened in the show naturally.
Okay.
So, to paraphrase James L. Brooks' screenplay for As Good as It Gets, you made me want to be a better man.
It's a very nice thing to hear. I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Honestly, that's probably better than what I was thinking and saying before. So thank you for that little cue.
Well, he's a great writer. He's a great writer, and that's probably one of the best lines in that movie.
Yeah.
I thought you delivered it. I mean, Jack Nicholson's a great actor, but I liked your read on that line.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, Marsh.
I feel like Ryan and I talked a little bit about this though, about like in the beginning when we were shooting, it's very like I felt very reactionary. So it was like here, there, here, there. Connor's over here. Yeah. This is happening over there, and we're one camera. So like, there's only so much you can do. And then by the end of the documentary, I would find myself, and we would all find ourselves sitting and holding on something, and letting even if you walk out of frame or someone walks out of frame, and I don't know. I mean, would you say there's like an element of like learning improv in there in a way?
I think
to get deep or anything.
I think it does relate, because the thing that a good improviser will usually, the thing they'll get better and better at is listening. So what you're talking about is sort of like the cinematographer's version of listening, which is looking. Listening for a cinematographer, looking is just listening, but visual. I'll bring on. I'm a cinematographer. As a cinematographer, I like to practice something I call visual listening, which is you don't look with the lens, you listen with it, and that's how we make our films.
Well, there's such a thing as when a lens breathes.
Yes. And sometimes a movie stinks. Not the one we're raising money for tonight.
No.
It's good. I saw it, and it's good.
Ugh. All right.
But there's no danger. Was there ever a point where you thought the movie's not going to be good?
I feel like every filmmaker, well, I can't speak for everybody, but for us, we always think what we're making is terrible.
Really?
That's just like it. I don't think anything ever can be good if I'm working on it, unless I think it's terrible and I have to push myself to make it better.
So what was the low point in the process of filming this? Was there a point where you're just like, what have we got ourselves into?
I think we always had a structure that we knew worked from the beginning, which was really comforting, because we knew it was going to be weaving together the George Lucas talk show and then your sort of like a mini version of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And we figured like that at the least is going to be entertaining. But there was a time, and it was when we thought it was a 20-minute short, that we thought, oh, let's make the Star Wars Day show in May 2019 the narrative train of the whole doc. Like, we're preparing for this huge, ambitious show, and look at all the behind the scenes that's going on, and it'll really pay off. And then when we were there, we were like, this is great, and we love it, but it can't be the structure of the whole film. And then it was basically after that point that we were like, we gotta get more biography basically from you. We have to learn more about you as a person. And then very quickly we were like, hey, can we go visit you in Missouri?
And
that's when we knew.
I didn't want that to happen. I was like,
you didn't want that to happen, yeah.
I was like, this is getting further and away from what it was. I very reluctantly allowed that to happen, and it was just Marsh and I took a trip to Missouri for 2 days.
It was great.
Yeah, for budgetary reasons, none of us could go. So Marsh was the entire filmmaking process with you in Missouri.
It's also very funny because I was like, oh, it's great that I get an extra like 2 days to visit my parents in Missouri. And this was in January of 2020, just a few months before I would end up accidentally getting stuck there and spending the whole fucking year there. And when I think back to like, oh, is this a nice treat to be able to be in this house for a night? And then I ended up getting stranded there from March until the end of October. And I think back to like how blissfully ignorant. I mean, COVID was in the air when it was in the world when you and I went to Missouri to film those scenes, but we obviously didn't know that yet.
Yeah.
No idea.
Ryan and Marsh, we might check back in with you guys later. So stick around.
Yeah.
Stick around.
Keep watching the show.
Keep watching the show. Don't turn it off. Don't go to bed. It's gonna be fun. Thank you guys for coming on.
Thank you.
Congratulations on hitting the goal. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep trying to get higher. Thank you, boys.
Thank you.
All right, now when are we going to reveal the stretch goals now, Patrick? Because I believe they've all been adjusted, right?
Yeah. I think let's
you typing away in there.
What?
I saw you typing away in the doc.
Well, I had to readjust some things. Some things because
people were too generous.
I know people were very generous. We're at 16,661 right now, which is
the devil's number. 16661. It's you, me, and the devil in between. The devil's triangle, Patrick.
The devil's triangle.
It's a devil's triangle, which is a famously unexplained Supreme Court Supreme Court confirmation trivia answer. Right?
What does that mean?
Isn't that the thing that Brett Kavanaugh was talking about? Or am I missing it?
Yes. Yeah.
And he was like, it's a drinking game or something. I was like, no, it's not, Brett. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but that's a creep. And fuck the Supreme Court. Sorry if anyone donated who likes the Supreme Court, but I've never met anyone like that. I've never met anyone who likes the Supreme Court.
Yet.
I don't believe they exist.
I do want to say we're doing really good so far, and we appreciate everyone who has donated.
Yeah. Hashtag fuck SCOTUS.
Hashtag fuck SCOTUS, I guess.
Yeah.
I agree. I want to make that clear.
Yeah. We're feeling like we're starting to back off, like, and people might.
I don't know why. I don't know why I was
like the current Supreme Court.
I don't know why I was. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think I was like half paying attention. You know, it's one of those things.
Yeah. Oh, to paraphrase Dennis Miller in the '90s, I don't want to get off on a rant here. It was back when he was slightly left wing.
I am out of here.
Oh, you're going all the way back.
All the way back. Well, that's when he was like fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we want to talk about the stretch?
Let's talk about the stretch goals. Okay. So these stretch goals have been readjusted for inflation. Thanks, Biden. Yeah. Genuinely, thanks, Biden. This guy's donating the last few years of his life just to work for the government. At 17,000, we'll have a special art show.
Yeah.
It'll be brief, but it'll be special. I love how long we're staying at 16661. What a crazy number. It's you and I.
I mean, it doesn't auto update. I mean, right now we're at 16736 is actually where we're at.
Yeah. Okay, so special art show has happened.
Special art show has happened.
Like it's about to happen. Okay.
Yep.
Now this is Patrick. You don't even know what this is.
I don't.
You got no idea. It's a brief art show. It's a thing that I think it's gonna spark. I think there are gonna be people who are like, "Oh, cool," and there are gonna be people who are like, "What's that?"
Yeah.
And this is a thing that my dad gave me once. I don't
Okay.
know where he got it. I believe it's real, but it's production art. Hanna-Barbera. Oh!
Wow! Wow!
Well.
Sitting outside in the cold with some tea.
In an undisclosed location, having some tea.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, what wonderful organization are we raising money for this time? What wonderful charity have you called me out of retirement to help raise money for? You called me, you said, Zooks, we need you, buddy. We need you. We need you to help us raise that money.
Oh. We're just helping a couple of documentary filmmakers.
How's it going?
It's going great. They made a documentary about the George Lucas talk show.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully
I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it'll be a fun thing in 2023. And I know a lot of times we do stuff for really important, serious causes.
Yes, every time. We've raised money for worthy causes. People that need us and what we bring.
And I'm going to make an announcement because I think we might do another one before the end of the year. Possibly, we might be able. Don't you think, Patrick? We could do the thing that we're going to do, and that would be for a really good cause.
I think so. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. So we're going to announce the thing that's going to be for a good cause.
This is an exclusive?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Our last George Lucas talk show of the year is going to be a Life Day show. It's going to be a George Lucas talk show holiday special. We're going to be doing it at Caveat in New York City on Monday, December 19th.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a Life Day show. I think we'll make it a fundraiser. It'll be live streamed, but you got to buy a ticket for the live stream. But then we'll probably also make it a fundraiser.
Sure.
So,
incredible. Wait, when is Life Day? Do we know when? Is there an actual day that has been designated as Life Day in our calendar, or no?
I think there is, but it doesn't matter. And even if it did, we would recognize it.
Okay, that's fine. Fine.
Listen, I'll say this: the holiday special aired closer to Thanksgiving than it did to Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it could be Life Day right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be in Life Day. We could be certainly. We are in Life Day season.
That's true. And in Life Day spirit.
Earlier and earlier every year. Like I went into Dwayne Reed about a month and a half ago, and they already had Life Day stuff up. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, right after Halloween, my neighbors are putting up their Life Day lawn decorations.
How's your tea? What tea are you drinking, Jason?
I'm drinking a lemon ginger, gents. I brought the thing out to show you, but alas, no branding. Guys, no branding. I won't endorse any teas. Oh, what? What?
Oh no!
Hi.
Here we go.
Are you in a sauna? Where
are you in? Are you in the board? Are you in the boardroom?
I'm in the sauna.
Are you the new host of The Apprentice, Darcy?
Are we fired?
I don't know where else to go. I don't know where to go. This is where I am. I'm in a sauna.
Okay.
I'm trying to think right on the fly if there's a better spot. This is it, y'all.
You're killing it. You're killing it. Well, great news. They've already raised the money. This is just icing on the cake. But I will say,
Hi.
for those, how many people are on this thing right now? Patrick, focus up, Patrick. God damn it.
I was looking at how much we'd raised.
418. Let's get 500 people on this. Come on, Darcy and I are on this stream. Text some people and be like, Darcy and Jason are on the stream. We need at least 500, or else I'm getting off.
Yeah.
Tweet it out. We will retweet it. We will post about it. Whatever you got to do. We are currently at $17,141 for this documentary. Wow. Very helpful. Almost have surpassed the original Kickstarter from 2019, which we were scratching and clawing our way to get that much money, and we got it within 8 hours or so.
What the hell?
Wild stuff.
How? Why? Just because the difference between 2019 and this is
people.
Well, 2019 people thought they had the rest of their lives ahead of them, and now they realize we don't know what's going to happen 2 months from now.
Yeah. And also,
this isn't real. Life is short. Let me give that money.
Yes, exactly.
And one thing I want to say about this Kickstarter in particular is that democracy is on the ballot this time. Sure. This Kickstarter, democracy is fully on the ballot.
So true. That's so true.
Yeah, I think so. So.
If we can get 500 people on this thing, and then each one of them gives $2, that's huge.
Yes.
That's huge just there.
Or what about takes $2?
Okay, now this is give. I love this as a.
Hang on, Darcy. Hang on.
Darcy, you've got to start. Darcy, you've got to get into crypto. You've got to get into crypto.
Okay, so tweet out.
Darcy completely disrupted the Kickstarter model using the give a penny, take a penny option that was previously not a part of any crowdfunding endeavors at all.
Well,
ever since then, chaos.
Tonight, the night.
Now, okay, so how do we get people to pop on here? What's the text they should be sending friends? What should it say? What are we thinking?
You want it basically? How about you want $2?
Yeah. Tune into this. We give you $2, and then when they get on, we tell them if you give us 100.
Okay. Oh my God, that's a better. That's
Patrick. You're gonna have to send $2 to a lot of people who've given $100.
I'm not even making this documentary. This is not even on me.
Yeah, but you're actually in charge of that part.
No, I know. Yeah, I know what I said.
I'm so sorry. I thought we were raising money for Feeding America. What is what?
In a way,
feed the documentary.
Exactly, Connor.
Feed the brain, not the mouth. Sometimes.
Right. Wait, when you guys came on, Connor was showing off an art show.
Yeah.
What were you
nice.
showing?
What is it?
I don't know.
All right, this is production art. My dad gave me this once. It is a production drawing of Huckleberry.
Is that
Hound
Augie Doggy and Daddy? Oh no. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Augie Doggy and Doggy Daddy being chased by Huckleberry Hound.
It is. That's what I thought.
Wow.
Oh,
that's cool.
I am so thrilled, Jason, that you were the first person to utter the words Augie Doggy and Doggy Daddy on the
and Doggy Daddy. Well, I'm also the oldest person on this Zoom, so this is that is straight ripped from my childhood.
Your childhood. It was
normally on these streams, I would then correct you and say that I'm in my mid to late 70s.
Oh, that's true. How does it feel? How does it feel, Connor?
It's weird. It's not quite.
You know?
You can't hide behind it anymore.
Yeah, I can't.
Are we all supposed to be dropping? Are we all supposed to be dropping our personas? I will not. Give me the bumper. Give me my bumper.
No.
Patrick. Well, Patrick, you piece of shit. Bump it up.
Wait, hold on.
Patrick, you are fucking fired. I swear to God, Patrick, if you don't go to my bumper, I'm gonna keep not dropping my persona the entire time.
What the
I don't know what to do.
Was that? What did you just do? 3 bumpers by accident?
This is a mess. This is people should get off of this.
The thing is, I thought Patrick was doing a bit, and I realized he's just doing his form of producing.
Connor, you really?
I see. Patrick is furiously like, spotlight search bumper ?
Yeah, it's like when comedians are really doing badly, and then they're like, "I'm an alt comedian."
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what Connor is normally. He just goes off on alt comedians.
Yeah.
Oh, he hates them.
Comedy.
Are you that, Con? Do you consider yourself that? Yeah. So
I'm more alt than mainstream, I think.
hot.
But my impulses are very mainstream, but my appeal is very alt.
Okay.
So it's the worst of both worlds. I have this.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Level of an alt comedian with the instincts of a mainstream one.
I mostly just do, one-liners and zingers, but they're not funny. And they're all read from my diary.
You have one ready to go?
I'm not reading to you from my diary, Patrick.
Unless you give him.
What's the stretch goal?
Wait, how much are we at? What are we at? What are we at to make
$17,778?
Oh,
all right, we got to get to when. Yeah, go ahead.
I have this sort of like math dyslexia that I couldn't hear anything after 17.
That's fine. We got to get to 20 grand. I want to get to 20 grand. Let's go. 20 grand. Let's go, people. Hustle up. Call your rich friend. Call that person who just pulled all their money out of crypto. They don't know what to do with it. Kaboom. Get it on this. Give it to independent filmmakers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Question mark?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That is right.
Connor, should we show another clip, Connor, do you think?
Yeah.
Have we reached the goal?
We have. We've reached the prom stretch goal.
Okay, this is a really good one.
Wait,
this is a
what's that?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a deleted scene from the documentary, and I said to Rob Malone, the editor of it, I don't think I've said it to Ryan or Marsh, I said I like the sequence so much that I kind of really wish it was in the movie. But it's not. And we're going to see it before we see a frame of the regular actual documentary, really.
And this is featuring a friend of all of ours, Sean Diston, has a big part in this clip. Used to play Jar Jar Binks on the show. Here we go.
Well. Yeah. Okay.
Back in the
Craziest, weirdest one. The craziest, weirdest show was when there was a prom. Do you remember this? There was a there was a prom. These kids went to prom, and then after prom came to the George Lucas talk show.
Matt.
Is this a prom?
Prom night. It's prom night. They get the prize! They get the prize! Okay.
Natasha Rothwell was on the show years ago, and we're talking, and she noticed that the two people in the two back rows were all dressed up fancy. And she's like, did you guys just come from prom?
You guys went to prom and you go to the George Lucas?
Yeah!
Listen.
Everybody find this. Everybody find this.
On stage at the George Lucas talk show.
What would you like to say to all your loyal subjects? Yeah! What's his name? He said, oh, what's your name? Lucas. Lucas!
And then we fucking danced on stage with them. We brought them on stage for their last, like a dance or something. That is the weirdest one, because it really wasn't about Star Wars. It was more about this fandom that had been created like around the show. But it was a really surreal, weird experience when I was off stage watching high school kids dance in prom dresses and stuff for no reason.
Wait a second. You're telling me that's a cutscene? You're telling me the rest of the movie is guaranteed better than that?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bold claim.
I genuinely, I think it's too late. I think it's too late to put it in the movie. But when I saw it,
What's too late even mean? You know what I mean?
Movie's done, Darcy. The movie is locked.
I know,
well, let me ask. Yeah, clickety clacky, clickety clack, clickety clack.
I mean, we could ask them what the special is to add that scene back into the movie.
I know he's.
Well, let me ask you this:
90 minutes. I know he's absolutely obsessed with 90 minutes, but ever heard of 92 minutes? Jesus, man.
Why not release a George Lucas like special edition, like when he goes back in and redoes the original trilogy? You know.
Deep and runs.
You're
Very
preaching to
funny.
the choir here.
Yeah.
What I like about that scene is, and I don't say this because it's my show, but like if I was watching that and it was someone else's show, I would be like, I want to go to that show. Like that just looks like it captures that thing that happens when you're in a show and unexpected things happen, and suddenly we're literally doing a prom dance with people on there. Like there is a group of teenagers in the world that is their prom night memory, is like, we went to the George Lucas talk show and we went up on stage and danced with George Lucas.
I wish I could have done that. I wish I could have done that after my prom, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
were they previously had they come before? Was this a regular thing that just happened to fall on prom night this one year or this 1 month, I guess?
I don't know. I think this is either a guess or a memory. I've reached the point where they are the same to me. I think there was at least 1 or 2 people in that group that knew the show, that they enough to vouch for it. Like, let's do that after prom night. I don't think it was people who were all just like cold calling.
I have a question for Darcy. I have a question for Darcy Carden.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Darcy. Quick question: were you interviewed as a subject for this documentary?
No.
Were you asked to be interviewed for this documentary?
No. But I have a question.
But you were asked to be here to help them raise money, correct?
And I do wait. I think Patrick's maybe about to prove me wrong because maybe I missed an email along the way.
True. I think you were asked. I don't think you were around.
Well, okay, you want to fucking call me out like this? I'm gonna check my. What do I search on my Gmail?
Documentary.
The Rat. Just Patrick the Rat.
I don't think it was from me. I think it might have been from Connor, maybe.
Really?
And it might.
I have no memory of emailing you with that because here's my whenever
I'm looking at mine right now. Nope. No invitation.
Jason, here's the thing. When we shot this, you had not been on the show.
Oh, right.
This is rich. This is rich.
Don't set up something that's not happening.
Rich Stomer, who I bet was asked to be in this fucking thing.
He was not. This was before.
Here's a little bit of fun email trivia. All right. The very first email that comes up when I look up Darcy's email.
Oh, yeah, this will be fun.
Is from 9/9. Hey, it's a little Adrian Pimento reference. 9/9 2011.
Okay.
And it is an email about from a person saying, "Hey guys, I need people on the following gigs. Let me know what you can do by Monday." And this is before we did our first Tourco.
Oh yeah, which means that we hadn't met yet.
We had not met yet. Gabrus was also on the email. He did not do any of these. Yeah.
My first was your email always the same?
Yeah.
Okay. So my first email that I see was one of those big Matt Mayer 4th of July parties.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't believe I ever emailed you about documentary. Because my association, whenever I email you about stuff, is that usually you have never let me down ever.
Oh, but apparently I didn't get asked at all to talk to any documentarians. I love being in documentaries.
I know. Wait, so Jason, were your first appearance was during the pandemic?
I believe so. Yes. Although if Connor looks in his, I will drop the persona. If Connor looks in his email, there is absolutely an invitation for me to do one in person. I believe during a DCM in New York.
Okay.
I am almost positive that happened. That would have made it. That would have put me years prior on the show.
Wow.
The first thing I ever sent to you, and I don't know why. The first thing I ever sent to you on email was in 2015.
Wow.
I said, "Hi, Jason. Here's my downloaded file." This is a crime. The first thing I ever sent to you was a crime. I committed a felony. "Hi, Jason. Here's my downloaded file of the Soderbergh cut of 2001, which was online briefly before Warner Brothers and the Kubrick estate asked him to remove it." And I sent it to you. And I sent you a link to his edit of Heaven's Gate, I think, as well.
Oh, that's amazing. We must have been talking about that at like an ASCAT or something.
Something like that. And then you said, "Thanks so much, Connor." You spelled my name wrong.
God damn it.
K.
All right. It's normal spelling. I was not really involved in the asking of people to talk in the documentary. I was involved in the asking of people to show up and hang out tonight. So that's why you got an ask from me. Because when I do the asking, you get asked.
That's right. We've given our hours, we've given our blood, sweat, and tears. And if you don't ask us to be a part of these things, we will take it personally.
Yeah, I always ask when I do the asking.
Thank you. Oh, Patrick, sounds like you're being thrown under some sort of vehicle.
Yeah, I'm used
Patrick,
to it.
you're a producer on the documentary, right?
But also, I'm making it really like I'm really acting like you did something wrong to me, but I very well could have missed an email or a text. In which case, Lo Siento, please, Lo Siento.
Regardless of the facts and how things really happened, I have been wronged.
Exactly. Me too. I take it back. No siento. Wait,
if it makes you feel any better, I think you're probably both in there as archive footage.
Okay, we better be. Actually, we better be.
All right. You know what? Can you guarantee that, Patrick?
Yeah,
let's see. Can we have one of the producers guarantee? Okay, great. In the private chat, they are saying yes.
Yes. Okay, good.
So there you go.
But
I am now going through what is frankly an embarrassing number of emails from 2015 through 2019 to Jason Mantzoukas, always asking in multiple cities. Like anytime I was in LA, I was always like, "Hey, I'm going to be in LA for a week in late July, and I'm doing a George Lucas talk show midnight at Franklin." And then you say, "Hey, Art, spell correctly. By now, you've learned your lesson. Sorry for the
Thank God.
Sorry for the delayed reply. I'm a real jerk, and it only gets worse. I won't be able to do the show when you're here. Sorry to be a double jerk. Loved seeing you at DCM a few weeks ago. See you soon."
Charming interaction.
There you go.
By the way, a flawless impression of me.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the best I've heard.
Was I doing an impression of you?
Without even needing to.
It's probably because I keep hearing those Dunkin' commercials everywhere. So
Oh yeah, that's right. I can't be having tea. Oh no, no tea. Coffee, Dunkin', coffee.
Make it a hazelnut latte.
Make it a double colada.
Yeah. Patrick, you see that?
Go on.
I was going to say, do you see that comment from Blog Toven?
Let's see, I'll bring it up.
542. Just a great question, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
That's great. And do the filmmakers know what they'll cut to get us in there?
No. All my stuff.
Hang on. Do you guys? Do you want to interrogate a filmmaker? I can probably get them on here if you really want to ask this question.
I gotta go get a get a battery. I'll be right back.
And
Hey,
I
Ryan.
gotta get a flu shot.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You're getting a shot now? Your booster?
Yeah. Is it time to go, Jay? I had to ask my husband.
That makes sense.
Oh wow.
Jason, say hi from afar.
Ryan,
Hi,
this is
Ryan.
Darcy.
Hi.
Ryan directed the documentary, Darcy.
Hi, Ryan. Congratulations. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Good job. You did it.
Do you want me to interview you now? Would that help things?
In a way, I do, but also I literally have to.
You have to go get your flu shot.
Right.
Okay. All right. Darcy, go feel better.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, we'll see you later.
We'll be here.
Okay. Bye, Ryan.
Hi.
Now,
Hey,
Jason.
So
I'm gonna go make some tea.
Yeah, I'm gonna step off too.
I've got some tea.
wait a second. So now I'm okay. This is rich. Okay, now I see what's going on. They abandoned me. Ryan, it's an absolute pleasure. Congratulations on your film.
Thank you.
Even though I am certain it can't be as good as it possibly could be because I have not been included and neither was Darcy Carden.
Yeah, that's true.
Justify it.
Yeah, there's no justification. I mean, we're probably going to need, like most of this budget, we're going to need to spend flying a crew to you overnight.
Here's the thing, Ryan. I don't know if you've heard of it, but all the best Star Wars are TV series now. They're extended series. Why is this a documentary film and not a docu-series, episode after episode? You could have a single episode that is, 45 minutes of just Darcy Carden? A separate episode that's just 45 minutes of me. Like we've done iconic episodes of this show that last 4 hours. I was on once for 5 hours. You're telling me that didn't warrant any inclusion in this documentary?
Yeah,
Fake news.
I have to actually take the blame for this one because I was really kind of obsessed with making it 90 minutes, like making it not self-indulgent. And Connor was just like, "Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as self-indulgent."
This is the most self-indulgent. This is the most self-indulgent thing in the world.
Yeah.
You should make this. If anything, you should make it 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like this should be torturous.
We have the material to probably, if we showed everything that we shot, it could probably be like 12 hours. Yeah.
You know what's rude is that Patrick and Connor left their windows. Patrick left his and Connor window open to minimize Ryan, to minimize you and I. They kept us small while they said, we're so important, you can look at my bullshit couch and pillow. In Patrick's case, look at this pillow. Jesus Christ, Patrick. And meanwhile, we can't have a dedicated 2-shot for just Ryan and I as we're here literally beating the drum to give finishing funds for this incredible docu-series.
Should we auction off my couch?
Yes.
Jason,
yes. And all the bed bugs within.
I am moving in 2 weeks. I do not need this couch.
Oh, nice. Where to?
I'm coming out, baby.
Oh, are you really? Oh, I didn't know that. Well done. Nice. Oh, that's great.
So listen, we'll start the bidding at $1,000 for this couch if anyone wants it.
Wow. Pretty good. By the way, you should do a thing where you just sell off all of the contents, like a virtual stoop sale.
If people want furniture, maybe this is the best way to do this.
Yeah.
But this is this is a screen used couch.
This is a screen used couch.
It's screen used.
Yeah.
And probably I don't think there's ever been a couch that's been used quite as much because we have hundreds of hours of screen use for this couch. Yes,
that's true. It's true.
Most movies, like most major motion pictures, if they have a couch in them, would not have hundreds of hours of footage of that couch.
Yeah, this couch was used more than the Simpsons couch.
More people have seen. Think about how many more people have seen this couch than have ever seen any in a normal house any couch.
That's true. That's really weird.
This couch is famous. Will you include a certificate of authentication?
Sure. Yeah, I'll sign it.
Hey,
yeah.
Ryan, have you interviewed the couch?
Sorta. I mean, we had Connor.
The couch sort of got interviewed, and I'm a hard pass. Wow. Give your money, everybody.
It's the iconic stick scene.
Hang on, Ryan. Wait, Ryan, I just thought of something. I don't know if this is doable. For this Kickstarter, people are putting their names in, like if they donate so much money, their name gets in the credits. Is there a way to add a post-credit scene with Jason?
If there's enough money raised, you mean as a stretch effect, as a stretch goal?
What is the stretch goal? Is that doable? First of all,
I have no idea. This is producer Anna Maria question.
Okay,
Anna Maria, are you here?
We should probably bring Anna Maria on.
Anna Maria, is this doable?
It's doable, but then we won't be at 90 minutes anymore.
What is time, Anna Maria? What is time?
I
would love to be a post-credit scene. Wait, what are we at right now, money-wise?
We are currently at 18,215.
Wow. I'm saying, and I'm not going to ask Ryan or Anna Maria to guarantee it, but I am saying I will be willing to sit down for an interview for the extended version or a post-credit scene or something like this. Should we reach? Okay, hold on. How much more time is there? I don't want to set this in. I don't want to set something impossible.
We have no time. There's what is it? 13 days on the Kickstarter.
Oh! So this isn't by the end of the stream.
This Kickstarter started today. There was still 2 weeks on it.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to make it a stretch goal so that hopefully people will care enough about it that they try it and get us there. Because I was like, if there's only 400 or so people here, I don't want to set it too high. So if I said I will film a one-on-one interview for the post or for wherever.
Mm-hmm. Jason, we lost your audio.
The most important part of that sentence.
Oh, no.
This is a ploy.
Okay. Oh, did his AirPods die, maybe?
Here's something.
We hear you. Oh. My guess is his AirPods died.
But I bet he'll be back.
Ryan, your creative vision. Would you like to have a Mantzoukas moment in the credits, post credits, in credits?
I mean, of course, but like when they do those like TV movies where the credits go to the left and then they go really fast and they show.
That's the perfect way to do
like
it.
Old school '90s comedies where it's like a little like.
Also bidding for people to put their names in the credits. No.
There is that kind of negate the whole.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to propose.
Yeah.
Is it won't affect your 90, and it also will. It'll be a little bit of disruption and innovation. In the old days, and even now traditionally, when there's a short subject, it is before the main feature. There could be a short subject that is shown after the documentary. That is a separate entity that is its own film. It is a film about Jason Mantzoukas talking about the George Lucas Talk Show, and the clock starts over at 90, and that way you could be another 90 minutes of just Jason.
And I also think if this happens, if we hit this stretch goal, I think an extended Mantzoukas footage, just the clips from his interview, could be released as part of that bonus footage package.
Sure. Yeah, anything can go on the bonus package.
My tea is just now ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since Jason and Darcy are gone and Anna Maria is here, would this not, because part of our plan was to have Anna Maria on with Rob alone, would this not be an opportunity to bump Ryan, patch in Rob, and we're back on track?
Yeah. Okay, great. So we're getting rid of Ryan. Bye, Ryan.
Bye, Ryan.
So our editor for this movie, the great, if you've watched the Chris Gethard show, you know him, the great Rob Malone, who is here. Hello, Rob.
Hey, Patrick.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for editing this movie, Rob.
Thank you for having me.
Anna Maria, had you had a proper introduction, Anna Maria?
No, how about you do it? Let's see what you have to say.
Let's do a proper introduction for Anna Maria.
Rob, what would your introduction for Anna Maria be?
Patrick.
What?
Patrick.
Don't offload this. You gave a great introduction to Rob.
I didn't hear that you wanted me to do this.
Absolutely.
Anna Maria.
I don't want people to start thinking that Patrick refuses to introduce a female guest.
Anna Maria, Anna Maria, truly one of the great execs in New York, television execs. I worked with her at CISO. She's around for the Gethard show a lot. Very helpful, very awesome. Really, truly did a lot for this movie, and really made it get past the finish line, and is still continuing to help it reach its full potential. Anna Maria Sophilis, everybody.
Thank you, Patrick. That was beautiful.
There you go.
And I'll say this: Can I be completely frank, Anna Maria?
If you want to be frank tonight instead of Connor, we can do that.
Here's what I want to say, because I didn't know Ryan or Marsh prior to meeting them for the documentary, so I don't have like a history with them. But I've known you for a long time, and your presence within the production of it was always the thing that made me comfortable that you were going to be completely fair to us, because I knew that you would never want to be involved in something, because like
they tried to silence me. They tried to take me down. Patrick said, we can't have a stretch goal. Patrick said, I saw Ryan give, when I was saying, Ryan, I will sit down and I will be in your movie, I saw him give Patrick this. And Patrick, for everybody at home, Patrick dumped me. I was silenced. I can't live like this, okay? So I'm just here to say, I'm sorry to bother everybody, but my stretch goal is $60,000. If we can get the $60,000 in the next 2 weeks, I will sit down for a one-on-one interview with Ryan and Anna Maria and anybody else who's associated with this ridiculous project. And I'm saying now, open up your wallet, kick it in, you dumb shits. Let's fucking do this.
I want to be clear. This is not even the number that we agreed upon 30 seconds ago.
Yep. I bumped it up, baby. I bumped up my own value. All right. I'm going to let you guys get back to your conversation. I'm sorry to interrupt again.
No,
you can stay. You can stay.
I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go.
He's got stuff to do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Congratulations. Lovely to meet you, Anna Maria. Lovely to meet you, Rob. Ryan, congratulations. Connor, you're just the best. And Patrick, eat shit.
Proper
I
sense.
was saying, Anna Maria, for all I knew, Ryan and Marsh could have been double dealers who put up a front to trick me into a hatchet job.
Yeah.
But I knew because of your involvement that they couldn't be, that they had to be for real. Because
I took Patrick's word that they were legit.
No, but I also knew like
we met and they sounded legit. And Ryan was a longtime fan of George Lucas talk show at Beast. So
and I never sensed that they were gonna be, but that's always people who get conned never realize they're getting conned until it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was always reassuring to me, knowing that if you were also part of it, it would have to be such an incredibly long con that it would have made no sense because it would have had to go back.
Can I just say real quick? Patrick introduced me to Ryan and Marsh, and also CC'd Anna Maria. But because Patrick did the intro, I never felt comfortable working with them.
Yeah, because you've never trusted Patrick.
I've never trusted, and this is nothing about Ryan or Marsh or Anna Maria. It's
No.
it's just that initial distaste and discomfort I had when Patrick sent me the email.
I get it. And you did it.
Yeah, I did it.
Which I think either says more about you or your weakened mental state during the pandemic.
No, you mostly just, if you ask me to do something, I'll do it.
Sure. You might not like it, but you'll do it.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Can we talk about stretch goals while we're here?
Absolutely.
And then we'll get more into what you guys did on the
We've been hovering at 18.
Here we're at 18,285 right now, I believe.
We can show the Black Cat clip.
We could show Black Cat. Yeah, so let me pull that up and we will show this. It's another deleted scene. Connor, do you want to set up Black Cat at all?
Can we just correct the spelling on documentary at the top? It says documentary.
No, that's what we made, I think.
No, that sounds like a place where you would bury a documentary, like a
sure
graveyard.
Would documentary be capitalized?
Yeah, there we go. Documentary. No, we just add a little N.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's all it takes.
And now let's see the clip that you've.
You don't want to set up. You don't want to set up Black Cat at all.
I don't think. I think it speaks for itself.
Okay.
Do you remember Black Cat?
Yeah, I remember it.
Okay.
Now, the fun thing about this is Rob was not around when they shot most of this documentary. Rob was not a part of this project. But that clip feels so Rob Malone to me that it's fascinating that the styles meshed so well. And watching this movie, like, you can tell that Rob edited it. It definitely still feels like a Rob Malone project, even though he was not around when all of this footage was being shot. Do you agree,
Did you
Rob?
edit that cat sequence?
No, I didn't. I've never seen that footage before.
Really?
Yeah.
It does feel very. It feels very Spirit of RATLIFF.
But that was a Ryan clip. But that was also something that I was fighting to put in the movie, and he kept wanting to put in the entire time. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I've been editing, Connor and Connor and Jason, Gethard, George Lucas talk show people for years, so it felt like stuff that I've been doing off and on for the last 10 years, editing this.
Yeah, that to me that felt very much like a Spirit of RATLIFF type clip. It feels like the type of thing.
That was the hardest thing about this, was not getting as goofy as I could when we were editing Spirit of RATLIFF. When we were interviewing you, I just couldn't just I I didn't have Keith, giving you a hard time while I was cutting stuff together. And I don't know.
I do want to say, people in the comments are saying, Bring the Noise, our friend Bring the Noise, saying, feels like this is being hurt by the 90-minute hard out. I want to say this documentary is very good, and it's very, it does not feel like you are missing a lot of stuff because of the 90 minutes.
We were aiming for like an hour 15, and then we kept adding more things and kept going longer, and we hit the 90 minutes, but it wasn't like, oh, it has to be 90, it can't be 93. It just was, it naturally came to that point, and then we were like, well, let's freaking keep it at 90.
All right, well, hang on, here's another comment. Comment. I'll sign up for the Kickstarter right now if you show the cat again. Now, Rob, did you have a favorite scene while you were editing this?
Yeah.
Now, what was it, Rob?
I think my favorite scene to edit was you guys planning for Nebula's room.
Mm-hmm. So the sticks and the scene that we showed in the trailer earlier.
Yeah, it's really fun to edit for me. Kind of like a verite scene of people planning something, and having the three of you guys doing something which I've heard is something that you didn't really do that much in real life. Planning for the show in person was a lot of fun, and I don't know. I also, that was my favorite bit also because I didn't have to rely on like going back and forth between. We didn't have to find like interview clips to help tell the story. That scene kind of told itself as we went through that, so that was nice.
It's funny because that calls back to the documentary ethics aspect of it, which is or the way that the act of making the documentary changes the reality of what's happening, which is because we were making the documentary and we were sort of planning to do Nebula's Ring. There was the point where I remember Ryan saying like, "So are you guys going to get together and plan?" And we're like, "We don't do that. We don't get together and plan for it." And he's like, "We don't have any footage of like you guys planning for the show." And I'm like, "That's because we don't plan for the show. The show is like we plan it backstage before we come out, or we plan our things individually separately." And that was part of the reason why we decided to make that show a little bit bigger and more ambitious, was so that we could have a planning meeting to work on the episode. But that never happened at any other point.
Yeah. But that show was a lot bigger than most of our other shows had been in scope and in scale. Our friend Reagan is asking a comment in the chat that I feel like Anna Maria, you'd be able to handle. Does the documentary cover any of the streaming GLTS, or is it all pre-pandemic?
95% pre-pandemic.
I don't know if that's true. I think it's less than that. I think there's more. Because there comes a point where it's like, it's 2020 now, and here's the conversation that's happening.
It might be like 85 to 90%. I mean,
yeah,
Anna Maria, I feel like the pandemic stuff, like we kept, because obviously that's huge now. It kept like, we were trying to tell that part, because it felt like kind of, well, when you watch it, you'll see this. It feels kind of like a coda to the main story that we were telling, and I feel like we were trying to keep it as succinct as possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because we shot this in 2019, we were not expecting anything to happen after 2020. We thought we would be done and it would just be somewhat of a cliffhanger because Connor was about to go off on a tour and was going to be taking a little hiatus from the show. So we just thought that was a natural endpoint anyway. Little did we know. So we did want to address the present day of it all. So that is in there. It is a natural coda for sure. But we don't spend too much time.
CBC 9000 has a question I want to address really quick. Saying, no planning. What about writing that whole M&M rap? I just wrote that on my own. So if there would have been no documentary crew, there was not a meeting where I presented that rap to Patrick. He didn't know about that rap until I came out and did it. This is when I did the when we did the M&M's Dark Side Empire show that was all devoted to Star Wars and M&M's. And I came out and did a rap that was a parody of Lose Yourself by the rapper Eminem. It had Star Wars and candy themed lyrics. But
now
there was no meeting.
Yeah. There is another question in the chat, and I'm going to pull Anna Marie and Rob for a minute to answer this, because I have to bring in someone else who can answer this question, or who can address a similar vein to this question. Someone asked, where's Anna Marie? I got to pull Anna Marie. There she is. All right. Serious question, is Goo in the film? Now there's a montage of a lot of clips. I'm not sure if Goo made the cut, but Jersey Dave's here.
Hi.
And Dave, you have some things that you want to auction off.
Yeah. So, well, do we want to do the thing that we talked about?
Yeah, I think let's start with that.
Okay. So, I think what I would like to do, Connor, if you're okay with this,
I think his name's Frank right now.
Oh, sorry, Frank.
No, that was just a joke. We don't need to do that bit.
We don't need to do.
I don't know if it's end anymore.
I don't either.
Well, George Lucas asked me a long time ago if I could make a friend. Let me see if I can pull this up. Connor, do you remember this? Let me find this window. Here we go. You found this guy.
Oh.
When we were going down our little Wuzzles
rabbit hole. Our Wuzzle hole.
Our Wuzzle hole. So you found this, and it says on here, one of the selling points of this item, someone's trying to sell for $60, is that it is one of a kind. And you were wondering if it was possible to destroy that, the legitimacy of that sentence. So let me see. Let me grab this. I am hoping. Oh, hold on. I have the pieces here.
This is great.
And while we're doing this fundraiser, I can try to create this thing, and then auction it off.
So I think we're going to auction this off probably towards the end of this.
Right.
Correct, Dave? Once you are finished with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we? Ooh, that's not what we want. Can we start it with a different auction though?
Sure, absolutely.
So Dave made some friends.
I have had some friends sitting around for a while now, and I think we'll start with the first two. It's all a set. Maybe we'll do two, and then we can come back and auction some off some other friends later.
Are we doing these two together, or are they separate?
Probably separate. I think separate.
Great.
So a long time ago, we were with our friend Tim Heidecker, and we sort of stumbled upon this idea of a character named O Behave Kenobi. So I have created O Behave Kenobi.
That's great.
And I'm willing to part with this guy. Number two, though, is obviously whenever I make guys like this, I usually have some leftover pieces.
Yeah.
Those leftover pieces, they're not going to be wasted. They're going to be other friends. I mean, if you can have more friends, you get more friends.
Yeah.
So here's this guy.
Oh no.
This guy, I like him quite a bit. I mean, look at that.
Truly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at that profile.
Wow, Dave, I want you to make me one of these.
I wonder if he means old Ben Powers.
Wait, you know what? I'm gonna start the bidding on that one.
Well, okay. So here's the other thing, though, Patrick, so I have some other characters that I'm not going to show right now that are for Griffin. But I also wanted you guys to have some characters too. So Patrick, if you just want this guy, maybe we take this off the table and I just
let's take that one off the table. I do want that one. Let's take.
Do we want to name him though? Is it old Ben Powers?
Old Ben Powers.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah.
I should get out of the frame because
I'm really sorry for taking this one off the table, but I can't live without this.
I have to say, it's possibly the most selfish thing you've ever done, Patrick, but I can't say that you're wrong to do it.
No, you know that this is very Patrick.
It's very Patrick.
Yeah.
I have felt for a while that this one should
Dave,
not.
Dave, alert. There's something going on in your background.
It's a cat. It's my
you
cat.
You gotta show it. But wait,
Oh.
let's make it a stretch goal. Show the
Make it a stretch goal.
We are currently at 18,920. Can we get to $19,100? That's $180. That's very doable.
I will say I'm allergic to cats. I'm allergic to that cat. But I'll pick up that cat, get cat hair all over me, and show that cat.
Yeah, let's get to 19,100. We can do this. Okay, but
why I have a cat? I'm not allergic to kittens. I am allergic to cats. Their dander changes, and I did not know that.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
Dave, we should also say this week up on our YouTube, we uploaded our Comic-Con show that you and Keith Banana Man Haskell shot.
Yeah.
Wonderful job, tell me. It looks great.
It looks so great, and people should watch it because it came out really, really good.
I would love to do more in the future. I don't really have a great camera for it, but maybe I'll figure that out.
Well, someone said, I don't know if it was your camera, one of those cameras that either your camera or Keith's camera has a dead pixel.
Oh, yeah, mine does have a dead pixel.
Yeah, there were people in the live chat who was like, that's a dead pixel there.
It's true. Well, I let my friend borrow my camera once. He left it in a hot car.
Oh,
killed
fucking left it in the back.
Oh,
furious.
Okay, let's start the bidding on what's his name?
Oh, this is Oh Behave Kenobi.
Oh Behave Kenobi. Okay, Oh Behave Kenobi. Do we have an opening bid for Oh Behave Kenobi? Oh Behave Kenobi. 69.69 from Hex. 69.69 from Hex. Nope, we've already surpassed $50. I am so sorry. $100 from Florp Face Jingle Buns. Florp Face Jingle Buns, $100. Florp Face Jingle Buns, $100. Florp Face Jingle Buns has bid $100. $169 from Hexagons. $169 from Hexagons.
Hexagon 603.
Yep. That is, of course, our friend Hex from Planet Scum.
Love Hex.
I think we give this maybe 30 more seconds. If no one is going to bid on this, we're going to
give it to 30-30.
30-30.
Kenobi might say.
I didn't think I would want anyone to get this more than Florp Face Jingle Buns.
No, I know.
But I want Hex.
Florp Face says Hex can take it. But listen, I mean, here's the thing, everybody. We have other ones coming in.
We do.
There's other friends that will be available later on.
Yeah.
We have a pretty good amount of them, Dave, correct?
Should I say I could say the number.
Sure.
We have the next time we're gonna have two more. So it's basically character and then the leftover pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have another round of 3.
Yeah.
And they're all a set. It makes sense for all of them to go tonight because they're all family.
Yep.
They're all for this.
And then addition your Wuzzle baby.
Plus, this thing and this thing are gonna become
one
forever. Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Hex. I think Hex has got it.
I'm happy Hex is gonna get it.
Hex. So when you bid, if there's like a place to put in saying that you got this, do that, or just email me and remind me, and I will get it over to Dave, and we will go from there.
I do believe we owe a couple of stretch goal things, Patrick.
Okay, great. Dave, get to work. Thank you so much. We love you.
Dave, thank you so much.
Okay, stretch goals. Let's
Last Christmas caroling. This is a clip, and it's a clip that you'll have an answer for because it's a question that's raised in the clip and it's not addressed on camera that I know of.
Yep.
Anyway, and it's about you and me. It's personal.
This is a personal one. Let me pull this up. Hang on one second.
Another deleted scene from the documentary I'm George Lucas, a Colorado story, which is what the topic of this live stream event is tonight.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. And people are saying we never saw the cat. The cat will appear in a minute.
I'll come back, and I just sent you another clip, Patrick. I emailed it Okay, and that'll answer some demands.
You ready?
The day that I met Patrick.
Wait, hang on. I'm going to go back to the beginning.
You gotta go back.
You can
at the top
watch
of that.
footage.
Oh, get the top of the clip. What are you doing?
Okay, here we go.
What are you doing?
You can watch footage of the day that I met Patrick. He looked like a little boy. The Gethard Show, when I was running for president, we did a thing where the Gethard Show went Christmas caroling on the subway on like a Saturday afternoon, I think. And Patrick was there helping out. I didn't know what, he was just one of like the people who was like helping behind the scenes. And my bit for the day, I had 2 bits, both of which I think survive on video, but one of them's never been seen by the public. One was that we ran into Scott Adsit on the train, and I wouldn't break character. He'd never met me before, but all I wanted to do was talk to him about how I was running for president because I was 35 years old, and I just turned 36, but I was old enough to be president, and would he endorse me? And Scott Adsit was like, who is this? And then we got onto the train, and I said, I have a bit I want to do. So we got onto this crowded train on a Saturday afternoon, and I announced to the train who I was and what I was doing. I'm Connor Ratliff. I'm 36 years old. In order to be president, you have to be at least 35 years old. I'm old enough to be president. And then I started singing a version of the song Last Christmas with new lyrics that were modified for my running for president. So I said, I sang next Christmas, you'll give me your vote, and the very next day I'll rule the USA. I've never seen Gethard more visibly ashamed to be associated with me. He was at the far end of the car, and he was just, he hated what I was doing. He hated that we were trapped in a train together. You look at the New Yorkers who were in that train, they couldn't be more unhappy with what I'm doing. And I sang the song, and then I said, thank you very much, please vote for me for president. And then I turned to face the door, but we still had a solid like 20 seconds before we fell into that. So I just stood there facing the door, and then it opened again, and I turned around and it said, Connor Ratliff, I'm voting for president, and I ran off the train. And Gethard got off. I remember Gethard was just, we hadn't known each other that long at that point. I remember Gethard was like, that was awful. That was really embarrassing. He was really embarrassed because it was so painfully uncomfortable. That kind of bad rewriting of lyrics sung earnestly to silence for people who were just trying to get somewhere. They didn't ask for this. There's also something worse about it. I wasn't asking for money. I was asking them to vote for me in an election that was almost a year away. And that was the day that Patrick met me. That was our first day together. I remember thinking, I like this kid. He seemed less embarrassed of me than the people who knew me in that group. He seemed okay with it. Like, I think Patrick, you'll have to ask Patrick if he liked that. But I think he did. I think he got it. I think he understood what I was doing, and he was like on board with it. I bet if Patrick doesn't bring that up, if he doesn't remember that as the first day we met, I'll be surprised. But I bet if you ask him if he liked that, I bet he did. I think he liked it. I think he liked me.
You took a picture that day of me?
I mean, it's of the group, but you're in it. You know who else is in it?
Oh, hey, there's Rob.
TLTS documentary.
What are your? Let's get the link. We should watch that Christmas caroling video. It's
way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you.
Did you like me that day? What do you remember?
Of course I did. Hang on one sec. Let's watch this first.
Okay.
Next Christmas, please give me your vote, and the very next day I'll run the USA. Let me be clear, to save me from tears, please promise you'll vote for me next year. My name is Connor Ratliff. I'm running for president. I'm 36 years old, and I hope that everybody votes for me for president next year. Thank you.
Now you can see Scott Adsit in this clip. If you pause this, you see him outside the window. Where is he? He's right there walking in the background. You can see.
November, please register to vote.
You can see Scott Adsit. He does walk
Yeah,
by in the
I
back.
saw him there. I saw him. Now, it's funny. I have not interacted very much with Scott Adsit, but probably the most that I've interacted with him was in character for the presidential thing in the subway.
Yeah.
But the most I've interacted with him was when he was on the George Lucas talk show at UCB East.
Yeah.
So most of the time I've spent around him, I've just been in a character that I wouldn't drop when I was around him. I've not talked to him very much in real life as myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember that. I had a lot of fun that day. That was like my first real thing I did for the Gethard show. It was pretty early because I think my first time I was in the credits for that show was October. I think it was like it was the presidential debate, I think is the first episode I'm in the credits. And then that was like early to mid-November.
Yeah, so we're literally at the 10-year anniversary of that now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what day this was. Hang on. This says December 19th. This says December 19th, which
that's no way it's that. We didn't do that 4 days before Christmas, 5 days before Christmas.
It'll be 6 days before Christmas.
Here, hold on. Let me.
I think it might be because I think it might be.
No, there's no way. Hold on. Subway caroling.
But yes, no, I remember liking that. I think it's very fun. I don't know that I would have liked it as much now because I would have felt very uncomfortable. But at the time I was like, no, this rules. This is great. But now I have a harder time stomaching uncomfortable stuff in real life.
That's not too bad.
No, it wasn't. But the faces of everyone just staring at you the whole time. Because there was a lot of, they were singing the whole time on the subways and like everyone hated us. I was not singing, which was great for me. I was purely behind the scenes stuff. I'm going to bring in Rob to talk about this because Rob, do you remember that day at all? You're muted. Sorry, I didn't give you enough heads up.
How am I doing?
Do you remember the subway caroling day?
Yeah, no, I loved watching that clip in the interview because that was still when I couldn't tell how much Chris was really upset by it and how much was a bit that he was upset by it. And it was still like early enough in the show where I couldn't like when we were doing something, I couldn't tell. And so I had a great time because it was fun, like going out there. And I had only seen Connor when you like showed up to run for president a little bit. And that was one of the first times that we did something like outside the studio. So I had a lot of fun that day. Yeah. Patrick, I don't know if I had already like asked you to do some weird stuff for the Spirit of Gethard, which I don't even know if I made you buy an axe.
Yeah, we went to Home Depot and bought an axe. That's all I remember.
Yeah, that was the first time that we did a special project.
Now the first time I remember interacting with Connor, and I don't know if he remembers this. I think it was before that.
Really?
I believe it was before that. I'm gonna check it right now. Let's see, because I remember I knew Connor liked Arrested Development.
I think this is definitely after.
I'm not talking about the banana stand though.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if I still have this message. Does your 35 RATLIFF 2012 still exist?
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. September 30th, 2011.
Oh, it was
okay. So a long time before.
I wanted to go to the Arrested Development reunion thing that they were doing at I think it was Vulture Fest or whatever. I don't remember what it was. New York Mag Fest, one of those things. And I couldn't get tickets for some reason, but I went anyways. And I was like, maybe I'll just be able to like get a ticket there and get in. So I sent a DM to 35 RATLIFF 2012 which was Connor's presidential campaign Twitter account, because we followed each other on there.
Right.
And I said, saw you in line for a reunion. I left because I was too far back. If you're not buying 4, I would love to pay you for one. I'm at Gethard Show every week, and I think you're hilarious.
Hey.
If not, no big deal. Have fun. They cut the ticket limit to 2, but I already had 3 people I was going to be buying for. Sorry, man. That's all right. No worries. Have fun.
There you go.
Look at that.
Wow, that's amazing.
There you go.
Look at that. So that was the first, and I will say,
what day was that? What day was that?
That was September 21st or something like that.
Okay, so it's like a month before, roughly a month before the Jimmy McMillan debate on Gethard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
But did you like Connor in the subway, Patrick?
Did I like going on the subway?
Do you like Connor on the subway? Like he talked about.
Yeah, no, I like Connor on the subway. I thought it was very fun. I had a lot of fun that day.
Yeah, but I think neither of us would do that bit now, just because it would be the part of it was the novelty of it. But now I would just be like, we don't need to do that. We can be funny just without involving strangers.
Yeah,
because by the time Rob and I were working on the Spirit of RATLIFF, I had already moved past that, because Rob and Keith really loved having me interact and annoy strangers. He had me put a GoPro on my face and interact with people. And I really was like, I'm doing this because you guys want me to do it, but I don't like this anymore.
I think that happened organically. We just put the GoPro on your face, and I don't know.
If anyone doesn't know what they're talking about, go watch Spirit of RATLIFF on YouTube. It was a special that they did for the Gethard Show. Don't watch it now. Don't watch it now because you're watching this. But
I believe we owe another struggle thing. What are we at?
We do. Davey, are you there, Davey?
Let me go get my cat.
What were you going to ask me, Connor, while he's getting his cat?
What was I going to ask you? Did I say I was going to ask you something?
You were about to ask me something, and I cut you off to ask Patrick something. It was stupid. I shouldn't have done that.
I think I was going to ask.
Look at Dave's chair.
My brother gave it to me. His goat.
Are you watching a sports game, Dave?
Yeah.
What are you watching?
Who's winning?
Football. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I've been listening to you guys.
Okay.
The Eagles are beating the Commanders.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's you. I thought that was the cat moving around, Dave.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh,
Cat's gone.
We're making progress.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dave. Whoop, don't shout. Yeah.
Patrick.
Yeah.
Do you want to, just as a crowd pleaser?
Yeah.
You want to play the clip that I sent you? Do you have that?
I do.
All right.
Now, listen, we're gonna show this clip as a promise that you guys will go give a couple dollars.
Just as a freebie, as a good faith freebie.
Yeah, but if you like it, toss in a few bucks, because we're honestly very close to 20,000, which is nuts. It's great. It's really great because it's gonna help us do so much more.
We're offering value for money here. We got a lot of these good clips, and this is a brand new clip that I put together on my phone while people were talking.
Okay, here we go.
By popular demand.
Insane.
It was really good.
Feels good.
Connor, look at the private chat really quick. Just
private. Oh, right. Well, I think we'll have an opportunity to ask those questions.
I think you'll have it for one of them. I don't know about the other one. Here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm gonna put something in the chat. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Should I say something? What's going on
in the chat?
Okay, there you go. There's a minor spelling issue, but I think you'll get it.
Yeah, will you email and ask that question?
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay. Well, I was hosting the show, but I guess I'll just do email.
Well, this is an easier ask coming from you.
Right.
So yeah, so we still have, let's see, let's look at these, how many stretch goals we still have, because we still have a couple other clips that I want to show. There's at least one that I definitely want to show. We still have a clip. I mean, we're going to be here a while still. I want to be clear about that. There is a Connor reveal.
I think we already did that,
that's
right?
at 19. That was a mistake.
Well, we passed it.
Well, it's on here twice.
Well, because I'm going to do it.
You're gonna do it twice? All right, there's 2 reveals then.
I'll do it once, but you can watch it twice.
Okay. And then we have a clip from our show on the Intrepid, which is a pretty substantial clip. And it was a show that didn't go great. So I think it's interesting to watch, and I feel like people will like it. And I hope we get to it. And then there's, of course, Connor has a hot eBay tip. And then there is George's trailer. And at 25,000, I'm going to ride a bike. Someone is asking if this will be up in its entirety later. This will be up on our YouTube for the duration of the Kickstarter. That is what we decided. So once the Kickstarter is done, this will come down.
All right. So here we go. I'm going to get a good angle here.
Hang on, Boyd Connor, let's explain this really quick for Boyd Cooper. Do you want to go ahead?
Oh, Boyd? Yeah, well, how many hours into this are we? We're 2 hours into this. So I don't know how many things you join 2 hours into it and you immediately understand what's happening. But this is one of those things we're going to make it really easy for you to do a little recap. All right, so I've been doing a show for about 8 years at the UCB Theater and various other venues. And it became a live stream show during the global pandemic, where I pretended to be retired filmmaker George Lucas. Some filmmakers decided, hey, we want to do a documentary. First it was going to be that they just film one show professionally. Then they said, hey, maybe we make it like a Larry Sanders thing. That's going to be too much work. Why don't you instead do a documentary about this show that happens every month in New York City and has this very small little devoted following? So they made this documentary. And initially it was going to be a 20-minute documentary. So they did a Kickstarter to raise money to make a 20-minute documentary. I said, you guys are filming a lot of footage. It's going to be too much for a 20-minute documentary. You're filming so much footage. It's going to have to be a feature. They said, we don't have enough money for a feature. But then they made a feature. They made a 90-minute feature. It doesn't have Darcy or Mantzoukas in it, but maybe we can fix that later. Then they said, we got to do finishing funds because we didn't pay everybody enough. We paid them some. We didn't pay them all. And we have to pay them all. We need to make people whole financially. We also need to hire a lawyer. We also need to try to get into the festivals. We also got to do other things technically to make sure we can get the film out to festivals. We got to pay to travel to go to the festivals, hopefully do shows. So we need what we call finishing funds. Let's do a Kickstarter. So we made a bunch of films. We set up a bunch of stretch goals. And we said, well, let's do a thing where I'm not in character. Then some people are like, wait a second, where's George? Who's this Connor guy? I said, okay, there's 2 ways you can look at this. One way is I'm doing a show where I am just being me. I'm dropping the character. I'm Connor Ralph. I'm an actor, an improviser, and a podcaster. I do the show where I pretend to be George Lucas. But some people are like, no, you're George. So I said, okay, if you don't want to live in that reality for tonight, if you're not willing to drop the act for even one night, you can pretend that George Lucas is doing a character tonight where he pretends to be actor, improviser, podcaster Connor Ratliff. And right now, I'm retired filmmaker George Lucas, and I'm doing a character, and you're watching that. And this is live streaming. You go to Kickstarter, you try to get money. We had a goal of $15,000. We surpassed the goal, but we still, every amount we make means we can do more with the film. We can finish it better. We can have better experiences. We can do more things to bring the show and the film to other festivals. So do you understand now, Boyd? Do you understand what this is? So one of the stretch goals is I'm going to remove these posters so you can see what's behind them. One of the things you're going to see is Bad Robot writing 1950 Snoopy. All right. And there's also going to be a little thing next to them that I didn't even announce. Wasn't even part of the stretch goal. It's just a new thing that you're going to see. Okay. So I hope that explained what's going on, Boyd. You caught it, Boyd? I need a confirmation. I need a confirmation from Boyd. Boyd. I hope this isn't Boyd Crowder from Justified.
Okay,
He's
Boyd
bad.
says I'm still confused, but
slightly more interested. Okay, what? Ask me specific questions, Boyd, because I can't solve all your confusion.
hang
all
on,
right?
everyone stop commenting in the chat. We only want Boyd questions.
Just Boyd. Are you Boyd Crowder? First answer me that. Are you Boyd Crowder? Boyd Crowder from Justified. Bad news. Those Crowder boys.
Everyone stop commenting. Only let Boyd comment.
Stop commenting. If you're not Boyd, I don't want to see you for a minute.
Boyd says
you're not
no.
Boyd Crowder.
Not Boyd
What
Crowder.
else are you confused about, Boyd? Have you ever seen George Lucas Talk Show before, Boyd?
It's okay if you haven't.
It's okay if you haven't. You just need to be honest. What are you confused about? I need specific questions that I can answer quickly because I just gave you the whole download. Okay?
We are at $19,499.
Boyd, we are in the middle of a reveal. You have not seen what show? George Lucas Talk Show or Justified? Which show? That show? Which show? That 80s show? That 90s show? That 70s show?
Both. Boyd says both.
Okay. You know who George Lucas is, Boyd? I do a talk show where I pretend to be retired filmmaker George Lucas. I interview real guests as themselves. Patrick is the producer on the show tonight. We have a variety of guests on the show, including the filmmakers who made the documentary about the George Lucas Talk Show. George Lucas Talk Show has been the internet's coolest talk show. It's also been called the worst podcast ever made. It's not a podcast. So I agree with that person that as a podcast, it might be the worst. It's not available on any podcasting platform. However, there are a number of people who like it as a comedy show. Okay, you watch the show. There's hundreds of hours of it archived on YouTube. However, the live stage show is mostly undocumented. It existed mostly from 2014 up until the pandemic. That's why the documentary filmmakers wanted to make a film about it, was because you could really only see the show then if you were in a theater in New York or if you happen to be in one of the places where we would occasionally take the show on the road. So they made this documentary. Meanwhile, a pandemic happened and it became a live stream show with hundreds of hours we raised. How much money did we raise total, Patrick, during the pandemic?
It's like around 250. 250.
Yeah, like a quarter. I like to say $250,000.
Yeah,
we raised like $250,000 for various really good causes and charities during that time.
Yeah.
And so the documentary is now finished, and the documentary filmmakers needed some finishing funds. So tonight we're taking a slight detour from our detours. Do you know about Star Wars detours? That's a show that George
$281,699.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. But mostly it's for really good causes and people who need it. And we will return to worthy causes soon. But tonight we are raising money so these filmmakers can finish their movie. And not go into debt over it getting into festivals.
Connor, can you do me a favor? Can you look in the private chat and just confirm that something is okay? Those last couple messages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna. Right.
Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna double. Some people were complaining because there are. We ran out of Q&A spots. That we're doing a Q&A session with Connor and I once the movie is released at the $200 tier. We're going to double the amount available. So there will be a second Q&A available. So that's another $200 tier if you want to donate to that. If you guys want them, they're there. We're adding it. It'll be available, just so everyone knows. We're sorry if you're lost. I know it's a lot to take in. There's a lot going on right now.
Well, you're in the friend zone right now. It's a Twitch channel set up by Paul Scheer, and he's let us move. We used to be on a thing called Planet Scum, a Twitch channel, and now we occasionally do live streams here on Friend Zone, and we're very honored and happy to be a part of the Friend Zone family.
Boyd, can I ask how you got here?
Yeah, how'd you get here? What's your journey?
Yeah, what's going on?
And then I'm going to reveal the bad robot writing 1950 early 1950 Snoopy.
Let's see him.
Okay, I was going to do that after. Oh, it was recommended.
Wow.
Recommended by whom? A friend or a colleague?
It was probably recommended by Twitch.
Or recommended by Twitch by maybe a bot or by an employee of Twitch.
I will.
You thought this would be a video game podcast. It is not.
I will say this:
That's
we are
one. We've never been called.
We are $1 away from seeing the Intrepid clip as well.
Okay,
we've been sitting at that $1. So
I'm gonna take these posters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was this what your goal was?
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, George. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I think. Hold on, let me see here. I want to make sure we get a good shot of this thing. Let me reveal it.
I also want to say hello to Nancy. Nancy One Drew is new here.
I don't know if you can see that there.
Yeah.
That's the Bad Robot riding 1950s Snoopy. And right next to him is the Holy Grail.
Now, Connor, I have something that I talked about auctioning off.
Mm-hmm. The couch.
Do we want to do this?
Wait, what is it? Tell in the private.
Not the couch. The other thing that I was like, I don't know if anyone.
Oh yeah, the yeah. I think you should.
All right. So here's what happened. I worked on the Chris Gethard show for a very long time. I worked on it for probably 7 years or so. And when the show first went to cable, they said, send us stuff and we'll put it on our set. So you can make something or you can send us something from your house. We'll put it on our set. And one thing that someone sent was, I believe it was a friend of the show, Megan Thomas, made this. And she made a version of an Emmy that would sit on the set. And when the show ended, I took this Emmy. And it's right here. And it's a Barbie doll on a base that says Chris Gethard, The Chris Gethard Show, on Fusion, Season 1, 2015, Best Cult Leader. If someone would, and it also says Crummy Fake Emmy. It's a Barbie doll holding up this. It's got wings. I would love to auction it off if anyone is interested. I'm not sure, you let me know where we would like to start this, but I would love to mail it to you. It does rule. It's very cool. It's a very fun piece of merchandise memory from that show. It was on the show the entire time. It was on cable. If anyone wants,
you almost threw it in the garbage earlier. I told you not to. I said someone might.
I did. Listen, Andy Blandy's bidding $1. I want to make sure we at least we'll start at $10 with Ellie. I want to make sure at least we're paying for shipping on this. You know what I mean? $50 from Reagan. Here we go. Reagan, again, lives out of country, so let's make sure, because that's shipping. $69.
That shipping.
Here we go. Stry Raz. $75. Plausible deniability. $85. Reagan. Here we go. $100. Daddy-O McFlurry. $100 Daddy-O McFlurry. $110 Reagan Trum. This is great. I'm glad you guys like this because it's a very cool piece of ephemera that I've had in my house for a long time, and I was always a fan of it.
It's not going to make the journey to
$125 Daddy-O McFlurry. This is great.
I believe we are close to my hot eBay tip, but we've passed the Intrepid goal.
We
really should show yeah.
Yep, we're gonna wait for this bidding to end on this, and then we'll show the Intrepid clip.
Yeah. The bidding is hot and heavy right now. People are really want this. There's not a lot of Gethard Show memorabilia left over.
$140. I also want to be clear. My mother is texting me right now saying, "Why is the chat not working?" And I'm saying, "I cannot help you right now. I am live on the air, Julie."
The answer is that the chat is working.
The chat is working. I don't know what to tell you. 150, Daddy-O McFlurry. My mom just said talking tea. Are you 2 hours behind, Julie? Is that why the chat's not working? What do we say? We're at 150? 150. Daddy-O
150.
McFlurry. All right,
For
we're
a
gonna get
genuine
the
piece of maybe the most exciting piece of Fusion Network based memorabilia available anywhere tonight.
That's true. And also, one of the few things left on HBO Max currently. The Chris Guthrie Show.
Yeah, one of the few pieces of content that has yet to be destroyed for tax purposes by HBO Discovery. Although I'm sure, as with anything, I'm sure if someone could explain to David Zaslav that they could get a juicy tax write-off if they would flush the entirety of The Sopranos down the HBO Discovery toilet, I'm sure he would do it. There's no piece of content that David Zaslav would not flush down the HBO Discovery tax toilet.
165, Tron 53. 165, Tron 53.
So we're up to 165.
And listen, I want to be clear. If someone bumps this up to 200, you'll get the Q&A. You'll get your name in the credits. Like, you'll get it if you bump it up to that.
You've been holding out and you're thinking, wait, I get more?
Yeah, you will get more. So consider it.
Oh, Daddy-O McFlurry just push it over into the 200 range.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
This was destined for the trash can, for the waste basket.
Yeah, we have 9 Q&As left, so everyone knows. $200,
Yeah,
Daddy-O McFlurry. $200, Daddy-O McFlurry. This rules. Let's give it 30 more seconds. If anyone wants to pop on,
get a sweet 30 and see what happens.
I want to say it again. We do really appreciate you guys giving tonight. It's been super helpful, and it's really gonna help. Yeah, my mom is watching Jason's on TV. She's so far behind.
She'll never catch up.
She'll never catch up. It's gonna be like we're gonna be talking to her, and it's gonna be like midnight on the East Coast. Okay, we're at $200. I think we're gonna say $200 going once,
going twice,
$200 going twice.
Oh, so nice.
Okay,
your mom's gonna be Patrick. I finally finished. You'll be like, Mom, I'm in LA now.
$200, Daddy-O McFlurry. Daddy-O, try to put it in the little, if there's like a comment section when you donate. And then if you can't, just email the GeorgeLucasTalkShow@gmail.com and remind us. And you will get this in the mail.
Now we are about to show you a substantial deleted scene. I would say even more substantial than the prom scene. I understand why this one didn't make it in, because it's a significant chunk. And if you're trying to keep the length of it down, this was something that I think lifted out quite nicely. But hopefully you'll find it interesting.
Yeah, let me pull it up. There it is. Here we go. You ready?
We're here at the USS Intrepid Air and Space Museum, which is a giant battleship in the middle of the Hudson River. It's a museum with planes and boats and spaceships. And they asked us to do a show here tonight. We're getting paid. They booked the guests. I don't know how it's gonna go. We're gonna see. I don't know.
This will be kind of a test of, or maybe a demonstration of the limited appeal of this show. I did an improv show here. It didn't really go well. What I found was you try to do a scene and you could feel it getting swallowed up in the energy of the room.
Please welcome retired filmmaker, George Lucas.
from George Lucas, creator of Star Wars.
I want to make sure that everybody who came out in the cold tonight felt the warmth of human touch. If George Lucas is known for anything, it's human warmth. What's that sound? That celestial sound. Do you hear it?
Oh, I hear something. Oh,
Does everyone hear that sound, or is it just me?
I hear the sound, George. I hear it with my
Is that just the sound that this museum makes?
I think so. I think that is the sound of air, space, and sea.
I mean, I feel like Intrepid was maybe the worst show we've ever done. And I don't know if it was anyone's fault. It was a very strange show to do. It truly was a space where it was impossible to hear people laughing.
I would love to do a spin-off called Wills and Grace that was about Grace having a high midichlorian count and the Wills, controlling her dating decisions.
Okay. I would sign on for this. You see this as a multi-cam show. This is a departure for you.
As long as it's shot digitally, I don't care how many cameras you use.
All CGI, of course, right?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I want to thank my guests. I want to thank everyone for coming out to the museum. Please come and support the Intrepid Museum. Steve will be signing his books, and there'll be a box full of posters here that you can take. They're just free posters for you. Thank you.
Can I say one thing to this crowd?
Yes.
I swear to God, this is the weirdest fucking show we've ever done.
So we just did a show in the Intrepid.
How do you think it went?
I think it went fine.
Yeah.
I'm told it was very strange.
It was. But it's always weird doing a show not at UCB with people who are used to this kind of thing.
It's weird doing a show in a museum on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know why people would come to it.
No.
They offered us a few $100s, so we did it.
Yeah.
If someone had said, do you want to do a show here?
Yeah.
Here's the thing about money and a certain kind of show. There's always a reason why you're getting money for it. And it's usually a bad reason. That's why they give you money to do something. It's because you don't want to do it.
I think places like this, or other places that would bring us, sometimes think they know that they want it.
Yeah.
But then they come and they're like, oh wait, is this what I signed up for?
Right.
Which is fine for us, because it's fun. You guys had a good time.
It's a weird place to do shows.
It is. It was so cavernous, and there wasn't a ton of people.
Because it's freezing out.
Yeah, it's freezing. This is the only time I've ever got paid for this show.
Yeah?
I think. When else?
I've given you gifts.
You've given me gifts, but cold hard cash, baby. I don't think there's any other time.
Yeah.
Good show.
Use this as the shot of us meeting.
Whoa, good to see you.
Yeah. I'll give you my card.
Oh, thank you so much.
I do a show. I don't have a producer.
Sure.
If you're willing to produce it.
Will you pay me?
Never.
Oh.
Well,
Sounds
once
familiar.
here. Not me, though.
Good to see you.
Good to
Have
see
a
you.
good night.
Hold on. Start again.
Here we go. Start again.
Good to see you. All right. Good to see you. Have a good night.
I do want to say we did get a really good comment during that, which was where is it? Oh, here it is from our friend Boyd Cooper. Oh God, I'm feeling less confused. My whole persona is dissolving.
Boyds will be Boyds.
Boyds will be Boyds.
Bad Boyds. Bad Boyds. Boyds will be Boyds.
Real weird night.
Don't avoid the Boyd.
Don't avoid the Boyd. Real weird night. Weird show.
Real weird night at the
I would say nobody involved with the show's fault. The guests, the guests' fault.
And the people at the Intrepid were very nice to us.
Yeah.
It just for people who are interested, go support the museum there. It's just not a place where the George Lucas talk show should be done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
comedy in general.
But I'll say this: that's also true of most places on Earth. Like if you look around at most places on Earth, not where the George Lucas talk show should be done.
Yeah.
There are more places where it shouldn't be done than where it should be done. And that includes almost the entirety of the ocean floor, which is most of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a question. How much to have Connor show off all that neat stuff behind him?
I mean, all of it. That's a lot. That's a lot of work. I can point to some things.
We're at 19,784 right now.
I'm happy to point to a few things. Where are we at? What
19,784, which means it's time for Connor's hot eBay tip.
This actually does go against the spirit of the fundraiser, but also, and it's only going to benefit one person.
I'm going to pull up the link too. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I'm going to show it. For people who are fans of the show, you'll know that you'll recognize this little guy who also is in the documentary. Hold on, let's see. Is his tongue not working? Is his tongue not working anymore? Hungry Hero Jar Jar. It's not often for sale on eBay, but right now there's a buy it now for $40 on eBay with $15 shipping. Hungry Hero Jar Jar. It's a hot toy. It's a hot toy. It's a great gift. It's also a great just present for yourself. Oh, it says this item is out of stock. So it already went. I don't know if that happened in the last 30 seconds.
It had to, because I just pulled it up. All right, so I mean, listen, we're getting George's trailer in less than $250.
George's trailer. This is a trailer that George cut for the documentary.
And also, it shows off a lot more of the documentary. You get to see a lot of like actual clips from it. What do you want to put the number at to show off some stuff on your wall?
I don't know, a little bit more. I'll just identify. You won't see the shot any different, but I'll identify what some of the things are.
You won't grab anything and bring it over?
Yeah, well, if somebody asks.
Okay. All right. Let's say I'm going to put it as 21.
Okay.
So we sorry, I'm just doing this now.
Okay, Boyd Cooper. Good night, Boyd.
Hi, Boyd. Thank you for coming.
Follow us on social media. Just look up George Lucas Talk Show. You'll find us.
Yeah. What do you
hold on. I'm looking to see.
We're still at 1974. Let me bring in Rob Malone really quick just to talk a little bit more.
Come in for a second.
So Rob, what when you decided to do this, what were you thinking this was going to be? Did it meet your expectations? What do you think?
I had a choice.
Did you have a choice? All of that.
Yeah. No. I thought it was going to be. I didn't realize it was going to be as big as it was. I thought we were. I think the way I understood it from you and from Ryan initially was that it was really just like they filmed the Nebula's Rim show and a few other shows, and we were going to try to like keep a kind of a simple documentary about an artist, a comedian, i.e. Connor Ratliff, and how he did a show over the course of a year. And I think like inevitably, just like in trying to explain what the show is, and then also like with the pandemic happening right afterwards, it's hard to keep it as focused on that stuff. So it definitely became bigger. And the biggest challenge was trying to like keep like a simple story going through it.
Yeah.
While also, dealing with the bigger things that come up.
Yeah.
And yeah, now we're working on the sequel. No.
We're not. We're not, everybody. We're not.
You don't know how stressed out I got when Mantzoukas started talking about docuseries. I wasn't even in the room for that.
We're not.
I mean, what would it take?
Who do you want to see edit the follow-up film?
I want to see you edit a follow-up film.
Oh no. If I'm not available.
Oh, then Thelma Schoonmaker.
Rob.
Schoonmaker, Thelma, yeah.
Yeah.
You're available, Rob.
Yeah, but this is a hypothetical. If I'm not, and we can get Thelma.
Yeah.
We gotta get Thelma.
Or Marsha Lucas. That'd be
Marsha.
great.
Oh, Marsha. That would be good.
Thelma,
Marsha.
Thelma, Marsha.
Who's the guy who wrote the book?
Who wrote the editing book?
He wrote that book in A Long Time Away in a Cutting Room Far, Far Away.
Paul Hirsch.
Yeah, he's still around?
Yeah, he's still around.
Get Paul Hirsch.
Paul Hirsch.
Judd Hirsch added it.
Judd Hirsch. Get Judd Hirsch and Paul
Got all
Hirsch.
these clips. What am I going to do? I can't find them. They're in the wrong order. Floor's covered with clips.
I do want to say this. I saw the Fablemans this week.
No, don't talk about the Fablemans. I haven't seen the Fablemans.
Start that Judd Hirsch Oscar campaign now, baby.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm
You think
saying.
it's a lot?
I would love it. I would love it so much. We did hit $20,000. We are at $20,009.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's bring everyone on to say a quick thank you, and we will all watch the trailer, the George's trailer together. We're not done yet. We're still going.
You're still going. But we want the George trailer to be full screen, though. We don't want it to have us at the side.
It's going to be.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Undeniable.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the force.
It
You believe
is
it's this boy?
important.
He can see things before they happen.
He can help you.
The force is unusually strong with him.
He was meant to help you.
Anakin! Tell him to take off!
Will I ever see you again?
What does your heart tell you?
Are you sure about this? Trusting our fate to a boy we hardly know?
Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I sense much fear in you. The boy is dangerous. They all sense it. Why can't you? Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Oh, George. Great job, George. Someone tell George what a great job he did.
Very exciting.
And also a very easy trailer to edit to, because that trailer might be the high point of all George Lucas Star Wars.
It's great.
It's such that teaser for Phantom Menace. It's just all potential. It's all hope that these are going to be perfect movies.
And I think that's how people should feel about this movie too. The hope that it's going to be a perfect movie, because it is.
Quite good.
All right, we'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
We'll be here.
Be here. Patrick pulling everybody off.
The trailer's good. Tell George.
It's a fun trailer. We can try that again if you want to see that again, because it's pretty
We
fun.
watch it again?
And I think it goes, yeah, put us to the side and we'll watch it. We'll watch it again.
Okay.
It's fun.
Listen. We have surpassed 20,000. Let's keep this
It's
bad boy
all
going.
gravy. We're in the gravy zone.
I mean, it's all gravy, but like this also helps us do a lot of cool stuff. So like,
yeah, everyone's help is much appreciated. And if you haven't helped yet, and you're like, I didn't want to help, but now I do, but I can't. The answer is you can.
The answer is you can. You got plenty of time. Here we go.
Undeniable.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the force.
It
You believe it's
is
this boy?
important.
He can see things before they happen.
He can help you.
The force is unusually strong with him.
He was meant to help you.
Anakin! Tell him to take off!
Will I ever see you again? What does your heart tell you?
Are you sure about this? Trusting our fate to a boy we hardly know?
Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I sense much fear in you. The boy is dangerous. They all sense it. Why can't you?
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Now, a couple things.
Yeah.
Franco III saying this must be the last footage taken backstage at a NYUCB stages before they cease to exist. Probably. But also, I mean, can I say this?
I think so, yeah.
Anna Maria, can I say this?
Yeah.
There's footage from after UCB closed. There is footage of people clearing out the George Lucas Talk Show props from UCB and bringing it to my house for the pandemic. No one is there. It's very bizarre and it's very weird and like a very strange time capsule. You get to see me dragging all of the stuff up my stairs into my house. It's odd. I think it's probably April or May 2020.
June. It's June 2020.
Yeah.
And there's broken glass all over the floor. It's like just like a deserted building. And I knew about it happening because we basically got an email saying there would be a day when people could come and clear their stuff out. Because we had, you see that shot of me like lifting up the big suitcase full of stuff? Because one of the advantages, we did the show at UCB East, I had to bring everything back and forth. And one of the big advantages of when we moved to Hell's Kitchen was that we could actually store a ton of stuff there. And then we kept having more and more stuff. And then when the pandemic hit, and then when UCB shut down and Hell's Kitchen was going to be closed, we were like, what are we going to do? How are we going to get that stuff? So Patrick had a friend go pick up what we had. And I did not see this footage until recently. And I'm so glad the footage exists because it's such a haunting turn in the movie to go from there's footage of the final Life Day show at Hell's Kitchen, and someone's saying, is it going to be like that How To with John Wilson episode? I mean, a little bit, in the sense that like there's something weird about the fact that this part of the film, it was Marsh filming, right?
Yeah.
So like Marsh is the only one of any of us that got to actually experience that. Like what's weird to me about it is that this like key moment, none of us are able to be there for it. Like, it's just like, to me, a stranger going in, and I think they were on the phone to you. Is that right?
Yeah, they FaceTimed me.
I'm
They
asking like I
FaceTimed
see
me.
like a box full of like Star Wars soda cans. Is that yours? I'm like, yeah, it's ours.
Yeah,
So
that's
you're like,
not that's not Strangers Wanted with Shannon O'Neill's props. Those are ours.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very
so
bizarre, and I'm very happy that it exists and happy that it's a part of it because it truly is. It really sets up that next section of the movie where it's all pandemic, streaming stuff.
yeah, most of the documentary, there was a period when we were filming it, and I think it may even be a comment in the film, where we didn't know if this documentary was going to be documenting the final year of us doing the show or the beginning of another chapter.
Yeah.
Truly, most of the footage and interview footage of me is from a time where I never imagined it would become a live stream show, let alone a live stream show where we've done hundreds of hours. Like, I tallied up this week, because this has been a weird year. 2022 has been a weird year for the show because obviously Planet Scum stopped and we moved to Friend Zone, but this is only our second stream on Friend Zone.
Yeah.
And part of that is just because we had a lot of out of town shows and Comic-Con and other things. We've done like 44 hours of show this year, not counting tonight, which in a normal pre-pandemic year, that would have been insane because we did more than 12, but less than 24 hours in a year where we were doing an hour-long show. We mostly did 12 shows a year. Each of those was about an hour.
Yeah.
So 12 hours would be a whole year of shows. And now a year that feels weirdly, in some way, this feels like a light year for shows. And we've done 44 hours because we didn't do hundreds of hours of streaming. The pandemic really altered our barometer for what's a lot of shows.
I do also want to say I believe all of those live shows are up on YouTube, and they're different than the StreamYard shows, but they're still good. And they still have a lot of good guests and stuff. And I want people to go check them out because I feel like some of the what?
What do you mean all the live shows are up on YouTube?
What do you mean?
The live stream shows?
No, I'm saying
the live shows this year.
Yeah. I'm saying
I thought you had dumped all. I thought you had secretly dumped all of the shows we filmed prior to the pandemic.
No. I'm saying all from
this year's live shows.
Yeah, and I think if you haven't watched them, you should go check them out because they're fun and they have really good guests, and it's worth it. And I get disappointed when the views are lower than the other shows because I think they're equally as fun in different ways. But I do want to say some of the shows that you see in the documentary, some of the guests that are on the show, can we roll through them just so people know who they're going to see? I mean, this is not counting like archive footage. This is like shows that were shot for the documentary. You got Heidi Gardner from SNL, Zeb Wells, who's Heidi's husband, but also wrote for Robot Chicken, wrote for Detours, as a Marvel writer. Mo Rocca, who's the best, Mobituaries podcast, Daily Show, all that, CBS Sunday Morning, the best around.
There's one sequence where we see me explaining the show to them.
Yeah. Then there's John Hodgman, of course, Ethan Slater, who was SpongeBob on Broadway, Julie Cohen, who directed RBG and did the Gabby Giffords documentary and a whole bunch of other stuff, Oscar-nominated director, Marina Kockenberg, who was a writer for The Tonight Show and is on a Comedy Central animated show right now. Who else do we have? Oh, we have the Comic-Con show.
Uncle Panda has a good memory. Uncle Panda, I'm assuming you must have been at the show that Mo Rocca was at.
Yeah. There you go.
The phrase Mo Rocca Chewbacca figures fairly prominently in the documentary. For a second, I saw that and I'm like, have they seen the doc? I'm like, nope. You see the moment where I sort of think of Mo Rocca Chewbacca and I get very excited.
Yeah. Who else do we have? We got the 2019 Comic-Con show, which is the famously where we spritzed expired and fermented Billy D. Williams cologne into the air, and that
Billy
has
D. Williams. Right here, by the way, I have the undeniable body cream, the fragrance body cream I'll open this, but we'll set it a very high. I'll put a little bit of undeniable on my nose.
That's great. Let's set that in a second. Let's set that stretch goal in a second. That one, the New York Comic Con show has Zach Cherry, has Charles Soule, who's Marvel Star Wars writer, wrote She-Hulk for years, great guy. Pia Guerra, who drew Why the Last Man, great artist. James Arnold Taylor, who plays Obi-Wan Kenobi on the Clone Wars. And then there's a show with Isaac Mizrahi, the fashion designer. There's a show with Raleigh Cruson, who's a Muppet builder who has been with the Muppets since the Muppet Show and told a great show about when the Star Wars people were on the Muppet Show. That's very fun in the documentary. Are there any other ones? I'm trying to think if there's any other ones besides those. That might be the ones that they shot for the show. But it's really cool to see them shot so nice, and it's a really fun part of the documentary to get to see it all.
Yeah, and for those at a certain level of donation, if you got to the part where you get the Nebula Rim show, that's a really fun thing to see the whole show put together. A great example of what our Hell's Kitchen shows felt like, but with an extra oomph at the end for when we actually do the theme park ride in the theater.
Yeah.
Somebody said they thought that the Undeniable Cream was pushed back 2 years. Yes, Comic-Con 2025, if we're assuming we have a panel at New York Comic Con, that is when we will open this for public. But if we set a stretch goal now, I think just
here's
here, a little on my nose.
Yeah, here's where we're at for the stretch goals. Let's talk about this now. We are currently at 2569 is what we are at. So we saw George's trailer. 21,000. Connor looks at his walls. So you get to see some stuff on Connor's walls.
Yeah, I'll give you a tour of what's behind me a little bit.
Yeah. And then I think 22,000 will be Undeniable Nose.
Undeniable Nose. We're close. We're close to all those things.
And honestly, we're pretty close to me having to ride a bike. You know?
Oh, yeah. Bike boy?
Bike boy. Pretty close.
Let's go ride a bike.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to bring in Marsh really quick because we have something we want to talk about. Marsh, you're here.
Marsh.
Hello.
Marsh has got something he wants to auction off.
Oh, yeah.
And Marsh said this at the beginning of the show, and we said, that's insane. That's crazy, Marsh. Do you have this thing with you, Marsh?
This is gonna be exciting for the gearheads among us.
If you bring Ryan in, I think he has it. He can actually show it.
Okay. Ryan's saying 1 second. Ryan, when you get it, hide it on camera. We don't want it to be revealed as soon as you come on. Just wait 1 second.
Yeah. I won't give it away, but I'll start a little precursor. So there's an important part. There's an important tool you need to make a movie. And that's what we're going to auction off. Well, there's many tools you need, but there's one in particular.
And no, we're not auctioning off Connor.
No. Connor's not a tool.
All right, I'm going to bring Ryan on. Ryan,
let
me make you full screen. Please show the audience what we are auctioning off tonight. This is the camera that shot the George Lucas Talk Show documentary. Now, can we get some tech specs on this?
The tech specs are kind of embarrassing, right, Marsh?
They are a little embarrassing.
This was like the best camera of the year in 20.
Darcy, we're auctioning off the camera that shot the documentary.
Oh my God. Okay, that seems like a big deal.
So we're getting some tech specs from them. So let's hear
these tech specs, we've been told, are embarrassing.
Okay, because they're so bad. Hi, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen.
Ryan and Marsh. Ryan, they made this documentary.
Yeah.
Darcy, we are over $20,000 raised, Darcy.
Oh God, this fucking group of people.
Yeah.
So rad. Okay, tell us some freaking pec stacks.
Yeah,
Give us some pec stats.
This is glorious 1080p.
It only shows 1080. It doesn't.
Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones was shot in 1080p.
That's right. And like I was gonna say, this was the best indie filmmaking camera of 2012.
Sure.
It's very exciting, and we were super excited as filmmakers to get it.
was being reelected.
Yeah.
Can you name an indie movie that was shot with that type of camera? Not a quiz, just curious.
What is this? What is this name of this camera? I could probably look
So
it up.
this is the Canon C300 Mark 1.
Yeah.
Broadcast ready. Literally, you can still get something on like Netflix as long as they're asking for 1080p and not 4K. And it's got really nice dynamic range. Really pleasing color science, right, Marsh? That's kind of what we went with Canon. We love the
can't go wrong with that color science.
Tones.
Now it appears as though the film Her was shot with this camera.
That's right.
Wow.
Yes, it was.
Oh, like Jones.
I believe that's what I'm seeing here.
Spikes Jones.
Spikes Jones.
Spikes Jones.
So can we? Let's see. All right. What
Brandon
minimum?
Brandon Spikes Jones.
Sure.
No.
Sure.
No, keep going.
No, don't feel bad about that.
Okay, I won't. I'll try to feel good about it.
Do we have a minimum?
Let's start at 500. But
Marsh is shooting high.
But
Marsh.
Well, you want to start lower?
I don't know. Darcy, what do you think?
I was thinking 200, but Marsh knows his cameras in a way that Her doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could do 400.
Okay.
Because that is half off what you can get it on eBay right now.
That's a great
Okay,
point.
then that's a freaking deal and a steal.
But you have to promise for the little $100 off. You have to promise that you'll use it at least once.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't matter what it's used for, but you got to use it at least once.
I think this is something that we should leave open through the show. So if people want to bid on this, this should stay through the end of the show.
Okay.
20 Feet from Stardom. Didn't that win Best Doc?
That is a great doc.
Shot on this too.
That is a
Shot on
great
this
doc.
bad boy.
I think about that doc all the time.
Look at
I
that.
thought about it the other night. I'm sure many of our friends did.
Oh, I'll bid 400.
Woo, Alice.
Alice coming through. I'll bid 400.
Alice. Rich Alice.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Someone is asking, is the movie saved on the camera? I don't know how cameras work.
No. No, it is not.
Okay.
Do you think any of those cards still have footage on them, though?
Maybe the Griffin interview.
Ah.
Wow. You get the full Griffin interview.
The full Griffin.
Okay, so let's keep it at 400, and then if someone else wants to donate throughout the night, we'll go up from there. Ryan, Marsh, thank you.
Good luck, Alice.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Marsh.
Whoa, they're just gone?
They're just gone.
This is how
And
it
just
works.
like that, they're gone?
We're pulling people in and out throughout the
Okay,
night.
I get it. You know what's funny is when I clicked on, I was typing to you guys, no pressure, I can just watch. And then the second I signed on, you brought me in. I didn't even have time to type it.
Got those eyes.
Back streets, back. All right.
How are you feeling?
I feel good. I actually got both. I got Vax in one, flu in the other.
Okay.
And my sweet little doctor guy was so nice. Jason husband got his first. And then when I went into the room, the doctor guy was like, did your husband tell you that the needles aren't very good? He goes, we got new needles and they're not very good. And I was like, no, man, he did not tell me that.
No.
And I was like, what do
Did
you
your
mean
husband-
by not good? Yeah. Tell me,
Did your
Con.
husband tell you that the needles aren't good? We
Yes.
got new needles and they're not very good. I think that sounds like a great song in a musical.
It's a
Did your
Sondheim
husband
song.
tell you that the needles aren't good? We got new needles and they aren't very good.
Yes, that's the song. I love that song. One of my
Those
favorite
are literally, I
songs.
didn't change the rhythm on what you said. You said that in perfect Sondheim rhythm.
I just said what doctor told me. You know what I mean? So he
Dr.
did.
Sondheim. Hello.
Dr. Sondheim. What's the prognosis, Doc? A great musical?
Rhymes terrible needles.
And then when we were done, I felt some liquid spilled on my arm. And I was like, what did you mean by not good needles? Because then I was like, are they leaky? Like, I want you to tell me. And he just said, they're just dull. So I have to push harder.
Dull needles.
I know.
That's insane.
Deep da da deep da da deep da D.
Darcy, we're at $20,569.
Wait, I can't do numbers. So just say 20,000 and then what?
569.
So almost 6. I round up to the nearest.
Almost 21,000.
Okay, great. I love that.
Do you think if we hit 21,000, we can get Jason to say what that girl said outside of the bar?
Yeah, I do think so.
Okay.
Don't say what he said.
I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
You heard it here, folks.
You heard it here first.
But also, go ahead.
Sorry, I hate speaking over you.
No, I hate speaking over you.
I want to kill myself.
I'm not.
Okay. I want to see the cat video that everybody can't stop yapping about.
All right, here we go. Let's watch the cat video.
Am I going to hate it? Am I going to be scared?
No, you're going to like it. It's called Black Cat. Okay. Here, you know what? I'm going to do it this way so we can all watch it on screen. Okay. We can see our faces while we watch it.
Black Cat, name of a great Janet Jackson song. Maybe underrated. I love it.
Darcy, I just saw a rough cut of a movie you're in.
What movie? What movie?
It's called The Gutter.
You saw that already?
I saw The Gutter, Darcy.
Oh my
God. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
Okay. The Gutter, here we go.
Nope, wait, that's not the right one. This one.
Okay. Shake it off, shake it off. Oh. Oh my God. That is so
pretty
sweet.
Good stuff, huh? Yeah.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Of course you can, babe.
I'm working on a bumper, and I'm embarrassed because it's taken so long.
That's okay. I understand.
But I'm doing it. I'm doing it like I'm being a little rude. Like, notice I'm being kind of a rude host. I've been looking away for a couple of minutes.
You're hardly.
Yeah.
But you think what?
But I think that might be a good bumper.
Okay.
And I realized also that we have something else we didn't even talk about. It's a big deal. Where are we at stretch goal wise?
We are at 2569. Apparently people don't want to hear Jason say that thing that Irish girl said outside of the bar.
Did you guys see that Friend Zone Jersey Dave is already up to 450?
I'm going to bring Jersey Dave in because he actually has some more stuff we're going to auction off.
Oh, yeah. We can do that.
Hi,
so also, we should mention that this camera does have a dead pixel.
Great.
One dead pixel.
Someone said my camera has a dead pixel, so I need this. This one has just a different dead pixel.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's a different dead pixel, and then that they could switch them out?
I don't know that it is I said it's a different dead pixel. What if it's the exact same?
It might be the same one. And I actually know a lot about pixels, alive, dead, whatever. And if they're the same, it is bad news.
It'll match my old footage though. So,
yeah.
Dave, show us what you have to auction off, Dave.
Okay, let's get the business. Okay, I got another 2. No, I just dropped them all. That sucks. No. Oh, Nor. Okay, so last time we did one of the guys that dropped. Oh Behave Kenobi.
Yeah.
Here's a counterpart. Anyone want to guess his name?
Okay, I'm assuming Dr. Evil.
It's definitely Dr. Eve.
Is that also an Obi-Wan Kenobi?
It is.
Okay. Oh.
The first one was Behave. Wait, the first one was Behave.
Show Behave and
let me see. Can I see the diff? Can I see the diff?
Yes, so this is Oh Behave Kenobi.
Okay, I see the difference. I see.
He normally has a British flag in his hands.
Yeah.
So evil Kenobi. No. Obi evil Kenobi. Obeevil.
It's Obeevil.
Okay. Yes. I got there.
That's actually not what I was thinking.
Oh.
Sorry.
Is it Obeevil 1 Kenobi?
No.
Okay.
I could just say what I was thinking. It doesn't have to be the name, but this is the
Yes.
name I was
Well,
thinking.
we can vote on it.
No, what were you thinking?
Obi-Wan $1 million.
Kenobi.
I love that.
Kenobi.
I love that.
I like that.
Now,
yeah.
Now, Patrick, I just shared with you a file.
Okay, Connor, we're in the middle of something.
I know, but this is a bumper for this segment. This is a bumper for this segment.
You can do two things at once.
Okay.
Yeah. So my question is, Jersey, this is obviously required a lot of technical ability to put this together, right?
Dave?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
This obviously required some technical expertise to put these things together, yes?
Sure.
Right. But, well, you seem a little embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean,
do you have any?
I cut things up, but glue it back together is anyone could do it. But yes, for the sake of whatever you're leading to, yes.
Yeah, but are there? And Patrick, you just lead in whenever you have it.
Yeah.
Do you have? Are there any embarrassing tech specs? Embarrassing tech specs. Embarrassing tech specs. Embarrassing tech specs. Embarrassing tech specs.
Did you sing that? Is that you singing? When did you do
Yeah, I sang it. I leaned off mic at one point, and I sang that without hearing it into a program that allows me to do it. So I wasn't able to do any mixing. I had to do that blind.
Didn't need it.
Oh my
for Ryan and
God.
March to say it. But there you go. That's the bump.
Really good. You kind of sounded like Elvis Costello.
It was a little Elvis Costello-y.
It was
Let's
a
do it
little
again.
Elvis Costello.
Wow.
Damn.
Now, continue. Pray, continue.
Yeah.
With the
So
text
let's talk about OB $1 million.
Obeevil $1 million.
There is a counterpart. Should we introduce the counterpart and then do the bidding, or should we just do the bidding and then?
I think we do the bidding. I think we do it blind.
Let's do it
Okay.
blind.
Let's show him.
Fuck it, we'll do it blind.
Fuck it, we'll do it blind. Okay.
Okay, we'll do it blind.
If you see, you can't really see it, but it does say on there $1 million.
Okay, cool.
I love these action figures, and now I feel like I'm gonna buy all of them.
It's pretty good. I went to an estate sale in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Dude just had just action figures out the wazoo. I was in heaven.
So did you put them together, or were they? Yes.
Yeah.
Did
So
you
this
make
was
them-
an Obi-Wan Kenobi
and a
and a Dr. Evil.
Okay.
Can you
say no more.
Can you
say no
show
more.
her the other one? The one that I'm getting.
Yes.
Embarrassing text specs.
Embarrassing
text specs.
Well, also, Darcy, part of my whole thing is that when I make a character like this is like we talked about, Behave Kenobi.
Right.
I have parts left over,
Oh.
and then so I use those parts
Oh God.
to make other
I
guys.
love that. I love that too. I love
He's
that
great.
too. He looks hot as hell, and we all know
great.
it.
I know.
Yeah.
We were gonna auction this off, but Patrick fell in love.
Patrick was too greedy.
He needs it.
I need
He
it.
deserves. I've been wanting to make him something for a long
nice.
time.
It's
and
nice. He does so much.
Here's the thing that people don't often want to say is that sometimes the needy can't be greedy.
Oh yeah, they're not. They're not. It's not either or. This
Mhm.
is Hazel.
Whoa.
No.
This is Hazel. She's my sister's dog. She
Hello.
is crazy,
Hello,
but I really like her.
Oh, Hazel. She can't hear us.
Well, maybe she can. Hazel's really a cool dude. She's
That
really
rules.
sweet. Yeah.
Dave, let's start on Obeevil $1 million. What do we want for bidding, guys? Let's start in the chat. Who wants to bid?
Y'all rich.
Y'all rich. Y'all
Prove it.
rich.
Y'all rich. Prove it.
Y'all
Y'all rich. Prove it.
That would be such
Oh.
a great t-shirt.
I don't know, Dave. I'm not seeing too many bids here.
What if I threw in a Mr. Bigglesworth?
Okay.
Does that do anything for you?
Yeah.
We got a 50. We got a 50.
We got $50 from Macaroni.
Thank you, Nona Arcart.
Yes,
Thank
Nona
you.
Arcart.
Yeah.
Mr. Bigglesworth made the difference. We got that 50.
Oh yeah, that's gonna make a big difference.
$69 from Florp Face Jingle Buns.
Florp Face,
Florp Face to
come
get
on.
one of these.
Florp
Face is gonna have a bidder tonight. Not
Okay,
yet
so
on
if
an
we went
auction.
straight to 69, maybe someone will go to 420 right away.
That'll be quite a jump.
That'd be funny money.
Y'all rich, prove it.
Y'all rich, make the
Y'all rich.
joke.
Hey,
Make
Connor.
the joke, prove it, y'all.
Connor, while we're here, we
Yeah.
talked about something in the private chat. Do you remember what that was?
I don't. We talked a lot in the private.
It was about
chat.
something that we missed earlier.
Well, there's something I want to set as a stretch goal.
Yeah.
There's just a very important friend of the show that would love to come on. We have a bumper for them. Do you remember this?
Okay, this is not what I was talking about. But sure.
But do you need me to resend you that bumper? Do you know what I'm talking about?
You might need to resend it.
You might need to
All right.
resend it. You might need to
Resend it.
You're gonna want to resend
Okay,
it.
I mean we're at 69. We'll see if it goes up from there.
Judging by the way this is going,
Yeah.
should I just introduce the other person and bundle them? See if maybe we can get a little drum a little bit more
Because
interest.
people are having a hard time
Because if
proving
you don't like this guy, you're gonna hate this next.
Yeah.
We already
I
have bidding going, so I don't think we can bundle ethically since there's already a bid in play, right?
I think
Why
you
not?
can.
I'm either just giving this next person away for no more money.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying the person who's bidding it will get this extra one, and then that's an ethical bundle.
Hopefully that will maybe make the number go up a little bit.
Yeah.
'Cause if
I
this
think
is $69, this next thing is $10.
I think pop it in there.
All right, I'm gonna pop it in there. So this is the bundle. We got Obi-Wan $1 million, and then all the leftover pieces.
Oh my god. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi's head on Dr. Evil's body. Wow, wow, wow. Darcy, your mic came, or you muted yourself.
$100. All right.
$100 we are at from Reagan Schrum. This that's amazing.
Okay, we're getting there. Prove it, y'all rich. Prove it.
Y'all rich, prove it.
Wait, does the bidding go towards the Kickstarter?
Yeah.
You guys are just pocketing this shit. Okay, cool.
No, it goes
I will never recoup any expenses.
$111. Tron 53,
We're
$125.
live. Y'all prove it. Y'all rich Summers, prove it. Really funny.
Florp Face coming in with 169.
The Tosh station agent. That was funny.
200.
200 from Reagan. Here we go.
You also get the Bigglesworth.
You also get the Bigglesworth.
Bigglesworth is not
Florp Face, buddy.
doesn't really
Florp
wanna-
Face. And also, as a reminder, if you bid $200, that means you get your name in the credits. That means you get the movie.
Yes,
That means you get
yes.
the deleted scenes. That means you get the Q&A with Connor and I. That means like you get all of that stuff. So
And it's also getting us closer to Jason possibly saying the thing that the girl said to us in Ireland.
that's true. That's
Okay.
true. We must be at that by now,
Yeah,
right?
we must be at that, right?
We're
I
not.
think this works out well because I think Bigglesworth goes better with
Yeah.
man. You also get to make a name.
Well, I was gonna say, do we have a name for him yet?
I mean, this could be Obeezel. I think this might be Obeezel.
Beazle is not. We want it to be better than it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let's give this 10 more seconds.
Dr. Nobi.
Dr. Nobi is great. Dr. Nobi's great.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say something, and it was gonna be good.
Let's make it a stretch goal.
You know how? Wait, who's in New York? All three of you.
Dave's in Jersey. The rest of us are in New York.
So you know how it's like really late for you.
Yeah.
I still have dinner plans.
Oh. No. Cancel them.
I know, and I'm happy because I love the two people I have plans with. But who's here? Oh,
no.
Whoa, cool. But
there you go.
But can you even imagine? It's already 7:40.
Yeah, way better quality.
That's so late.
Now, Now, Patrick, regardless of where the stretch goes at, but I want Darcy to be here for when our friend shows up.
Yes, we're at 25.69 right now. That is where we are at. I'm gonna give it 10 more seconds for the $200. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $200, Reagan.
$200. Someone's asking why this Kenobi is like orange, which is a really great question. It's just modeled off of the original Obi-Wan figure from the 80s or whatever. 70s.
The colors, that's a great color match. I mean, it's a little brighter, maybe.
Yeah, it's a good color match. He doesn't wear this.
No.
Funny.
Which is not something I really paid attention to as a kid. Like, this is not what he looks like.
The blouse thing are those culottes?
Those are palazzo
Those
pants.
like long culottes.
I'm going to call them palazzos. Palazzo
No.
Palazzo pants.
Oh, the pants. I don't know what culottes are.
Or like a wide leg trouser.
Sure.
Well,
I don't know.
The original also had a weird little cape, so they have a bigger cape as well. So you get
there. You go. Look at
you
that.
You could also pretend it's a mask or a ghost. Pretend it's a ghost. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
great
now
for
be a
masked parties.
Yeah.
And Eyes Wide
Whoa!
Shut.
No! Pac-Man mask vibes. No.
Oh,
Wait, I
boy.
said Pac-Man mask, but you know
That's scary.
Dave, thank you. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you,
Okie
Dave.
dokie.
Bye.
Thanks,
Peace out.
Dave. So, did you get the bumper I sent you, Patrick?
I did, and it is uploaded. Guys, we still have not heard Darcy's husband say what that Irish girl said to him outside of a bar one time. We're not there.
We're at 25.69 on the Kickstarter. I say when we get up to 2600, we'll go ahead and drop this guest because it's a very special birthday guest.
Great.
Ooh, birthday. And what's today?
Friend of the show, and actually it might have overshot it a little bit, but we're close.
Like maybe the birthday was yesterday. Is that what you mean?
With the time zone and everything, yeah.
Right. Time zone.
Now, but we're roughly in range.
We're roughly in range. Yeah.
Roughly in range.
We're roughly in range.
Connor.
Yeah.
Check your DMs really quick on
Should
Twitter.
My DMs
what's
on
in
Twitter?
my pantry?
Absolutely, you should. Hang on 1 second. Whoa.
Okay, let's see. I don't really know what's going to be in here, but I'm excited.
Oh.
Okay.
Darcy, I have a question. Oh, say we're in the pantry.
We're in the pantry.
Great.
Peanut butter.
Yeah.
Garbanzos. I'm not even looking. Tomatoes. Tuna.
What's on that top shelf?
Top shelf, we're looking at I really recommend.
That's the middle shelf.
Oh, top shelf. Okay. Anyway, I really recommend.
Oh yeah, those are good. They lock down good.
Top shelf, we're looking at some bowls. Okay. Bowls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bowls.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great tie-in to our guest.
Okay, great.
It's a great tie-in to our guest. Our guest fucking loves bowls. He fucking loves bowls. I cannot wait. You would not believe how much our fucking guest loves bowls.
Okay.
This guy loves bowls more than anybody else in the world. That's what our guest is. He fucking
Hang on, Connor. If this guy loves bowls so much, he should marry him.
Yes.
Oh man. Can I tell you something? He fucking did. And it caused problems. People were like mad about it. But he's like, I'm gonna marry this balls. I'm gonna marry it.
They say it's my birthday.
Oh, hello. It's my birthday. I fucking love both Camilla Parker bows.
God.
Yum, yum,
Yum. No, yum.
Oh, show me that top shelf again, Darcy.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Show me that top shelf. Oh, top shelf bows.
I don't want to.
Yeah,
I wish I didn't have to.
Oh.
Let me see those balls.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
I really wish I didn't have to show you.
Oh, yeah, that's good, boys.
Hey,
I'm not trying to make it good.
Your Majesty.
It's King Charles. Play my bumper again.
Oh, God.
It's my birthday.
They say it's my birthday.
It's late at night. Yesterday was technically my birthday, but I'm still
Birthday.
celebrating.
Now, Your Majesty, can we see your back?
Oh, you want to see my holes?
No.
Hold on. Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
Oh,
no.
I got the holes were made in the 80s.
Oh no.
And they have spent every day since rotting. Oh, I'm a messy birthday boy.
This is such a bummer.
And
This is such a
messy
bummer.
boy.
Gross. It's gross.
Thank you for the birthday wishes, Darcy.
I didn't really mean to. That was you kind of.
I love the good place.
What's your favorite part about it?
Oh no! I've never seen your show.
What?
Right, he's never seen the show.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right. No, I was referring to my wife. She's a good place. Camilla Parker Post. I love her. What's wrong? Do you remember when I made a wish?
What was your wish?
What was your wish, doll?
Google it.
Oh, I don't want to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
I remember the wish. I remember the wish. I remember the wish.
About this
I remember the wish. That's the good place.
That's a good place.
That's the damn good place.
I hear you're funny. What you got to promote? You got to plug your shows?
No.
League of Their Own on Amazon Prime.
No, I'm here to plug the George Lucas Talk Show Kickstarter.
Documentary
Babe.
Kickstarter. What a birthday present it was for me that they met
It's
their
not for you.
goal.
It's not for you.
Camilla
It's not-
Parker goals.
We didn't do it for you.
But happy birthday, everybody.
All right.
See,
Goodbye,
what?
King. Goodbye, King.
Bye.
Bye, King. Back
Bye.
in your bag. Oh, Jesus. It's
so
so gross. I've
Go.
made such a mess every time I take that puppet out. It just
Crumbles.
deteriorates everywhere. It's so gross.
You had to smell your hand. It's so gross.
It's so bad.
Everybody needs to go take a shower, brush their teeth, wash their
Mhm.
hands.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute black.
Absolute
Okay.
black.
Yeah.
All right,
He's
let's
73. He's 73. We got the time zone a little wrong.
I
He's
know.
not,
I know
not his
that
birthday anymore.
every single person watching this, when they were watching it, their face went from this to this. Wait. I want to watch myself and
Okay.
see if I'm getting
Hang on.
it right.
I'll make you full
Yeah.
screen. One sec.
Everybody's watching this show like this. They were like, they're just behind their screens watching like this. And then he came out and everyone went, wait, let's see. They went, like mad. People were mad. That's it.
I have to say, when you revealed this is something
The
of the
bowls.
magic. Because you only revealed the bowls because Patrick was such a top shelf nosy neighbor. He wanted no, not the
I
middle
know.
shelf,
I
top
know.
shelf. And when you said bowls, and I realized that could be a segue. I was so
I know. And also like I've been here for what, 5 hours?
Yeah.
And why did I decide that was the moment to open these? I
had no idea those were secret panels.
I
until you did that.
mean, don't
No.
you? It makes you believe in God, right, guys?
Yeah. Hey,
You're
thanks
right.
to him for all the
hang on.
Kickstarter tonight.
This is what turned me around on it. You're
Yeah.
right.
Oh wait, I just saw the time. I gotta go. I love you guys.
Okay. Bye.
But I mean, I
Darcy,
don't wanna
Darcy, will you be an executive producer on the documentary?
I think how could I say no?
Great.
Isn't that great? Wouldn't I love to be?
You don't have to do anything.
Wouldn't I love?
You have to do literally nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
yeah. Yeah, I
Great,
wanted
great.
to do that. I want to. Yeah, I
Thanks.
would love to. I'd
I'll
love
send
to.
you a copy.
I don't. Should I give some money?
No.
Maybe.
money.
Okay.
the house.
Okay. Well.
Great dinner.
Lucas Heads, love ya. Good to see you, miss you. And I just was curious, did somebody say garbage? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, was it, did anybody say garbage?
Yeah, and Darcy, listen, I heard you've been talking about me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to say it because it doesn't seem like we're going to get it
Let's
while
see.
you're here, so.
Hey, Jason, can you yell out the Irish thing? Jay, can you yell out the Irish thing? JJ. Too far away. Wow. That's really sad.
Okay.
Well, you guys, listeners at home, if you can remember the Irish thing, please feel free to say it to your screen right now or
Darcy,
type it in the comments.
I'll say this. If you send a voice memo to Connor and I, we will play it on the show.
Okay, great.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Love you guys. Bye. Donate. But also, if you don't have a lot of money, save it. You know what I mean? Save your money. But if you're rich, prove it.
If you're rich.
Oh my God! Hi.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Alex,
Hi,
you
Alex.
know exactly how to appeal to a streaming audience. Look at this. Look
I
at
wasn't
this.
given any warning about when I
No.
would come on. So
Alex, that's not how this show works.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think it would be.
Who's this little fella?
This is Bandit. He's been whining all day. I started a new Zoom thing today. And so I rearranged my whole apartment after I finished work so that he'd be away from other like sounds near the front of the apartment. So now my desk is in my bedroom.
So I'm sure that very loud alarm noise was really good for him, right?
Oh, yeah. he loved it.
Are those ears just perked up from the alarm and they haven't gone down yet? Or do they always say that perked
My
up?
father's just like always like How are you guys?
Always like listener.
Yeah, he's listening.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
How are you both?
We're doing all right.
We've
okay.
raised
Good to
over
see you.
$20,000 for this documentary tonight.
That's
so far.
amazing. From tonight?
From tonight.
That's incredible.
The Kickstarter went live 12 hours ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
You'll have to keep it up. Are you done?
No, it's staying up for 2 weeks. We'll see how it goes.
That's amazing. When I signed on, I was promised that Connor was just being himself and chatting, and then immediately it was something different.
Oh, you saw King Charles?
Yeah.
King Charles III. Yeah, what's his birthday? What could we do?
You have to.
He's 73 and he wanted to be on the stream, and he's repulsive.
Is he only 73?
He's 73.
Okay, cool.
How old did you think he was? 90?
No, I would have said like
80?
78. I would have said 78.
Yeah. Old record.
Alex, who's your favorite member of the royal family?
If you have to pick.
If you have to pick one.
Sometimes I look up pictures of what's the firstborn prince, Prince George?
Oh, like the child one?
Yeah, there's 3 children.
That's George. Yeah, it's George.
Yeah, sometimes I look at pictures of him just to see how old he is now and if he still has to wear shorts or not. Because that's the thing, right? They have to wear shorts until a certain age.
How old is he now? I don't even know.
I look it up and then immediately forget the name and the age.
He's 9 years old.
Whoa, that's pretty crazy.
Yep.
How long until he can wear the long pants?
Now,
No. Okay, let's see.
Now, I Googled Prince George and I got 2 news articles. What do we think they are?
Okay, I'll save my Googling till after guessing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he made an appearance at an event.
Okay.
And then maybe like a gossip rag is really tearing him down on something else.
Uh-huh. Connor?
Am I guessing what the news item is?
Mm-hmm. The top 2 news items that I got when I Googled Prince George.
One of them has some sort of headline that's like, who does he think he is? Who's this kid think he is?
Uh-huh.
And the second news item is about how he fell down.
Okay. The first headline, and this is from NBC4 Washington. Prince George's community concerned by concentration of liquor tobacco shops.
Wait.
There must be a place called Prince George.
Okay.
About the place.
And then the second one, pedestrian dies in hit and run, Prince George's police say.
Wow. Now we're sure his name is Prince George, because I started Googling when he can stop wearing shorts.
Yeah.
But I started misspelling shorts, and look at this very disturbing first suggestion.
Prince. Oh no. Oh no.
So
yeah, his name is Prince George Alexander Lewis, which I like because George Costanza, Jason Alexander, Julia Louis Dreyfus. It's got 3 of them in there.
I can't find
I'm
the
googling Prince George no longer wearing shorts. Oh, that's probably bad too, right? Oh no, I'm on a list. Dang it, I just worded it wrong. Uh-oh, hold on. It's a royal custom for the royal family to keep boys in shorts until they're old enough to wear pants. This has been broken at least twice this year alone. Prince George, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge's only child, has been seen wearing pants for the first time. While some people say it's a shocking revelation, others believe it's an indication of maturity. When is this from? This is from September. Kendra wrote this on the website curatedtaste.com.
Wow.
All right. And the dress code at Wimbledon dictated how the Prince of Wales wore his outfit. He also wanted to play outside, so they let him wear a royal snowsuit. These seem so fucking reasonable. No! If he wants to play in the snow, he should dress like a young prince. Wear shorts. Allow the cold snow to touch his lower legs. Should take it like a young prince.
Now, Alex, you're in this documentary.
Mm-hmm.
You remember sitting down for it?
I remember sitting down. I don't remember anything after the cameras rolled.
Yeah.
I think you're very funny in the documentary. You seem baffled by me. You're kind of like, you have a demeanor that's sort of like, I'm not sure why. It's just like, almost like, I don't know. It's an interesting insight because it's interesting for me to see you talk about me.
Mm-hmm.
Am I a baffling figure?
I think this was also recorded maybe 3 years ago.
2019, yeah.
2019, yeah.
Hang on, we do actually have a fact that was just told to us, and I'm going to bring in Ryan to say this fact. Ryan, what did you just say in the private chat?
Let me see. Well, yeah, I mean, Alex is the first person we interviewed that's been on this stream so far. What else?
Oh, I thought you meant it was the first person you interviewed.
No, you were probably the third it was October 2019.
Wow. Okay. I was confused by the fact. I was like,
so you're the first person in this.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you.
Live stream show tonight. We've had guests show up who have been outraged that they weren't asked to participate in the doc.
Wow.
Darcy Carden, Jason Mantzoukas, both furious that they were not asked. You were asked.
Wow.
To be in the doc.
I'm feeling pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And baffled by you.
You make a quick appearance in one of the trailers that were cut for this movie for tonight's thing.
I haven't watched it yet.
Connor, should we show it?
Yeah, I will show one more time.
Has the audience already watched it a bunch?
No.
Yeah, this is the trailer. Let's put us aside for it so we see Alex's reaction. But
you don't have
the trailer. This was the trailer that George Lucas edited for the documentary. So it's here.
Okay.
undeniable.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the force.
It
You believe
is
it's this boy?
important.
He can see things before they happen.
He can help you.
The force is unusually strong with him.
He was meant to help you.
Anakin! Tell him to take off!
Will I ever see you again? What does your heart tell you?
Alex, that was you.
Trusting our fate to a boy we hardly know.
Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I sense much fear in you.
The boy is dangerous.
audio
They all
is so
sense it. Why can't you?
Fear is the path to the dark side.
This is just the audio for the
Fear leads
episode
to
1
anger.
trailer. Alex.
Anger
The
leads
Star
to
Wars
hate.
episode. Yeah.
Hate leads to suffering.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, so it was hard because I wanted to include talking head clips in that trailer, or George did, and the audio, and I was like, do I get rid of the audio that is already in the trailer when people are talking? And Bobby's one lined up where I would just leave him and he sort of talked over them. But then it sort of accidentally lined up at one point that Anakin's mom saying, "What does your heart tell you?" lined up with you saying something. I was like, I'm just gonna leave it there because you look very. It looks like that could be what you're saying because you have that skeptical look of you're like, what does your heart tell you?
Yeah, for a second I was like, is that my voice?
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah.
That was such a trip seeing just all those pre-pandemic, all the places we'd go.
Yeah. It's
What do
well
you-
also and we talked about this earlier. There's a segment in the documentary where from June 2020, the day that they allowed us to go pick up the stuff that was in the theater, and Patrick's friend and Marsh, who filmed the documentary, went to the theater on that day and filmed Patrick's friend getting our stuff out, and there's just like broken glass on the floor in the lobby, and it's really like really weird to see it now, especially a couple years later. I remember when I got my first COVID vaccine at the Javits Center when they were doing that, 24/7 that week when they were just doing it constantly. That was the first time that I walked. When I got done at the Javits Center, I thought, you know what? I'm going to walk up and over, because also was the day that I hung out with Griffin for a little while. I hadn't seen Griffin in person since being back in New York. And I thought I'm going to walk up to 42nd and walk past Hell's Kitchen and just see what it looks like. And the place across the street that people would go to get drinks afterwards, I can't remember the name of it. The place we had those like little wooden chips, those little wooden tokens. I can't remember the name of it now.
Yeah, it's closed now.
It was already closed by then. It was closed
then.
And
Treadwell.
But they still had the
Treadwell, yeah.
Treadwell, yeah. They still had the posters up that said live comedy shows every night. They had like all the signage was still there at that point. And it was really like grim. And then realizing like, oh, nothing's open. I was just walking past stuff that was all just shut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I do want to say, not to bring up the mood, I think.
Yeah, bring up the mood.
We're like $150 away from 21,000.
Wow.
And I do have a voice memo from Darcy's husband who's going to say the thing that the Irish girl told him outside of the bar. So if we get that $150, you guys get to hear this. If we don't get it, you don't get to hear it. You don't get to hear it.
Come on.
So look, there's 371 people watching right now. If you each donate like, what is it, 20 cents probably out of that? I don't even know. Yeah, something to that effect.
Between like that and 50 cents.
Yeah. You'll get to hear it. So let's try and do that.
Wow.
Alex, Would you ever let someone make a documentary about your life?
I don't know anymore. I did recently let NPR like interview me for a thing about like they were trying to they did a series on power. It's very good. I can't listen to myself, but they Alex Dixon recommended me because they were looking for someone who's uncomfortable with power in their personal life, and Alex was like, you should get Alex on. But then so I talked to like this reporter for like months and months, and at the end there was interesting like power. Oh, thank you so much. Also hi. I do want to listen to it, and I do feel like grateful for the experience, but I think I felt weird not having any say over like what was gonna be in it or the structure of it. I don't know. How did it feel for you, Connor?
It was weird, and I was talking a little bit earlier about how, because I was also, there was a point where when the documentary started, there was a point where I was also working on Dead Eyes for myself at the same time. And then there was a point where I realized, like, it's weird for somebody that nobody knows to be working on two, like, autobiographical, like, projects. Like, there was a part of me that was like, is this, like, too much documenting stuff about what I'm doing as if those things are of interest to anybody? And then there was a point where there was definitely a point where like Dead Eyes is a thing where I'm in control of it for the most part. And this was something that's like, well, this isn't my film. This is just something that I'm like cooperating with and interested in, but I'm not the one who's working on it. I'm just like, I'll show up when they want to film something. But it was definitely like there's an element of trust that you're putting in people that they're going to, you know, I put up there's definitely like barriers that I put up early on. One of them, like that I think we moved the goalposts on a little bit just in the process of making it, was I was adamant, like, this film is about the show, not about me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the more that I was doing Dead Eyes, I was like, because I thought, like, if it's about the show, then it's not quite as like narcissistic of me to be like cooperating. And it's same the way with Dead Eyes, like the narcissism is kind of a joke. Not that I'm not narcissistic to some extent, but like for Dead Eyes, it was really a vehicle for me to like dig around in other people's stories.
Mm-hmm.
And the but then there was a certain point definitely where it felt like, oh, okay, the way this is working, like they want to talk to my parents, and I was like, that was like starting to get a little bit in areas where like that makes me uncomfortable. But then it was sort of, because like I haven't seen the interview with my parents except what's in the movie. Like I was literally upstairs in and out doing other stuff. I was like watching TV or something while Ryan interviewed remotely and Marsh filmed in our house in Missouri.
Oh wow!
And it's definitely like there's a weird feeling to it. Like, but there will also be a point at which I'll probably be like, let me see the full interview of my parents talking. That it'll be like interesting to see them talking about me. That's like an interesting insight to see what people will say about you publicly. It's a weird thing.
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you for these.
Yeah, this comment sections and Alex love that.
I'm always seeing the ones displayed on the thing. Oh wait, I can see it if I click comments. Right?
Comments, yeah. I do also want to say we did surpass 21,000, so it is time to hear
it.
Voice memo from Jason Carden.
Jason, will you say the thing the Irish girl said? Do you remember it? I see his face is thinking. His face is thinking.
Yeah, it is. I heard you've been talking about me.
Yes!
There it is. That's it, Alex. That's it.
Yeah. People also probably don't know, like one part of the documentary that I think there's like very momentary clips
of Way Past Your Bedtime, which was the talk show that you and I did at UCB, which part of me wishes that there was a brief period where that show almost led to another real show that you and I would have been able to work. We almost had our own talk show.
Wait, Way Past Your Bedtime?
Well, we had Way Past Your Bedtime, which George Lucas Talk Show was never designed to become a bigger talk show. It was always designed to be sort of under the radar, just a thing that we did for fun. Way Past Your Bedtime, which was the show where I played a 10-year-old kid who hosted a talk show.
There was a in the trailer.
Yeah, there's a little clip. That's about as much as is in the documentary.
Okay.
And you played sort of like the Hobbes of Calvin and Hobbes. You played Bunny, who is my stuffed doll that comes to life. It's funny, there's an Audible podcast that's coming out now. Do we have a picture of that? The one with former guest of the show,
I can get
David
it.
Harbour.
Yeah.
Yeah, which has an all-star cast. Have you heard about this, Alex?
I don't think so.
We did the show.
I want this reveal. Don't tell Alex what it is. I want this reveal to happen.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
we did that show for how long? We did it basically until UCB moved to Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah, and we did it at Hell's Kitchen, right? Well,
David Harbour has been on the show. Darcy Carden was just on the show a few moments ago. Zach Galifianakis, my old boss, former executive producer of the Chris Gethard Show. Whoopi Goldberg has been on the show. Lennon Parham has been on the show in LA. The only one.
And Lennon was on for Big Lake too. Lennon was on for Big Lake.
That's right, also for Big Lake. I don't believe we've ever had any connection to Jenny Slate on the show.
Wait, so what is this show?
This is an oral history about a fake talk show hosted by a child in his bedroom.
Wait, and is this your show, Connor?
No, I have no connection to this other than those.
Connor, no. What?
No.
Well,
the picture of pajamas is the same.
Yeah, I mean, if you Google Way Past Your Bedtime, Patrick, see what you can get that comes up for Way Past Your Bedtime with me.
Oh my god, this is like when I watched Murderville last year.
Yeah. I guess we're waiting for some more successful people to make the Brian De Palma talk show or something.
Oh my god. How?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't. When you showed it to me, I was like, "Oh, are you telling me you got this made?" And that's incredible.
I mean, that's pretty dang close.
Yeah, and the words are "way past your bedtime" and "past my bedtime."
Yep. Now, in fairness, the Audible thing, I believe, is its own thing about a real late night talk show that I think only 10 minutes of it aired and then it was canceled and then they buried it. It's like a behind the scenes, like what went wrong. It's not like they're doing what our show was, which was a character based talk show where I play a little kid. It basically was you and I being able to sort of we were sort of able to weaponize a certain kind of intelligence of adults. We were sort of Schultzing. We were Charles Schultzing. We were taking our smart adult brains, but sort of weaponizing the vulnerability of a child character to ask guests questions that when they were playing along, they kind of had to talk to us in a different way than you would talk to an adult or an adult character even. Because I remember you interacting with like Ira Glass as Bunny.
That's the one that I was also, you interviewing Ira Glass and just like asking him about interviewing was, that was great.
Yeah, and you get a different. The show was so good in terms of like the kinds of answers we would get. Like Richard Kind talking to a child is just a different energy.
Yeah,
just like people are honest in a different way, even though they know this is fake. But we were doing that show, and then we were trying to pitch it. We were trying to get people interested in it. And then there was a point where the platform. I'm trying to remember what the platform was even called. It's a gaming platform.
Yeah, VRBR, is that what it was?
It was VRV.
VRV.
Basically, it was like the end of either 2016 or 17, or who knows? I can't remember now. The end of the year, they needed a talk show that was going to be like their version of Watch What Happens Live. They wanted something on their platform that could showcase other shows on their platform in a talk show format. And they needed it quick, and they didn't care how weird it was. And I remember the people we were pitching I got a phone call saying, "We just sold a show for you, a blind order of like 12 episodes of a show." I said, "What's the show?"
I think it was more than that.
Yeah, it might have been more.
I think it was
might have
more.
been like 20 episodes or something.
Yeah.
I remember what it was. It was that we wouldn't be paid much for the first 20, but if it got picked up, we get picked up for like 200 more episodes. It would be a lot of money.
Oh, wait, they just like straight up ordered that many episodes?
They
Well,
ordered
what
the
happened-
20,
Yeah.
and then they said if we pick you up beyond 20, it's going to be for a shit ton of episodes. It was the Rick and Morty model. It was like where it's like, okay, now you have 100 more episodes to write. Go.
And it was basically a deal where they were desperate. They wanted someone weird and unusual.
Yeah.
And they saw Way Past Your Bedtime. They saw like a filmed version of it. They saw Way Past Your Bedtime, and they said, "We like this energy, but we don't like the idea of a grown man pretending to be a child. We just want a different idea." And I came up with a really weird idea for a talk show. And I won't say what it is in case someday I get a chance to sell something for real. But I sold them, and they were like, "We're fine with it. We love the idea. It's great." And I was like, "Really?" And then I threw in a weird thing to see like what we could get away with. And I was like, "Can we film it like this?" And they were like, "Whatever you want." I'm like, "Really? Whatever we want?" And they were like, "Yes, we want it. It's going to happen." I remember talking to you saying like, it'll be different characters, but I wanted this all the same people, the same band, the same everything for the show. Do you remember how much this is coming back to you?
It's coming back to me, but I think also I'm wondering, is this a separate thing than the one-off we did with Sebastian?
Then Talk Doodle Do?
Yeah. I didn't know if you were trying to not say Talk-a-Doodle-Doo.
No, this is years before Talk Doodle Do.
Got it. So it was in between. Yeah, it's coming back to me, but it's a little hazy because I didn't. There's like I am always astounded by the like abundance of ideas that you have.
This was also probably me just checking it. You probably your experience of this was probably just a few texts for me saying like it's happening. Basically what happened was we got to December of whatever year it was. Mm-hmm. And they needed this by the end of January, and they were like, "We're very panicked because we don't have a lot of time." And I was like, "I'm not worried about the time." I said, "You can put me in a studio tomorrow, and I will have you a show by the end of the day." I was like, "I'm not worried. Like we will throw this together, and it will be great." And they were like, "All we need to do is sort out the legal, and they're going to get back to us next week once we have the legal sorted out." So great. Then a week later, they said, "All we need is another week to sort out." They're still sorting out the legal. Okay, fine. Got to the end of the year, and they're like, "We're going to sort it out after the new year." They're still sorting out the legal. Okay. It's getting close. Like, we need to start like getting ready if we're going to start filming these in January. And then they said something went wrong, and it was basically that new executives were hired, new executives took over. They fired all the executives who we had been dealing with. New executives came in, and they said, "What's this?" And I said, "Oh, this is a show that you want us to make for you." And they were like, "No, we don't. This never happened. It's not happening. It never happened. No one ever talked to you." Because we hadn't signed anything, all we'd have was the conversations about it, and all of our yeses meant nothing because all the people who said those yeses had been let go. Yeah. And the new people were like, "This never happened. It's not a real thing. It's not a show. Your yeses were never yeses. No one ever talked to you." And it's a shame because that's really what we needed was if those people had been able to hold on to their jobs for another month, we could have already been filming. And in an era before people would just throw away whole shows for a tax write-off, an era where
Like, it's amazing when you think about how TV used to work, which is there was a spin-off of the Dukes of Hazzard called Enos about one of the deputies. Dukes of Hazzard was the most popular show on TV. And that was the first show I ever remember knowing was like, this show's doing bad. It's a bomb. Like, it was the first show as a kid. The first awareness of like, if shows are bad, they get canceled. And I was like, this show was like a bomb from the very first week it was on. And I think they made like 30 some episodes of it. And that's how TV used to be. That it's like, you're canceled. As soon as you're done making a full season of 38 episodes of TV, you're out of here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're like you can be the most successful TV show and you just get like 10 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can make a whole Batgirl movie, and they're like, we know how to make this be a tax rebate for us. And it's just if we don't ever show it to anybody for money. But I do still hope that you and I will be able to come project at a professional scale.
I hope
because
so.
I feel like you and I collaborated on a number of things that I feel like the quality of the comedy is professional, but we've just been doing them as underground projects in the netherworld.
There was also the first year of pandemic. There was the animated pilot that we worked on.
Yeah,
that was very fun.
Yeah, which will probably never be seen by anybody.
Yeah. Well, so that was like we did improv, and then it was like, and then we would become different objects based on the person we were.
Should you be talking about this? Should you be talking about this?
Sorry.
No, I don't know. I'm asking.
Sorry.
I don't care. Yeah, keep talking.
Keep talking, baby. Keep talking.
No. I can't remember a single thing.
No. Yeah.
I think it's sometimes I switch over to the comments and I'm like, wow, there's a lot of people, and then I get like too distracted, so I switch back and I forget that it's not just a conversation with you guys.
It's just us.
It's just us.
Connor, I have a question for you.
Sure. Yeah.
And Alex, you might be able to weigh in on this too. Do we think Connor should reset his internet browser and come back? You sound like a robot a lot, and I just wonder if it would help.
The image freezes from time to time.
And he's gone. Okay. And just like that, he's gone. I'm going to bring in Alex. We've been auctioning. Dave has been making some toys.
Hi.
Dave. I'm sure you guys met at some point. Dave has been making
Talk-a-doodle-doo together.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Dave has been making some I'm eating mango, by the way. Some Frankenstein action figures, and we've been auctioning them off.
Yeah. So I do have the thing that I was making right now done.
Okay.
It might be nice to check in because it's done, but it's wrong. It doesn't feel right. Let's see. Actually, I should probably pull this thing up real quick so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
A long time ago, Connor asked me to make a Wuzzle that he found on eBay.
Yep.
That looks like this. One of the selling points is that it is one of a kind. Someone just made this. It looks like it's something I would make. Someone else made this.
Mm-hmm.
Connor wanted, or George Lucas wanted.
Is it still on eBay?
It's still on eBay. $60.
Yeah, it's $60.
Yeah. So I did my best, but this thing is like clearly haunted. The eBay one is like cursed.
Yeah.
Even like the description, even though these are perfectly normal descriptions for any kind of like toy or plush doll, they still, when you read them, they feel creepy.
I want someone to go on and make an offer for like $10 just to see if they get it.
Used in very good condition. Some very light marks on the back, mane, and feet.
So Dave tonight has been working on.
So I made one, but it's too cute. It's like way too cute. It's not cursed.
Hang on, Dave. I have a pitch.
Yeah.
Can you throw it around your room a little bit?
Yeah. Okay.
Just bang it up a little bit.
It's not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it look like that.
I didn't say you couldn't make it cute.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's the same energy. It doesn't feel. So what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that, Alex?
It doesn't seem used yet.
Oh, Dave, I have a pitch.
I gotta use it.
Dave, I have a pitch.
What's that?
You got dirt outside?
You know I got dirt.
Can you go rub it in some dirt?
I'll rub the shit out of this thing in dirt.
Let's do it. Go.
Well, okay. The other thing that I was doing was because like this other thing is clearly very creepy and haunted. I was trying to take the extra pieces that were left over and just make something truly wretched. So it came with all of this 1980s asbestos that was stuck in the wuzzle. I was trying to figure out how to glue this wuzzle's face onto this. It doesn't seem like it was gonna happen. So I've been experimenting with like balls that are laying
I like it with just the face over the golf balls. Really good.
Dave, what if? Hang on, I have an idea. Sorry to steamroll. What if you put the asbestos into a sock and then super glued the sock into the head?
I love that.
And then super glue the face onto the sock.
Yeah, sure. I can definitely do that.
Good. That's good.
Speaking
I
of
also
which,
just want to see. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Could I see the face on the stomach, kind of where the Iron Man heart would be?
I was sort of doing that too.
Okay.
It's I feel like maybe the ball is unnecessary at that point.
I do feel like part of what
like
disturbs me about it is the grid on the chest.
The grid is uncomfortable.
Like the
There's
grid is
definitely
disturbing.
like a D battery that goes in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it works. I could actually.
Do you have a D battery? Do you have a D battery?
I gotta go on a mission.
Okay, someone is saying the auction winner should decide if the baby gets dirt.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair.
Can you please go get D battery and see what this baby does?
D battery stretch goal. D battery stretch goal. We are
Actually,
at.
Song-Xia
Hang on. Let's
on
see
the
where
money.
we're at.
Also, this thing, it came with no legs, so this is part of it. Oh, you know what? There's a little motor in here. I bet the D battery does something with the legs that aren't here.
We're at 2120. I think if we get to 25 or 21. Wait, what am I saying?
20.
I don't know.
No, not 25. 21,500.
I was like, you think people are going to pay thousands of dollars to see what this
21,500, which is like $350.
If anyone was like, I'll pay $3,000 to see what that baby doll does, they should be arrested immediately.
Yeah. So I can go. I'll find a D battery. I can figure out. I'm still trying to figure out what if this is anything. It may be.
I think it's the
maybe
sock.
should all go in the garbage. I don't know.
I think it's the sock.
I can also do a sock. Asbestos in a sock. There's something very unsettling about just this coming out of the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we can table that for a second. I do have one last round of already made characters.
Yeah.
So, just a quick recap.
Yes,
Before
Alex,
the-
you'll like these. These are fun.
A long time ago, we
Hey, Alex,
talked to Tim Heidecker and came up with the idea of a character named Oh Behave Kenobi. So I made him, auctioned him off.
Where's the flag?
The flag always comes out of his hand.
You got to glue that baby.
Sure. I mean, well, let me ask Hex. Hex bought it. So
Where's the flag? Where's the flag?
Careful, King.
I want to see the Union Jack.
There's the Union Jack.
Okay.
Oh, my birthday.
There were leftover pieces, so then I made this man. This I was going to auction off, but Patrick fell in love, and so I'm going to send it to Patrick instead.
Dave, can I ask, does he have peg holes for his feet?
Oh, you know he does.
Great. Okay, good. That's
Yeah,
all
I
need.
can give you
Thank
the little stand it comes with too.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So that was round one. Round two
These are my favorites.
was OB. Nope, wrong one. OB $1 million. That also came with some extra pieces. So I made this guy. This was a bundle.
He looks like he belongs in the waiting room for Beetlejuice.
This guy was not selling very well, so we bundled this guy, and interest went up.
Yeah.
So that's how you do
Shockingly, $200 for those.
$200 for these things. And then, okay, so now round 3. I think you're going to like these. So it all starts with, we got 2 little auxiliary people here. Any idea who this is?
Oh, I do. I know. It's Mini Shmee.
It's Mini Shmee.
Anakin's mom, Shmee Skywalker.
That's right. We got a little Mini Shmee. So the first round that I did, so I went to an estate sale, found a whole bunch of action figures. A lot of them were Austin Powers. Did not have an original Mini Me. So the first one I made was the like spacesuit one. Didn't really read as Mini Me. So this is just sort of just some other lady. I don't know. I guess it's still Mini Shmee. It's
I like that we call that. This is just some other lady.
So we're auctioning off Mini Shmee and some other lady.
Some other lady. What a great pairing. Mini Me, I said Mini Shmee, and some other lady.
Some other lady. Well, speaking of some other lady,
that's Mini Shmee, and who's that? Some other lady.
This is some other lady. So other pieces. There were leftover pieces when I made Mini Shmee. So that's this.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know. I don't know the name of this one.
I think it's Me Skywalker.
Me, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if this is
now. Okay, here's the question: are these all separate? How are we doing this? Because we do have $10 or $50 for Mini Shmee, $10 for some other lady. I think we do
cost me $10 to ship it, so I don't know.
I think Mini Shmee should be paired with some other lady.
Yeah,
I think so.
Because it's really funnier if they're together.
There also is the mini Bigglesworth that can come. Maybe some other ladies holding that.
I think Bigglesworth should go with Me Skywalker.
Oh shit! And now we have 65 for Me Skywalker. All right, hang on. We're doing
those are separate.
We're gonna do the Mini Shmee and some other lady first. So we're starting at $50 for Mini Shmee and some other lady, and Bigglesworth. Do I hear? Okay, Florp Face Jingle Buns, $100. Florp Face Jingle Buns.
Really rooting for Florp Face.
We really want Florp Face to get this, guys.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean stop bidding. Outbid that motherfucker. We don't care.
Who's to say that Florp Face deserves it? You should bid.
Yeah.
Secretly, I do want Florp Face to get.
I also do want.
We're rooting for you, Florp Face. We hope you get outbid. You'll respond.
142 from Tron 53. Florp Face, buddy.
This brings me delight.
169 Florp Face Jingle Buns.
Do it, Florp.
Do it, Florp.
Do it, Florp. Hang in there.
Hang in there, Florp. All right, someone outbid that fucking guy, Florp Face Jingle Buns. Someone show him who's boss. Someone Alpha Dog Florp Face. Come on.
Tron 53 was bidding, but is now rooting.
Saying hell yeah,
Florp. Bidding to rooting. But I bet you there's some other bidders out there who might just be ready.
I want 188 from Tron 53.
Went back to bidding.
Florp Face, buddy. Florp Face. Come on. Here we go,
Tron 53
buddy.
went from bidding to rooting and back to bidding.
189 from FFF Cell Phone.
Whoa!
Triple F Cell Phone is in the lead.
I don't even know who that is.
Too many socks, too many late.
Too many socks, so close.
Wow.
Florp Face got there first.
And listen, we can go up by increments of $1 if you guys want. Like, that's fine.
Yeah,
we could do this.
Yeah, anyone for 201.
201, Tron 53.
Florp Face.
Florp Face, buddy. Florp Face.
It.
Come on, Florp. Reminder, with this $200+ bid, you get the movie, you get your name in the credits, you get all the deleted scenes, the full show, a Q&A with Connor and I, the digital album download, 202 for Florp Face. You get a digital drawing of George Lucas, and just our eternal gratitude. Our eternal gratitude. Florp Face Jingle Buns, 202. 205. Too many socks. A new
socks at
competitor has entered the ring. Will someone go 206? Will someone go 206?
I imagine there's someone out there with $206 in their pocket who's right about to bid.
Here's what I'm thinking. If you're at 202, you might as well go 206. You know what I mean?
For the sake of $4, you're gonna lose.
Pretty much there already.
You're gonna lose?
Imagine $4 bills laid out in front of you, and you're like, "You guys are the reason I'm losing."
Okay, does anyone want to bid in? Okay, Floorface is fucking 206. Someone outbid that motherfucker, Floorface. Someone go for 207.
I glued Mini Schmeat together today. My kids are playing with Play-Doh, and I'm gluing this guy today.
A man or woman died to bring you these toys. The least you can do is bid 207.
Triple F cell phone is out.
Out.
And
Formally endorsed Floorface.
Gone from bidding to endorsing.
This is a real Ted Cruz situation over here.
That's right. How many you were bidding against? Endorsing?
Floorface calling FFF cell phone spouse ugly.
Accusing their parents of murdering the Kennedys.
Oh, I gotta find it.
Schmeebuddy.
You can win a Schmeebuddy right now.
FFF cell phone making phone calls in support of Floorface over here.
Mr.
All right.
Schmeebody and Sherman.
Okay, we're gonna give 10 more seconds on these. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Wow.
Floorface single buns. Now, Floorface, you have to put in, when you send in the money, you have to put a note in there or message the Kickstarter, let them know what you won. And if that doesn't work for you, just email us and we will get it to them.
Patrick, did we set a stretch goal for me to put the undeniable on my nose?
Yes, we did. But also, yeah, well, hang on. I want to do this one next.
All right.
Let's do this. Dave?
Yeah.
My favorite of the three.
And I like calling this one Mr. Schmeebody.
Well, so there is two Schmees, obviously, because there's some other lady. I have misplaced the other Schmeebody, but I will say it is mangled to shreds. But I'll include it with this.
Okay, great.
A mangled, wait. See?
$111, Tron 53.
One.
I do see we got another mini-me head.
Okay. 169, too many socks.
Wow.
Two little mini-me arms.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can make something out of this.
Yeah, I probably should hang on to all those extra pieces.
Yeah. 178.
Mr. Schmeebody that looks spiritual to me.
Yeah. Something elegant and noble.
Yeah.
Like the Watcher.
I made these two.
It looks like Uatu the Watcher from Marvel.
And it just seemed like this was I want to watch this movie. I want to see what these two get up to, because some other lady clearly is the bruiser, the adventurer, but me Skywalker. I just there's a reverence there. There's a power. There's a quiet power there.
Yeah.
And I want to know when they get up to adventures, what she's capable of.
Yeah.
I feel like
totally agree.
So we're at 178.
Connor checked out right now.
Connor's so checked out. What are you doing, Connor?
I was looking to see if the message in the private chat was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dave is still currently winning for the camera. What were you, 450, Dave?
Yeah.
450 for the Alex, we are auctioning off the camera that filmed this documentary.
What?
$450. Dave is currently winning it.
It feels like you could only get 3 of the two of the things we just auctioned for the price of the
camera. I mean, I like the idea of making these and then getting a camera.
You can either win a video camera or Mr. Schmeebody and Mini Schmee.
And some other lady.
Okay, so we're at 178 for Tron 53. I'm going to give it 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go.
How much did Mr. Schmidty go for?
178. Tron 53. Please message, donate, and message the Kickstarter.
Great deal.
And listen, if you haven't already donated 200, you might as well just bump that up to 200, and then you get the Q&A with Connor and I too. You know what I mean?
Right now we're at 21,211. 21,211.
Yep.
I feel like everyone's saying that they're out on the camera, and we should just call that.
Okay.
You just call that for me.
Okay, let's say this.
Wait,
hang on.
let's give
Let
it-
me bring in. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Can we see the camera one more time, and
Yeah,
we'll
we'll get
see
it.
if there's any other last minute bids that want to come on for 450?
'Cause I think people, when they see this camera again, they might want to start bidding again because they're like,
Yeah.
I want the camera that made the movie.
There's the camera that filmed this movie.
This is the camera. This is the camera that was in the room where it happened.
The room where it happened?
Yeah, the room where it happened.
Lane is asking, wait, is the Q&A still available? Yes, we did open up a second Q&A session with Connor and I, so I believe there are a couple more that are still in there. Okay, if anyone wants to go higher than 450, now's your chance. Someone's saying I was told to let Dave have the camera. I'm saying,
Alice, you can. This is an option. You did.
I see Wizbaff saying, let Dave have the camera. He has kids. They're weaponizing his children.
No.
against this option.
If Alice wants to go higher, Alice.
Anna Maria says that she's got something
Okay, well,
else.
let's worry about that in a second. We got to auction.
I mean, it might get me the camera, so I feel like we should bring our own.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay, Ryan.
Well, just to answer that question, is it the camera?
Okay, Anna Maria says she has something. What would you like to auction off, Anna Maria?
Well, Alice was saying that they wanted the CISO brand from NBC. I can get it from NBC, but I do have a gigantically heavy CISO 3D. Oh my god, it's so heavy.
Whoa!
3D printed logo. So if you want the CISO brand, this is the closest you'll get. It's so heavy.
Wait a second.
I will start the bidding at $100 for the CISO brand.
I mean, that's like
I would have taken
paying for
this.
shipping
I
for
would have
this
taken
one.
Anna Maria, I didn't know this. I didn't know this is what you wanted to auction. I thought you wanted to auction the thing we talked about earlier.
I can auction that too.
Well, no, this is
I
more.
love that. I love that.
Very
269.
nicely. You can see like the detailing. See how it has like.
Oh,
my god.
Alice is at 269 for
Or
the.
do you want it?
I can't now. It's been offered. It's been offered into the auction.
I didn't even know this was on the table, Anna Maria.
It's so heavy,
Jesus
but it
Christ,
works
that's
really well
beautiful.
to prop up your other stuff.
Oh,
Holy
If no one bids on it, I'll come over and take it from you.
It would be nice if someone wants to take it off my hands personally, so we don't have to ship it, but we will ship it.
269.
so
We're at.
good.
Oh my
269.
god!
If anyone wants to outbid Alice, 269.
It's truly one of a kind. It was in our the head of CISO's office, and when he left, I took it.
Wow.
Great.
That
And
is
you can-
that is like getting one of the lions from the front of the New York Public Library. That's a piece of comedy history right there.
Yeah.
I think
Wow.
my favorite part about it is the heft that you could tell it's so heavy.
It's so heavy. I
Yeah,
don't even know
that's
why I love this home when I first took it.
Did we all, Alex? Did you do anything for CISO?
I can't remember besides just like attend DCM when it was
Yeah.
sponsored by CISO.
Yeah, Alex, I
Yeah.
don't think we had you in anything, but we would have eventually. Cool but lame. I am not selling that Hidden America poster because it's very nicely framed and I like it. Sorry. I have other. Wait, I think I have another poster. Hold on.
This shot right now is when I'm interviewed in the CISO documentary. If I want to be anonymous, they'll block out my eyes so you can tell it's me.
Oh, that's what you're doing.
I do have this ridiculous poster. Someone wants this. I don't know how it'll be shipped. You probably have to get it by hand in New York. I can bring it to the.
Let me ask: Are there any
Lucas show?
Wait, are we all showing off our CISO stuff?
I'm trying to get rid of stuff.
Yeah, catch up, Patrick.
Does anyone want this? Wait, I think I do have a Bim Bam poster. Hold on.
Wait, make me full screen. This is not for auction, but I do want to show this off.
What do you have?
This is.
Oh yeah.
Amazon has found its new digital home on CISO. Oh
yeah, I remember that.
Wow. You're taking that to LA?
Yes, I am. It will be hung up in my new office.
What do I have it? Yeah, sorry, Cool Butt Lane.
Okay, so have we got 269 for the CISO? That's where we're at. All right.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Alice wanted the brand.
I think we're calling it 269.
Oh yeah. All right, Alice, you know the drill. Donate on the Kickstarter and just message us so we have your details and we can get your address.
Thank you, Anna Maria.
Yeah, of course. I can finally get rid of this behemoth.
And I'm gonna say let's do any last second camera calls right now. 450. Anyone wants to go higher than 450? Now is your chance. I'm gonna give you 1 more minute to send in your last one.
Honestly, I'm tempted by the camera, but
I know
it does have a dead pixel in it.
I don't even know what that means.
It means like
I don't need it. I think that means I don't need
a dot in it.
Yeah.
Cool but lame. Camera's still available. 450 is where we are at for this.
Blocktoven says I'll probably end up using it to see us content. That is exactly what I will be using it for.
Cool but lame says 500. Dave,
I shouldn't even be spending 450 on it. I can't go anymore. Cool but lame. We know who this is, right? Who is this?
Yeah, this is Sam, our friend Sam.
You seem like you definitely want this broken camera, and you can have it for $500.
It's barely broken.
Yeah, it's just a dot. I just learned that.
Did you Google it?
No, Dave told me.
All right, Sam, last chance. You good on 500? We're going to do this?
Congrats, Sam. You're going to have no more GLTS content because I can't make it anymore. So close. We're so close. Everyone be mad at Sam, please.
Okay. Connor, for some reason. Oh, Sam did not know about the dead pixel.
Oh.
Sam, is this a deal breaker?
Oh.
Hold the calls. Hold the calls. Sam, it's okay if it's a deal breaker. Just tell us. Hold.
We're holding.
Hold. Hold. Stay on target. It's okay. What does it's okay mean? Let me have it. $500. All right, here we go. Last call. Last call. Anyone want to go higher than 500? Dave felt a moment of pure joy where he thought maybe I have this camera, and then it was snatched away again. $500. Cool but lame. $500. Jersey Dave.
I can't spend any more money.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. Can I donate towards Dave getting it? Now, this is interesting.
That is very interesting.
I say yes. How do we feel about this?
I feel good.
Have you called it? Have you called it?
I've not called it. But
someone can contribute towards it. People are allowed. It's a free country.
Okay, people are allowed to contribute.
I will say the main reason I do want it is because when we filmed that Comic-Con thing, I couldn't have any audio. I could not do that without Keith Haskell.
Yeah.
You had to Buster Keaton the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. If people want to toss in money, but, oh God, this is going to get so confusing, Andrea. Can people also toss in money for Cool but lame to have it?
I mean, of course they have to. If I get accepted.
Yeah,
just make it clear make it clear what the total is.
God. Okay, hang on. I need someone to keep track of it. Is this my job? Fuck.
Yeah, you're the producer.
Okay, here we go. Dave, Sam. Okay. Anyone who would like to also donate to help Dave or Sam, I need you to put Dave and the number or Sam and the number, and this is you committing to donate this money. This is like a real thing.
Yeah. Like a real thing.
Anna Maria, I am not willing to transport it. I do not have space. I appreciate it. Dave, $10. Okay, here we go. Dave, $10. Dave, $5.
All right. So we got to add these. So that's $15 in Dave's column.
So that is what? That is $4.65.
Mm-hmm.
No bit numbers. This is too confusing. No bit numbers.
No bit numbers. Do you know how fucking funny your bit number would have to be to work in a moment like this?
Yeah. $4.75. Blogtoven is throwing in $50, which makes it $5.25.
You can also you're not obligated to just help Dave here.
It's true.
Folks, we got our differences, but
look at him.
Wait, just
I
to be
do
clear,
Here's what's happening.
just to
I
be
do
clear,
wanna
Cool
say-
But Lame, that's not 550 on top of your original
No.
500, is it?
It's $550. I do want to say this camera is available on eBay currently, I believe, for $800.
$800 for a not broken camera. That's why I'm not going over 450. I could.
Dave, other people are helping.
I know. I love it.
$5.25.
Dave.
Okay,
you
just
said
donated $35.
cost of the
If you already donated it, I don't know if I can count that unless you did it in the last minute. Dave, $50, $5.75.
I did not expect that this.
It's true. The eBay one, we can confirm the eBay one was not used to film the documentary. We can confirm.
That's
at
true.
this hour, we are confirming that the eBay one was never anywhere near this documentary, production-wise.
Andrew Streeter, $10 for both.
Okay, I did it. Dave is at $5.85. Sam is at $5.60.
So close. Imagine looking at $21 bills in front of you being like, you guys are the reason I lost?
Sam says $5.76. Not bigger than $5.85, Sam. That's your final bid. Does anyone want to help Sam out right now?
But $5.76 plus the
he is at $5.76. So he's $5.86 currently then.
Yes.
Right, because you got the $10 from Andrew.
You got that 10. The Streeter 10.
I am right. He's now up to $5.80.
Plus the
He's
Streeter 10.
$5.90. So he's at $5.90. Dave is at $5.85.
Imagine looking at $1 bills being like, you guys are the reason I'm losing?
Okay. So currently Dave is at $5.85. Sam is at $5.90. Does anyone want to donate to Dave to get him over $5.90?
God, this is the midterms.
Well,
Except with the camera.
20. Okay, here we go. So that moves Dave up to $5.95. Does anyone want to donate for Sam to get him over $5.95? He is currently at $5.90. He's currently at $5.90. He needs $6 to beat Dave currently. Does anyone want to donate $6? I am counting this, very tall man. Oh, wait, I will add 5 more for Dave. So that makes him up to $600. So it's $5.90 versus $600. So Sam is $11 behind. For $11, he can win.
Ryan, how bad is this dead pixel?
It's one in the corner of the frame, but I've now put the whole thing together.
Okay.
And it does indeed have XLR inputs.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I hope you win because then I can just drive it to you because I also live in New Jersey.
Oh.
Okay.
Sam, got kids?
Sam, do you have kids? I do not believe Sam has kids. Sam has a cat named Boo, and she boats. I don't know if she boats.
I have a cat named Boo, and Boo boats. You say that at the midterms.
So Sam needs $11. Does no one want to bid $11 to help Sam get over Dave? I'm going to, what do we say, 30 seconds we'll give the last bids? Any last bids?
Let's see.
Okay. It's 11:55 p.m. on the East Coast right now. I'm going to say 11:56 we're going to call this.
All right. Very exciting. This is happening. Where are we at? Where are we at in the tallies right now, Patrick?
Well, we gotta wait. This is a big number.
This is a big one.
This also doesn't come with lenses. I assume Sam knows that.
I believe Ryan said all the stuff that it comes with, right?
Well, Sam didn't know how to did pixel, so
it's fair.
Just want to make sure.
That was a long time ago.
It's a good point.
You can't use it with what it comes with. You need to buy a lens, and they're very expensive.
It's a good point. Okay, we're almost there. We're still at 11:55. This is a very long minute.
Do Dave's
maybe the longest minute?
Sorta.
Sam has lenses.
Or EF lenses.
EF lenses. Yeah. Okay.
Don't know what he could use it. 11:56. No more bids.
Wow.
Davey baby. So anyone who wanted to give money for Dave, let's put it on. Also, if people gave money for Sam, you can also add that into it. Would be very nice.
Thank you, Anna Maria.
Thank you, everyone.
So we did this. I feel weird about all what just happened.
You should.
I feel good, and I feel thankful to all the people that are contributing.
Yeah.
You will get more GLTS content because of it.
You don't have to email to prove you're doing it. I trust you. Just
we trust you.
Just do it. It'd be nice. The link, hang on, I'll put the link back on screen. It is bit.ly/GLTSdoc, all lowercase. Dave, do we want to do your last thing?
Oh, wait, you mean I have not put asbestos in a sock yet?
Oh, I just meant the regular Wuzzle one.
Oh, right. Yes. I feel like I should send it to Sam. This thing still exists. I don't know if anyone wants this, but I did make it.
The funny thing about that is it's just a doll, but that baby looks so proud to be in that Wuzzle body. Like that baby's like, you get me?
Yeah, sort of an odd angle, like looking straight up at the sun.
Now, Dave, Sam has said he will help film next year's NYCC if you want help for it. So there you go.
Sounds great.
Friends. We're making friends here tonight. We like Sam.
Friends.
Sam helped us out a lot.
Sam is someone who I've known of for a long time, but we've never, to my knowledge, met.
Sam helped us out a lot at the Atlanta show.
Would love to be friends with Sam.
We had a lot of fun in Atlanta. And you can see that episode currently on the George Lucas Talk Show YouTube channel.
Yeah, good luck hearing it, though. There's some sound problems.
Alex, how much would you bid for this Wuzzle? I'm not committing you to a bid.
I will say that it looks more haunted the second time I'm seeing it, which ups its value to me.
I think that is looking straight up.
Looking up at the sun.
It's
You got to make sure it can always see the sun.
If it's a theoretical bid, I would do 55.
Okay. Dave, can we see it do the Kubrick stare? Like, can you have it look like this?
Like over the top of its eyes?
Yeah, a little bit. $77 for missing information.
Have we reached the point where I'm supposed to put this undeniable on my house?
Yes, but can we finish this bidding first and then you can do it?
I think whoever wins this gets to decide if I continue down this road, or not.
And they also get to decide the amount of dirt on the Wuzzle.
Have you looked for a D battery yet, Jersey?
No, I've been here. I can while this is happening, I can go look. It's just
I love it.
right upstairs.
Can you set it up so we can see it while you're gone?
Maybe.
Just turn to the workshop view.
Let's see. What if I just do
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Oh yeah. Just
Oh my God.
Right up. You prop something behind it?
Yeah. We should be. I think we should be in this.
Oh,
Oh,
God, I
wow.
hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Okay, we're at $100 for clean, no dirt Wuzzle. I really want this Wuzzle 30, guys.
And is this what is this one called? Because it was Bumble Lion, but it actually got baby face Bumble Lion.
Baby lion.
Baby lion.
I don't know, Alex. What do you think? Bumble Lion is the original name.
It's got a baby face.
I don't just what have you guys been saying? Baby face.
I kind of like baby face Bumble Lion. Just baby face Bumble Lion.
We're at 101 for the dirty one. Let's give it. I'm gonna give this 15 more.
Something's happening.
Oh no.
Oh.
I hear it. I don't know what's happening.
I really don't like how there's just like a little semblance of butt that you just showed us.
Yeah.
Like there's just a little bit of butt left on that.
A little bit of butt.
Like you held the butter right up to the thing, and I just saw a little bit of butt.
I don't
You're
know.
looking, you see it. You see it, right, Dave? You're looking right at it. A little bit of butt.
I'm looking right at it. I'm not looking for the butt. I know where butts
see it.
usually
There's just
are.
a little bit of butt. Oh God, that's the face. That's the face. That's the face.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Turn it off.
Are you saying the butt's too close to the face, or
No, what I'm saying is turn it upside down.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying no, keep the battery in. Keep the battery in. We were just quoting the movie Hardcore. Hold it up.
So this thing in there is spinning. You can't see it, but that thing is spinning.
Yeah, it's spinning. I'm saying what you're looking at right now, that is the mouth and the face that we're looking at.
Oh, I see. So this is the butt?
That's the butt. That's the butt. And that's its poop. It eats through the top part. Yes.
I think we're figuring this thing out. I feel good about it.
This looks like one of the things
shouldn't that face go on the butt part?
This is one of the things that crawls out of Sid's bed in the first Toy Story.
So wait, is the opening is the mouth? Like, so is it like this?
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
No. Flip it upside down. It has a mouth where it has a mouth here. Basically, what it is. And the battery is its genitalia, and all the asbestos is coming out. Yep, the battery is its genitalia, and where all the fluff is coming out. That's the butt, and that's the poop. Yeah,
and it makes this sound.
It makes
Pretty
it.
Cool.
Can you move the arm around? Is that near the battery? Can you twist? No, the other arm. Can you twist the other arm so it matches that arm?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it. There we go. That is the creature. That is the creature.
I see.
Let's see it. 100%.
No legs, just kind of floats, maybe.
Yeah, just floats on the hair.
You could have this.
We are at one. Wait,
you could have.
So wait, does this come with Babyface Bumble Lion?
No fucking way. This is its own creation.
Okay. Someone is saying, very tall man is saying, this guy sat on the Jedi Council and won.
I feel like I need more time with this. Like this thing is spinning inside. I can do something with that.
Spend as much time as you need with it, Dave.
Okay.
But you're so close. Like, turn around and show where it's pooping. Yeah. That's it. It's out of control.
That's the back.
It's a great point, because if you told me that these two were related, I would 100% believe you.
Wow.
I would 100% believe you that Oporensis. And what is their name?
This thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
What was the original name of the child?
Grogu?
No, I mean this girl baby doll.
That was a good joke.
I know.
Well, yeah. The original name of the Wuzzle is like Bumble Lion or something.
Bumble Lion. What's the name of the child doll, the baby doll?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it had a name. I think it's just a generic doll.
It has a
motor. Well, that's what we'll call it. Generic doll.
You can call something other lady.
Can we send people to figure out what this is? Like, see if anyone can figure out the original name of this doll?
Yeah.
It's got a motor in it, so it's got to be something.
I did a reverse Google image search on the face of the original one.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out what the original on the eBay one is.
Yeah.
So I just got it like a generic broken doll. But you're right. I mean, it's got, this is probably some sort of speaker. It says something. Battery's in there. It's not talking, so I'm not sure. Let's see if there's any markings on it.
That noise.
1971 Mattel. Patent pending. I wonder if they got it.
Franco the Third is bored.
Boring.
Franco, what do you want? Something good? Do you understand that that's the way this doll poops?
Do you get that?
All right.
Just bored with Glup?
Just bored with Glup, not the show. Fair enough. Fair enough. Patrick didn't like that. He's gone. Patrick gets very angry when I ask him whether we reached the stretch goal for where I'm supposed to put Billy Williams' undeniable fragrance body cream on my nose. I've asked several times, and he's always like, "We're doing a different thing right now." Oh, here he comes. Shh.
My Wi-Fi went out.
Said Borat.
My Wi-Fi went out.
So that's at 22 grand. I wonder, I don't know if this is updated. Probably not, right?
We are currently at $21,855.
What was the number for Undeniable?
Undeniable was 22,000. So we are not there yet.
And you're including all the camera and the.
I am not.
Oh. Feels like you could put that stuff on that nose then, but
feels like.
All right, you could put it on because we did it.
All right,
it's
so
just not on there.
All right, this has not been. I don't think this has been opened ever.
Can we tell people what this is? Can we remind people what this is?
Yeah. So this is Billy D. Williams' signature scent undeniable here range of products at Comic-Con a few years ago. We sprayed some of the perfume, but this is a fragrance body cream from
1990,
1991, I believe.
Okay.
So I'm gonna smell this first. It's bad. That's the first thing I want to make clear. It smells bad.
Do you remember what the fragrance smelled like? Does it smell the same?
I believe so. It's signature scent. Okay. Now this is going to go away until Comic-Con 2025, but I'm just going to take a little bit, just a little dab of it. I'd say dipping my finger into the texture of it. I'm going to say it's the worst feeling my fingers have had all night, and these have been in King Charles's holes. Okay.
That's a big dab.
Oh, that's a big dab. Oh God, it's really strong. All right.
Wow. Now, Dave.
You want to wait for Comic-Con 2025?
I'm looking at this.
Oh, okay.
$18. That's a steal.
How much did you get it for?
Free.
Oh.
$18?
$18. It seems like these are fairly readily available if people want a High Dottie doll.
That's pretty great.
High Dottie.
So High Dottie doll is blended with Bumbleian. So what should we call that? I should full disclosure. I have turned off my nose.
Oh, tell people what that means.
Well, this is a little bit of Fud Gethard show trivia. And there was recently an internet debate about this, which is so there was a running bit on the Gethard show that had to do with this fish from Sweden, like a canned fish that is the worst. If you look at the worst smell in the world,
Surströmming.
And they did it once. They opened up this fish. It was something Gethard learned about. So they did it once on one of the public access shows. And they opened it in the M&M. M&M is a pretty big studio. It's pretty big, high ceilings, etc. Everybody ran from the building. Like the whole audience and everyone who worked on the show fled the building because the smell was so bad. So then there's an episode on one of the True TV, I think it was True TV episodes, where the idea was that there was an old station wagon, and Gethard would be in the station wagon, and they would open the fish if he lost whatever the contest was. And they needed an extra person to film. They wanted an extra person to film from inside the car on a phone. And I said, I'll do it. And I remember Shane O'Neill said that what do you mean? You're like a notoriously picky eater. You'd be the worst person to be in there. I said, because you'll hate the smell. I said, no, I'll just turn off my nose. And she looked at me and I was crazy. She says, what are you talking about? Turn off your nose. I said, if I don't want to smell something bad, I just turn off my nose and I can't smell. And immediately a debate broke out of like, what are you talking about? Do you remember this, Jersey Dave, at all?
I do. And I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so I said, look, when there's bad smell, I just stop smelling. I just turn off my nose. And so I did. I filmed. You can watch. I'm in the car in a hazmat suit. Drew Johnson looks like he's about to throw up. I don't react at all because I never smell that fish. I don't know what that fish smells like because every time someone says, I'm about to open it, I turn off my nose.
You didn't smell it at all?
I never smelled it.
I know what you're talking about. Where you're not breathing in through your nose. You're like kind of shutting it off. You still smell it though.
No,
I mean,
I don't smell it. Now the problem is, if it's really strong, you start to breathe it in through your mouth. I'm feeling that a little bit with the undeniable right now, where my mouth is getting a little bit of what this is. My mouth is not happy about it. It's a little bit like it's bad. It's bad in here. And then when I cough, it actually breaks a little bit. I get a little bit of a whiff through my nose, and this smells bad. This is bad stuff. It was probably great in 1991. It's just gone bad.
Someone made a comment that just says George C. Scott smelling the fish, and I think that's the funniest comment that's ever been typed.
What do you mean?
George C. Scott smelling the fish. Turn it off. Turn it off.
That's funny.
But I just like George C. Scott smelling the fish.
For those of you who have not seen the George C. Scott movie Hardcore.
Yeah, tell Alex what that movie's about.
I'm missing all the references.
So there's this movie, Paul Schrader, who wrote the movie Taxi Driver, a few years later wrote and directed another movie. This Taxi Driver is about this crazy guy who tries to rescue, it's sort of a big part of the movie has to do with him like rescuing young Jodie Foster from a life of underage prostitution. And Hardcore is sort of like a second beat of Taxi Driver in a way, but instead of a PTSD suffering Vietnam vet who's a cab driver, George C. Scott, the main character, plays a Calvinist. I think he's a minister.
Yeah.
And his daughter runs away. He hires a private detective to find out where she is. Peter Boyle plays the private detective. And the movie is about him trying to rescue her from basically the underground world of sex work and prostitution and pornography. And he hires Peter Boyle to find out where his daughter is. And Peter Boyle says, I got an update on where your daughter is. And rather than just doing what a normal private investigator might do, which is to say, hey, I found out something kind of disturbing. Your daughter is, I found her, she's been starring in pornographic movies. Instead, he's like, I got something to show you. He apparently rented out for the afternoon, like a peep show adult movie theater.
You know how you remember how in the pandemic they were like, if you spend $200, you can come watch Tenet at AMC.
Oh yeah, you can get the whole theater.
Yeah, you just get the whole theater yourself. This is what Peter Boyle did for George C. Scott.
Wait, but with his daughter?
Just wait.
Okay.
Well, so Peter Boyle's like, hey, I got some news for you about your daughter, and meet me here. And so George C. Scott meets him there, and he's like, what is it? Where's my daughter? He's like, come inside, you'll see. And so he says, sit down. And George C. Scott's like, what? He's confused. What's the news about his daughter? And Peter Boyle starts projecting. I don't know. They don't show whether there's a projectionist who works there who reeled up, or whether Peter Boyle is like, oh, I'll load the projector, because this is a film production. He starts showing this film, and George C. Scott, it's as if he's been directed by Paul Schrader. Like, imagine if a private detective did this to you. You might go, oh no, that's my daughter. You might jump up and try to like strangle the guy, or like get them to turn it off, or whatever.
Or run out of the room, you know?
Instead, it's as if he's been directed. You can't move. You have to stay there. So there's a scene where George C. Scott goes, turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. And then he gets mad at Peter Boyle. But they never really go into, like, there's not a moment where George C. Scott's like, explain why you did this to me. I paid you to find my daughter. Why do you make this weird show? Like, there's none of these questions are asked. And the movie doesn't explain what's wrong with Peter Boyle. Like, why he feels this is the right way to tell this dad what he learned. I understand if he was like, hey, I found your daughter, she's doing a pornographic movie, and George C. Scott's like, you're a liar, I don't believe you. And then he's like, here's some still images from, he's like, I won't believe it until I see it. Rejected it. And then he shows him in his apartment. He's like, not until I see it on the big screen in the theater. Like, if he pushed him, then maybe.
So you're saying that we never find out more about Peter Boyle's character, like being sadistic or anything like that?
No, we don't know why he did it. It's just like one of those, and I guess those are things that happen in life. People do a thing, you're like, I don't know why this waiter did it, but he did this weird thing. Maybe he hated his job or whatever, you know?
But we do know what happens to Peter Boyle after, though, right?
I have to quote the line, heartbreak feels good.
Yes. I just saw that.
I wish someone would re-edit the Nicole Kidman thing. So one of the movies she's watching is hardcore. It's that scene.
Or she's watching the movie that they're watching in that movie, and you see George C. Scott in the back of the theater.
Turn it off.
Turn it off. And he's moving like Frankenstein just saw some fire. He does like the turn it off. He like does this thing.
Yeah.
It's Connor, I do want to say, when you said pornography with the this on your nose, you did sound like Charles Grodin. And I do want you to say it again.
Pornography. This is Charles Grodin, CBS Radio Minute. There are people who've been making pornographic movies. These are movies where you see people engaged in the act of making love, but in front of the camera. I don't know. I guess to each his own, but personally, I find it disgusting. It's Charles Grodin, CBS Radio Minute. I've heard about a new kind of movie that's being made in Hollywood. I guess they're filming it over in the Valley. Can we get a stretch goal for me to clean this off of my nose?
Yeah, sure. What were you going to say, Alex?
I said I was about to look up where I can stream hardcore, and then I was like, oh, I should add in the word movie.
No, add in George C. Scott. George C. Scott. Hardcore movie. Where can I stream it?
We're at $22,040. I think $22,250.
41. $22,041.
All right. Can we get $1 donated to get this off of Connor's nose?
$22,040. It's really hard to breathe.
Isn't it fun to think though that Peter Boyle, like after leaving that, he like flew back home to his wife in Queens and his young child who wants to grow up to be a sports reporter, and that's the origin story for Ray Barone's dad on Everybody Loves Raymond, is that he was the PI who showed
that's right
George C. Scott. Okay, someone saying I am donating. Please clean. Go for it.
Oh, I need to see it show up on the Kickstarter.
Okay.
Oh God, it's so hard to breathe after a while because well, the one thing we know about the signature set, it takes so little before it completely fills the atmosphere around me. So I'm at the point now where when I breathe,
I'm worried it's doing something to your, like, the skin on your nose.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
It burns.
I'm not seeing any updates here saying that it happened. I feel like
somebody wanted to pay $1. We wanted to pay $1 to help.
Now, I do also want to say that this is currently our fourth highest amount of money raised that we've ever done on a fundraiser.
That's right. And we do appreciate it. It's the Ryan and Marsh and Anna Maria have spent
and Rob
years. Well, no, Rob hasn't spent years, has he?
He probably spent a year.
But is it years? Or are you interrupting a sentence that you didn't know where it was going? Patrick?
Yeah,
are you butting in on a sentence where you didn't know where the sentence was going?
I was butting. Okay, $22,116. Go ahead.
Wow.
Oh, it's bad. Oh no, it still smells like it in here.
Connor, I don't know how your Wi-Fi is the worst it's ever been tonight.
Because of the midterms.
All right, I think on that note, I'm gonna log off and go watch hardcore.
It was on the Criterion channel a little while ago. It might still be.
Okay, all right. I can also pay like $2.99, I think. So
let me see if I can confirm that. Just before you go.
Because you can get a free trial. You can get a free trial of Criterion.
Okay, I don't have Criterion right now. I see it's like $2.99 on things where you can buy it.
If anyone wants to donate $2.99 to Alex,
okay, that's very nice. Donate it to the film.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you guys so much. Alex. Good to see you. Good to see you, Anne Marie and Ryan too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ryan and Marsh and Anna Maria have been working on this project for years, and Rob Malone has been working on this project for a year. And so it's very nice to be able, and there was a running joke that we had. We filmed a 5-minute video, which you can see for free on the Kickstarter page. It explains a lot of ground we've already covered. If Boyd was still here, I would tell him maybe he could watch that video, brush up on what's going on exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But one of we actually filmed a longer conversation that Ryan then edited down for the 5-minute Kickstarter video, and there was a running joke that did not make the cut, where he wanted to make it clear that what the money was going for. I said, "You're not," and I said to him, "We want to make it clear you're not using this money to feather your own nest."
Mm-hmm.
And do we have a joke on the stretch goals page about that still?
We do, yeah. I believe it's $60,000 is feathering. Let me bring it up. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, let's see it. All right.
Hey.
Good.
Feathering our nest / Mantzoukas interview.
Yeah.
Right.
How are you feeling, Ryan? It's been a good night.
This is exciting. Like, I know you guys are good at this, and I know Georgie Porgies are generous, but this really was way beyond my expectations for us the day we launched it.
Yeah.
In 2019, we spent the whole month, like you said, like really, really pushing hard to get the word out there. So this is amazing.
It rules. It rules.
And
you guys did a good job, and I think people will be happy.
I'm excited for people to see the movie because I think people will be really glad, especially for people who just discovered the show during the pandemic. It's funny to think of something. On the one hand, it's not that much time. On the other hand, it feels like a lot of time. That, I mean, we're now at the point now where Patrick, the amount of time that you and I knew each other before we started doing George Lucas Talk Show is a smaller and smaller sliver of the time. Like, we met in 2000 at the end of 2011.
Yeah.
You messaged me saying you thought I was hilarious in September of 2011.
Mm-hmm.
It's a legit quote.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 months later met for real. And then 2 years later, we're right, basically 2 years and a couple months. You are the opening act for the first George Lucas talk show, and it's really and that's been 8 years. Like we're coming up close on 8 years.
Yeah.
And most of that is, for the longest time, it really felt like the show was just like, well, you have to be there. And there was no, you can watch a couple of the first couple of shows that are online. The very first
I think
ones.
the first 3 or so, yeah.
Yeah. And and then for a while we were just like, oh, it's easier if we're not archiving it.
Yeah.
And I feel like this documentary gives a good good little window into the process and into the relationships between us, and even just hearing other people talk about the show and what it was in those days. I think people who were there at the time will have fun looking back at it. I think people who were not there, who joined us during the live stream era, I think it'll be fun to see little glimpses of what it was before. And I think the next year, hopefully, is going to be. I think this will make next year a very distinct year in the history of the show. Because then,
yeah. No, go ahead.
So 2023 is the year of the doc.
Yeah.
And we'll just go around doxing everybody. And
no.
When you show a documentary to everyone, that's doxing, right?
And
2024 will be the 10-year anniversary of the show. So we'll have gala, we'll have all of the big 10-year anniversary activities going on. And then 2025 is when the museum opens.
True. And listen, I'll say this. I'm saying this out loud just to force this into existence. Hopefully, once it premieres at all the docs and goes around, we get a physical release of it. We want that Blu-ray.
We want that 4K.
Connor and I,
Can't be 4K.
Now listen, Connor and I have not talked about this. Connor, how many commentaries will you record with me for this movie?
How many do you want to record?
You want to do like 5 commentaries? I feel like that would be fun.
Well, what's the most commentaries that any movie has ever recorded?
Great question.
I bet the Lord of the Rings ones are
probably the Lord of the Rings.
Right? And Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
So how many?
There's probably like 3 or 4 of those, maybe.
Someone fact check.
I say whatever the top number is, so the maximum number of commentaries the single feature has ever had.
Yeah.
We don't want to just beat that record. We're going to double it. Like, all right, now you're on commentary 3. Here we are. Here we go again. We basically create a commentary that is like the equivalent of one of the fundraisers where we just keep watching the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, but I want a physical release. I want to be able to do a making of the documentary. I want to be able to do. I want to put this stream on the Blu-ray. If you're
on the
welcome,
Blu-ray,
if you're watching this stream in the future on the Blu-ray, welcome.
Welcome to the Blu-ray. If you got to this far into this feature on the Blu-ray, welcome to the Blu-ray.
Yeah, it would be fun though to have people sit with you, Connor, who have not, who are not even part of the documentary, do the commentary with you. Like they'd be watching it the first time, because there's some of your friends who we really wanted to interview, but it just didn't happen. You know,
like here's a wish that we'd have. One of the commentaries for the doc would be us talking to friend of the show, Bobby Wool. That'd be one of the commentaries, and get his thoughts on it. I would also like, I know this is an Anna, you tell me if you think this would be impossible, but I feel like it's got to be possible on a Blu-ray. That will cost a little bit of money, but I think if we can make it happen, if we could license to hide somewhere on the Blu-ray, like hard to find, like really like make it hard for people to find, hide a full episode of Arliss on the Blu-ray.
We're going to get the legal clinic.
License it. Can I tell you, because here's the thing, David Zaslav will do anything for money. He is willing. He has said, we are willing to like let anybody make a Batman now if you'll just give me a little bit of money or something I can write down on my taxes for HBO Discovery. I bet there is a reasonable dollar amount where we could license an episode of RATLIFF and hide it on the Blu-ray as a hidden feature.
Yeah. There you go.
We'll use Bobby as the intermediary for that because that sounds a little complex legally, but
we'll figure it out.
Work. We'll start from now.
I mean, listen, that's how you get Darcy, and that's how you get Jason, and that's how you get, all those people on. And then on top of that, Connor and I are doing 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, there should be several that are just more of us watching the documentary over and over again. We want to double whatever the record is. Can anyone in the chat confirm what the most commentaries is?
Someone just said there's 4. Someone just said there's 4 on Lord of the Rings Extended. 4
is nothing. It's nothing.
I mean, those movies are long. Those movies are long.
Aren't you happy we made this 90 minutes now?
No.
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 I'm very disappointed.
Okay.
Aren't you happy? The confidence, Ryan, that you said that with disgusts me.
But now, Ryan, here's the question. If we got a Blu-ray, do we get an extended cut?
That's Ryan's.
I'm devastated. Devastated.
We got to get Rob on board for that.
Okay. I think that's
we'll put the cat in the account.
I think that's doable.
Yeah.
I think we could do a lot of comment. I think it's easy enough. Just the 2 of you.
Yeah.
Then you guys with Sean. Then you guys with Griffin. Sean and Griffin alone together.
Yeah. Commentaries, I'm sure, take up no space. I'm sure they barely take up space.
Oh yeah, it's just audio.
We can, if necessary, we can record them at the lowest possible audio fidelity. Fit even more commentaries.
Do it on our iPhones.
We'll carve out the physical release from any. If we get a streaming deal, we'll be trying to carve out the physical so we can.
Yes.
And here's the thing. You know what we can do, and this is a guarantee of success. Remember how like Twilight Time used to do those limited edition, like small batch? If we make a small batch Blu-ray release, maybe at a slightly higher price point, then we're left with no inventory at the end and a full guaranteed sellout. I think we could probably Kickstarter the physical release. If you figure out how much it would cost, we could Kickstarter a deluxe physical release. We're talking years down the road. We're talking years down the road. I think we can make something really special, including like packaging that has like things that are like production elements in the packaging that are like, oh my God, I bet that added a lot to how much it costs.
Yeah. Let me, Anna Maria Ryan, I'm going to pull you really quick because we realized we have not done the Butter Lion.
That's right.
The final. Well, let's hang on. I think we're at $101 for Dirty Butter Lion. I think it was Missy information. Is that correct, Missy?
There's no way they're still here.
For the dirty one?
They are.
There we go.
I see Missy's. Okay, great. Gohan Squirtle commentary. I would love a Gohan Squirtle commentary.
That's a great idea.
After it's a commentary, you have to watch the whole documentary, and the commentary starts after the documentary. And there's
I don't know. Do people know about Gohan Squirtle? Is this a known thing?
I don't know if they do. We've never talked about it.
Can we talk about Gohan Squirtle? We don't know who Gohan Squirtle is.
Yeah,
but they're a legend. They're a legend.
And basically, when we were doing live streams all the time, Gohan Squirtle would start watching once we were done. I would just comment, and we'd be doing after show stuff, and we would just see that Gohan Squirtle was just commenting to themselves about the show that we had just done.
Yeah. Really great.
Yeah.
We would just watch this person comment while they were watching the show that happened 6 hours ago, 8 hours ago.
Insane. All right, so we are at 101. If no one else wants this is going to Missy.
Now, is this just this thing?
This is just this thing.
Okay.
This is the dirty.
And I believe they said dirty it up a little. Dirty it up a little bit, but not a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. We're taking last call. I'm going to go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great. Anna Marie is also pointing out there are 3 Q&A slots left. If anyone wants those, they're 200. And let's now, Dave, how are we feeling about what's her name? Talkie Tina?
Hi, Dottie.
Hi, Dottie.
Hi, Dottie. I feel like I'm just getting to know a little bit. I think these are going to be legs, maybe I could stiffen up this hair, turn it into
this is
legs.
not a tonight thing. You think?
I don't think this is a tonight thing. Plus, I also, if I can replace this band in here, I can get this thing to talk again.
Hey, something to look forward
I want
to.
to know what High Daddy has to say.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is a tonight thing.
It's not a tonight thing. Yeah. Go to bed. Go to bed, Jimmy Fallon. It's not a Tonight Show.
Yeah, it's true. But this is glued on. This is permanent. These are decisions that have been made tonight. This is how it poops. And these are the gens.
We are currently at $22,446.
Is Dave okay?
Wow.
Feel good.
Wow. Now, Connor, what are we thinking?
About what?
How are we feeling right now?
About the doc? Pretty good.
No, about this. Or are we wrapping up? Are we still going? What's our thoughts?
Well, we're not expecting anybody else to drop by, are we?
At this point, I don't think so. But I don't know.
But everybody who could have dropped has the stream link.
Yes.
All right. I mean, it's feeling like we're in the final moments. Like,
Did you send that? Did you send that text that you were going to send?
Tell me in the private chat.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That was a long time ago.
There you go.
I did. No answer on that.
Okay.
How much
Great.
was Bumbleline?
Bumbleline was 101 to Missy, and I think we're gonna call that unless someone else. How much for Irishman? Ooh, this is a great question.
Wait, for an additional Irishman?
Right now.
Starting from now with 5 hours and 6 minutes as if it was 0?
Yeah.
I don't think it's on the table.
Yeah,
You don't think it's on the table for us to watch The Irishman starting now?
I don't think so.
I don't think people would.
I don't think people would enjoy it.
Yeah, I also don't think people would donate that number.
I don't think people would watch after. They would just leave us, and then we would just be here for another 3.5 hours.
I mean, we're still at 289.
What do you mean?
Oh, people, viewers.
Yeah.
Some of those people are going to be, they'll probably leave pretty soon, I believe.
I imagine some of them just fell asleep.
That's true.
Remote Control saying do another stream on the last day of this. I mean, that's a Connor question.
What was it?
Someone's saying we should do another stream on the last day of this.
I can have this thing done by then.
It's a Connor question.
A separate stream on the last day of the Kickstarter?
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Sort of makes more sense than doing it on the first day.
I mean, we got as far as we need to go. Okay, we'll talk about that. We'll consider that.
We'll think about it, but it also depends on lots of
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And we've already surpassed our expectations.
It's true.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I think other people are going to discover this over the course of the next week. We'll still be
Hot
tweeting
Fuzz
about
has 5 commentary tracks.
Okay, so we got to do 10.
We got to do 10.
It's not going to be a problem. And and I believe, Patrick, what we agreed on was that this stream is going to go up on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But it's only going to be up for the duration of Kickstarter. Once Kickstarter ends.
Yeah. This is something that you've been very passionate about. So I'm going to go with you on it.
You're confused by it. You'd like it to stay on the YouTube forever.
I do. I think it was a fun show, and I think people would like seeing it.
What show? This show?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the thinking of taking it down?
It's a non-canon show. It shouldn't exist in the we should pull it at the end of the Kickstarter because it exists as a fundraiser for this thing. And I realize we have old fundraisers that are available, but most of those are causes you can still give to. You know what I mean? Whereas this one's for a specific Kickstarter, and I feel like that makes this one a little bit special as a non-canon episode. Also, like some industrious person could be like, I'm going to download the file. I'm going to make sure it gets out there. I'm like, okay, man, calm down. Like this guy's like, I'm going to go to the channel that lets me download YouTube videos. I'm going to save it to my device. You won't be able to keep it off the stream on my device. I'm going to upload it on a second second channel. I'm going to upload it to my own YouTube channel. Like, all right, buddy.
Is this one of the kids who live in South Park?
It's one of those. My own YouTube channel. Yes, to you. Cow.
Uh-huh. Listen, Anna Maria is asking if I'm still up for riding a bike at this hour. Yeah, sure. If we get to 25, we're not going to, but if we get to 25, I would happily.
What does that mean? Like, you take your phone out and get a city bike or something?
Dave, it's a stretch goal. You don't know what it means until it happens.
That's true. As soon as I asked, I realized how foolish I was.
You haven't explained what Patrick rides the bike means. Like, you haven't shown the bike.
Yeah. I'm not
Are you going to show the bike?
No.
You're not going to until you get some time for riding it.
Yeah.
Do you think people not knowing makes it more likely that it's going to happen?
Dave, we've raised $250,000 by not telling people things.
Some of the hair that I ripped out made its way back.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really nice watching.
Yeah, I'm
the
doing
process.
all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Finding hair all over the place. It's pretty good.
That is a quote. That is a quote that a psychopath would say. Find hair all over the place. It's good.
Should we should remind people, if anyone, we're going to tease something. I don't know if we're allowed to tease it, but I'm going to do it. About January. Is that okay, Connor?
About what? February?
January?
January, yeah.
If you're you want to go to the San Francisco area, maybe that third weekend of January might be a good idea.
Wait, has this not been announced?
I don't think the date has been announced yet.
Okay.
If you want to go celebrate Patrick's birthday with him in January, maybe San Francisco sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, because you're moving to LA, but if you want to celebrate Patrick's birthday, a third weekend in January?
I believe it's the third weekend in January. You probably already, some people already have tickets, but I'm just saying. Sounds like a good idea.
I'm gonna go ahead and plug some things that are both related and unrelated. So for those of you who are just tuning in, our Life Day show is live on the Caveat website. You can buy tickets for it. It's there. It's going to be on Monday night, December 19th, just a few days before Christmas. And we're still figuring out. That's all we have to announce is it'll be a live stream, and also for people who can come in person, you can go ahead and get tickets for that show at Caveat. That'll be our last show of 2022. And 2023, we don't know what our schedule is going to be for shows. We have that San Francisco trip in January, so it's possible that means for New York that we may not have a January show. Who knows? We don't know.
But I also think something to keep in mind is that this show is continuously evolving and always takes different forms, and different, shows happen at different intervals. And I think next year will also be an example of that. And who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? We might do shows at different rates, different days. We don't really know. We'll figure it out. But we want to do more Friend Zone shows too. So we'll get there.
Anna Maria, when will we start getting answers about film festivals? When will that happen? Soon?
Yeah, Sundance starts, so we submit it to Sundance because why not? So Sundance usually starts notifying people the week of Thanksgiving through the following week. So that'll be the first one. We'll see. We'll see.
One New York premiere planned?
We've applied to Tribeca. We submitted to Tribeca Film Festival. So if we get into that, then that would probably act as our New York premiere. So we're going to see what happens with the festivals, if that creates an automatic premiere. If not, we will do our own New York premiere. And that was actually for some folks in the chat were asking about the last Kickstarter. All of those rewards from the original Kickstarter are still valid. You will still get them. And one of those things was an invite to the New York premiere. We could not offer that this time around because that would just be really expensive to host a lot of people. So we're just going to keep that to the original backer. So if we do have, whether it's a festival premiere or we do our own premiere, we will still invite those original backers for that reward level to that New York premiere. We'll keep you all posted about that.
Very good.
We want people to see it, and we want people to see it with other fans of the show and stuff, so I think any chance we can get, and if you guys have film festivals that you think would be good fits for the show that would be fun to apply to, we should put the social media stuff up on here. What is it?
Tweet at the doc.
What is it? It's George Lucas Doc?
At George Lucas. That's our social handle for all of the socials.
Yeah. So Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. If you're on there, go follow it now. Let's see how many. There's 275. Let's see how many dang followers we can get on there.
Come on, I'm gonna
bump those bad boys up.
So yeah, we will keep you posted as soon as we find out, or I guess we'll retweet a lovely press release. So we'll keep you posted about the festivals that are to come. So that's usually the first is Sundance, and then after that we'll know more, I guess, in December and early January will be sort of the next batch. And we're applying to a bunch throughout the year. We have a big picture plan, but yes, please let us know if you have a local festival that you think would make sense for us with this film. And we will look at our overall plan, see where we can fit it in.
Franco the Third is asking, how will the 10 commentary tracks be distributed? That is exclusively if and when we do a physical release, which I am actively trying to push for.
That's down the road.
Going outside.
That's down the road, and they will be distributed among the data that is captured on the physical disc, and you can retrieve them using your remote control for your player.
Isn't it a shame you can't listen to commentary on does Netflix have it? I don't know.
No.
The streamers have fully abandoned the potential that the physical formats have. It's one of those really strange things where the advance left behind a lot of the things that were superior about the earlier format. There are some places you can look up certain things on Disney Plus and you go to the extras page and there's a commentary, but
yeah,
I don't think a lot of people necessarily even know that,
I think the FX app, when The Simpsons was on there, I think you could listen to them on there, but I don't think they're on there anymore. So
I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they add those to Disney Plus, because Disney Plus does port over a certain number of commentary tracks. You can listen to commentary on Star Wars movies and things like that.
If you also, if people like commentaries, you can find them and download them and just put them on your phone. I have a bunch on my phone that I listen to.
Yeah, just get a hold of Patrick's phone. He has a bunch of
commentaries on it. You guys want to listen to friggin' Aliens or Anchorman 2 or whatever? It's on my freaking phone.
Oh, wow, dude. Patrick famously only likes movies that start with the letter A.
and sequels.
Aren't these this podcast? Now that I'm thinking about it.
They're basically podcasts, yeah.
It's a podcast. It's just a podcast.
No, butts, genitals, Spinal Tap commentary. Are you talking about the one where they're in character? Or are you talking about the Criterion one where they're themselves?
I think he's probably talking about the one where they're in character.
I bet so. A lot of the people are going to be watching the documentary at festivals. We hope to get some Georgie Porgies to see the documentary because it's going to be, like I say, when we show these at festivals, going to be a lot of boys in the audience. A lot of boys. Look around, there's going to be a lot of boys. And the thing is, and this is what I do. We love boys, but we got to turn these boys into Porgies. You know?
Mm-hmm. We love boys. We love Porgies.
We love boys, but you got to make a boy into a Georgie Porgy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see a Boyd, I just see a potential Porgy.
You see a Boyd, I see a Porgy that hasn't been born yet.
Every boy can be a Porgy.
But not every Porgy could be a Boyd because you've already been a Boyd and now you're a Porgy.
Full screen the kitty cat.
Where's the kitty? Oh, I didn't even see the kitty cat.
Where's the kitty cat?
Let's figure out. Oh.
I like that you're both basically wearing the same pattern. Right, you look like you were. What's your cat's name?
Figaro.
You look when you hold up Figaro, so it blocks your neck. You hold Figaro up. It looks like you are dressed as Figaro for Halloween, or like you're gonna like you would play Figaro in the musical of Cats.
Wow,
he's very spoiled. We took him to acupuncture today, just to get an idea of.
You mean
how
cat acupuncture?
How did Figaro respond to the acupuncture?
He hates it, but then he does really well with it. So,
like all things for one's health.
Yeah.
Well,
Acupuncture.
we're at 22,576.
Did we go up a little?
22,576.
No, I got 2611.
You got 2611? I do not have 2611.
22611.
Wow.
I had that, and then I hit refresh, and it went back to 2257.
Like that for like half hour.
I'm only seeing 22576, so I don't trust that other one.
Yeah, I had 611, and then when I hit refresh, it went back down to.
Someone pulled their
punch. They didn't like the things we were saying.
Yeah, I get it.
Can't like
everything. I get it.
Oh, here, I promise this. Hold on. Okay, so just a little tour of what's there. Obviously, that is the Sunshine Cinema poster of the with the art by Dan Klaus. And it's Ghost World. It's like Enid visiting the Sunshine Cinema, the much missed New York City art house movie theater. You can't really see with the glare there, unfortunately, but that is a production cell of from a Hawaiian Punch commercial, the one in the nice frame there. It's Punchy, the Hawaiian Punch thing, and the guy that he likes to punch. And it came framed like that. It's very nice. These books here are Carl Barks books. These books here are Floyd Gottfredson Mickey Mouse books. These tall books here are by a publisher called Sunday Press Books, who did like a complete Little Nemo volume, Gasoline Alley, A Crazy Cat. If you look up Sunday Press Books, if you like old comics, this guy does an amazing job with these. These books are fantastic. That, of course, is the Bad Robot writing the 1950 Snoopy right next to the Holy Grail.
How is your Wi-Fi this bad?
Everyone, let's donate to get a better Wi-Fi setup.
You can't hear what I'm saying?
No, we can hear you. You just keep freezing. What is the?
What's your setup? Do you have a Google? What? Do you have a Google Home?
What do you mean Google phone?
Google
This is my Wi-Fi.
What's your setup?
No, it's Spectrum.
What's your router type?
I don't know, it's behind here somewhere.
Are we doing this? We're doing IT support?
Connor, how many people have been in your apartment ever?
No, not many.
I feel pretty, proud that we got in there.
Yes. That is one of those McDonald's Happy Meals that came out recently.
They let you get that?
Oh, it's so much further away than even I thought. I was like, oh, I can reach on it. It's way over there. It's way over there. I was like, I can get it. Fool myself.
This is a great comment. Watching Connor is like turning a light on and off while a cat sneaks up on you.
I guess people don't like the show anymore.
No, they do. They do.
Wow, wait, we went up to 22856.
Yeah, we're getting donations up the wazoo. We got like
everyone wants to help your Wi-Fi.
People love this. You're a star.
You're a star. You're a star. You're like that girl in that movie that just came out. You're a star.
This little Spider Ham from the Hallmark booth at Comic-Con.
Wow.
I always liked Spider Ham. That was one of my favorite Marvels. That's Carl Barks. When I was in Switzerland, they had lots of Carl Barks stuff, and that was just from a thing from a calendar, and I framed it. It's one of his oil paintings. That is the Weekend Update toys.
Oh, can we see those?
Sure.
That goes deeper than I thought it did.
I know, this is so funny.
I didn't expect that to go that far back.
Ah.
Here's a funny secret. I can't remember. It feels like I may have revealed this on the show before. Did I not show these on an episode at one point?
Weekend Update
This
dolls?
feels familiar.
Yeah, I feel like George did this.
I don't remember.
Okay, so here's the Weekend Update.
That scale is so wild.
What about the scale?
Scale's all off.
Of the update desk?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. In order to get them to sit properly at the update desk,
Yeah.
you have to bend them like that.
Oh. Weird.
That's the only way that.
Wild. Wild, wild, wild.
And that's, I assume, how it really is when you watch the show.
Yeah.
Poor Michael, poor Colin.
Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
can we talk about the guy who did the music for the doc?
Yeah.
What's his deal? Tell people.
Joe Imburgio, I've actually known since kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
And he is a very talented musician, composer. And I feel like, Connor, you probably knew his best friend, Casey Jost. I feel like that was like the connection.
Casey Jost, who does a lot of music for the show.
Yeah. And so Joe agreed this would be a fun project. And he wrote us like 25 pieces of music before we ever edited anything, which was amazing, because then we got to kind of utilize his stuff and have his stuff shape some of the edits, which is kind of backwards. Usually, you edit first. But we spent probably 2 or 3 months getting Connor's theme right. And that's a reveal, I guess, that Connor has a theme, that the motif that comes out, that probably 3 or 4, maybe 6 times actually. The theme comes throughout the whole thing.
Variations.
There's variations of it, and yeah, he really nailed it in my mind. Like he really figured out exactly what we were looking for, and we're very happy with the theme.
Yeah, the music is really
yeah.
Music is really great in the doc. It feels even though I know you got it beforehand for the most part, it still feels like it was made with the doc in mind. It's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited for people to hear it. And you know, it's always cool when you have original music in it. It's not just a you know what do you call it, like stock music that you bought somewhere online or whatever, or that you're reusing, or you know, it's cool.
Yeah, and I would say the music feels very Connor to me. It doesn't feel like George Lucas. It's the you know, Connor Ratliff story part of the doc, and that felt important for us to make sure we had that balance.
And I mean, people have heard some of the music tonight already in clips, and I'm just going to play one of them again. Sorry, that's not the. I'm sorry, that's not the one I meant. I'm sorry. That's not the one I meant.
But Channels has a great suggestion that if we ever do bring back the Irishman Plus dancing, we should do it with that music.
It's a great idea. I do also want to say we did get a video from Alice that I would like to play.
Not just entertained, but somehow reborn together. Dazzling images on a huge silver screen. Sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our heroes feel like the best part of us. And stories feel perfect and powerful. Because here, they are. AMC Theaters. We make movies better. Not just entertainment.
The only note I have is over the end, you should hear George Scott going, "Turn it off."
Yes. Yeah.
Turn it off.
That's so good. Now I have a question, and Patrick, you be ready with a bumper for this. As far as how the music was recorded, do you have any idea like what the equipment was that you were using to listen to the music when you first heard it? Like, would you listen to it on your phone or on some other sort of player? What equipment did you use, Ryan, when you were first listening to the musical score?
Headphones, actually.
What band?
Sony. I can tell you these.
Okay. Yeah. How much do those headphones cost?
I think they're $99, and they've been like $99 since like the 80s.
Yeah. And you would plug those into what machine?
An amp.
What kind of amp? What brand?
Let's see. I'm gonna fall over. It's called Art Accessories Amp.
Don't you guys feel bad talking about this kind of stuff?
This is not leading stuff.
A long walk.
No, like, don't you feel like you're like?
Oh, I muted myself, didn't I?
No,
No,
but don't you guys feel like
waiting for what's
you're coming off looking like nerds talking about all of these? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
Of
okay,
course.
great.
Yeah.
I still muted.
Now I know
We
you said
never
no one was
muted
gonna,
that.
I know that you said no one else was going to drop by, but I do have a friend who may want to say a word or two.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Here he is. Do we know Butterbear's gender?
No.
Okay.
Bart him and other lawyers in his firm from the Carden and other MSG owned venues because the firm represents a group suing MSG. So, as attorneys do, Hunter sued MSG over that retaliation. And New York State Civil Court judge ruled yesterday that MSG cannot do that as far as retaliation and barring them. Well, they said they couldn't bar them for whatever reason from Knicks or Rangers games, but otherwise, no, MSG cannot turn away Hunter and his crew of attorneys if they show up with valid tickets to musicals or any other shows at the Garden, Radio City Music Hall, and the Beacon Theater. Now, to the dangers behind what's powering those electric bikes zipping right around New York City streets. Fires caused by batteries from e-bikes have been on the rise, according to the FTLI.
Thanks, Butterbear.
Thank you, Butterbear.
Thank you, Butterbear.
Thank you, Butterbear.
Whoa. Dynamic.
Oh my goodness! Look at these two friends.
They heard Butterbear and they got real interested.
Oh wow. I do also want to say we did from our friend Forrest Phillips, we did get some fan art.
Let's see it.
I love Forrest.
Yeah. Can you pull everyone off the stream except for Butterbear and the friends? We'll just leave that there for just a minute or two.
Traffic and love together. A minute. Guess 107. Your chronic sinus infections are constant. It's frustrating. Sinus pressure, headaches, constantly feeling clogged. You've tried medication and home remedies that are supposed to work, but no matter what you try, nothing helps. It's time to do something different. Capo Nose and Sinus Center offers minimally invasive procedures performed in the office that can help provide real long-term relief. As an advocate for office-based sinus and nasal care, Dr. Joseph A. Capo is one of the most experienced sinus doctors in the Northeast when it comes to office-based management. Do you suffer from chronic sinus pain? Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections without a painful surgery. Call and set an appointment today with Capo Nose and Sinus Center. Call 516-366-4548. 516-366-4548. That's 516-366-4548. CBS News Time 108. Traffic and weather together every 2 minutes around the 8. Start to get stuck at 108 in the morning. That's not good. Hi, Jensen. No, it's very bad. New York State's first. You got the road work there between 14B and 15. All was well until somebody hit into something. And the one lane that was open is now closed. The two were closed for construction. All that said, all 3 lanes are blocked. Throughway northbound. North of Airline Road, I think it's 14B. I've been staring at this. I've been looking at it with the camera and seeing the same folks sitting in the same place for the last hour or so. It's because we're an hour and 10 minutes at this point. So if you can bail after Route 17 before that, do that, or the Palisades Parkway for the cars. That's a great way to go. And the FDL Drive is an okay way to go. There's southbound work on the Gracie Mansion through the 80s. North Bank construction set up from the 60s up to 72nd Street. And still dealing with this accident on the eastbound, the northbound BQE ramp to the eastbound LA, so getting up to the lower level of the expressway. There's an accident on that ramp slowing things down. Holland Tunnel's eastbound out of town. No shuttles there. It's closed now for the overnight. The lane rules are up both directions. And the GW Bridge is doing okay, even though the lower level is shut down both ways this morning. Next traffic update at 118, breaking traffic news when it happens. I'm Jeff Jensen in the WCBS Traffic Center.
Someday we should just do a show that's just Butterbear.
I'd love that.
I wonder if you would. I wonder if we did one. If we did a full day with Butterbear.
Now here's the question: is Butterbear moving the entire time? No.
I think Butterbear would be able to stay pretty still for most of that. How's everyone doing?
How's everyone doing? That's a great question. We're shockingly close to 23,000. We're at 22,856, which means we are less than $150 away from 23,000. If everyone watching donates less than $1,
we can have a 23andMe.
We'll get up to 23andMe.
Yeah.
Do you want to make that a stretch goal?
I think it's a great goal. We can get up to 23 because the movie is going to hit festivals. It's going to premiere in 2023. So getting up to 23, that wasn't our goal at the beginning of this, but it's starting to feel just right. You know what I mean?
Just right.
You start to feel like we got a real nice situation here. We're so close. It feels real nice. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do for the people who are so kind to be watching this. Because the next time anyone's on the stream, like I'm probably never going to do this again where I'm just being me.
I feel like we might do streams where we're just hanging out, though. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, but you can still hang out with George.
I guess that's true.
I guess that's true. Not different.
I guess that's
not that
true.
different, right? It's not that different, especially once I start to get tired. Because here's the thing. I can do a pretty good George Lucas impression. Most of the time I don't.
Yeah.
Like I drop it pretty quickly. I mostly just do it for a few words. And then just sort of like proof of impression, and then I just talk like myself.
Yeah.
But I do feel like, hey, here's something. You know, this is just something that's on my desk.
Oh, hang on, Connor. Someone's saying, so I looked at your Kickstarter briefly. We did just have a bunch of raiders come in from another stream.
Oh,
Can you give the very succinct elevator pitch under a minute? Under a minute.
Wait, can I get a clock to time me or something?
Yeah, sure. I will hold up a timer right here. But let's actually try to do this.
Okay, yeah. I'm actually going to try.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
I just need to see it.
Okay,
so for the past 8 years or so, I've done this comedy show called The George Lucas Talk Show, where I pretend to be George Lucas, talk to real guests as themselves. During the pandemic, it became a live stream, but a couple years before that, a couple of filmmakers approached us and said, we'd like to do a film about your show. And they have now made this documentary. They finished the film, 90-minute documentary about the George Lucas Talk Show, and particularly in its incarnation prior to the pandemic. And they basically were going to make a 20-minute short, and they did a Kickstarter a couple of years ago for that, but they ended up making a full feature film. So the Kickstarter right now is to raise finishing funds to cover things like festival submissions, travel to festivals if we get in any, lawyers to cover things, paying people who've worked on the film who deferred some of their payment until they had the money, and various other like post-production costs. So we've raised money tonight. We're also looking to raise a little bit more, and that's basically the truth of what we're saying to you.
Uh-oh, looks like you have another minute. Is there anything else you want to say?
Yeah, rub-a-dub-dub. We got all these people who've been watching this. We had the King of England come here on his birthday. We had friends. Darcy Carden showed up. Jason Mantzoukas showed up. Alex Song-Xia showed up. We had the filmmakers. We talked to the people who made the documentary. What else did we do, Patrick? We've
been here almost 6 hours.
Yeah, we're closing on 6 hours. And the thing is, we just now realized that we're at $22,879 on the Kickstarter. What we realize is we're so close to $23,000. We're just like less than $200 away from being $23,000. And
we are at one. No, we're less than $100 now. We're at $22,914. So we are, what is that? $86 away. $86 away from 23,000. We also had a voicemail from Jason Carden.
Yeah. And what we realized was like, oh, the movie's going to basically premiere to the world in 2023. So raising $23,000 feels like kismet, doesn't it? It feels like what a good lucky number that is. It's also just going to be incredibly helpful. It will take some stress away from the process. These filmmakers have been working for years on this, and they've been working, speculatively because they didn't know if this was going to, turn out to be anything. And what they've made is a really fun and interesting film. I think about a show that I think is usually pretty fun and interesting. So it's 2 elevator rides, right?
Yeah.
2.5 elevator rides, maybe.
2.5 elevator rides.
Yeah.
I mean, people are saying they want to hear Jason Carden's voicemail again. I'll do it if you guys promise to donate like $1 or something. I'll do it. Here we go. You ready? It's not going to make sense to a lot of people,
but it will make sense to a few people.
Okay, the Chop 66. Hold on to your question.
Jason, will you say the thing the Irish girl said? Do you remember it? I see his face is thinking. His face is thinking.
Yeah, it is. I heard you've been talking about me.
Here, I'm going to show you a couple of little reaches. I'm going to do a couple of little reaches without even. These are without any stretch goal. You want to see a little sponge I have?
Yeah.
You want to see a little sponge?
Yeah, I do.
These are the sponges they used to give away late night with David Letterman and show at NBC in the 80s. This is a real rare thing. This is an Electric City device charger that was given out at Comic-Con. It's a solar-powered device charger. I believe there's nothing I can use this on because it has this sort of connection here. And it also has one of these connections here. And then it also has one of these connections here. I don't think I own a single device that this would power. But if you don't know what Tom Hanks' Electric City is, there's an episode of my podcast, Dead Eyes, that goes into full detail on it. Might as well promote it. Might as well promote Dead Eyes, the podcast. Why not?
Also, people are asking, where can the Raiders view your George Lucas program? George Lucas Talk Show, every episode's on YouTube from the pandemic, from the live stream era, hundreds of hours. You want to see Whoopi Goldberg, she's there. You want to see Kevin Smith, he's there. You want to see Darcy Carden, Jason Mantzoukas. You want to see, I don't know, so many people. They're all there. Ahmed Best played Jar Jar Binks. So much fun. But find a guest you like, go on, check it out, watch it. It's a lot of fun. It's very stupid. It's very silly.
Yeah, Weird Al episode's good.
Weird Al was great. Yep. Seth Meyers was great. So many people. So many people.
Looks like we've reached 23,149.
There's an assload of Bobby Wool. That's also true.
Yeah, if you're looking for an assload of Bobby Wool, you come to the right place.
Stephen Charleston, Paul Scheer, Paul Tompkins, Rachel Zegler, so many people. Bobby Moynihan, a phone call from Bob Odenkirk. Already mentioned Whoopi Goldberg. Richard Reilly was so much fun. We watched Air Buddies, we watched Snow Buddies, we watched Space Buddies, we watched Santa Buddies, we watched Spooky Buddies, we watched Treasure Buddies, we watched Super Buddies. Leah Thompson, Lisa Loeb. Let's keep going. Let's all talk about our favorite guests. Who else we got? Oh, God, someone says not my tempo. Air Buddies, Snow Buddies, Space Buddies, Spooky Buddies, Treasure Buddies, Super Buddies, Santa Buddies. We watched all the Muppets Tonight. Sebastian Canelli. Darcy Carden, Sebastian's mom, Josh Fadum, the podcast The Rod Boys, Patton Oswalt, Steve Whitmire, Dietrich Bader, Serenato Cheney, McGruff the Crime Dog, Electro, Abigail Noy, The Wrecking Crew, We're All Going to Malta, Adam Conover, David Wayne, Stephen Tobolowski. We watched all of Studio 60, Tim Heidecker, Nate Cordry, Zach Cherry, Oh my gosh, Deborah Wilson. What was the guy's name? Who was the dog in Call of the Wild? Terry Notary, Steven Weber, Alan Sepinwall, Ben Schwartz, Daniela Pineda, Viserion the Ice Dragon.
Someone's asking if Griffin Newman has ever been a guest, and the answer is yes. Griffin Newman was a guest on the second ever live theater edition of George Lucas Talk Show. You can find it on Vimeo, I believe. Years before he started playing the role of Watto on the George Lucas Talk Show, which is the kind of thing that we can say on a non-canon night like tonight.
The Doughboys, Nicole Byer, Lisa Hannawalt.
Oh, hold on. Emery just pointed out there's questions on Reddit. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Because I said people could ask questions on Reddit, and I didn't say that we would do it earlier than 5 hours and 49 minutes into it. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Connor, what's the most surprising thing you've learned about yourself or George in the process of the documentary? Also, you've been pretty open about pandemic times being a struggle at times, mental health wise. Were there instances where you regretted having a doc crew follow you during this process? Well, the doc crew, there's not much interaction with me post-pandemic. Most of the time I spent with them was pre-pandemic. So I wasn't yet struggling as much as, I think I would have felt much weirder about it in 2022 or 2021 than I felt about it in 2019, which was when the bulk of the documentary was shot. Surprising thing I learned about myself in the process of the documentary. I think my level of, I think it enhanced my level of discomfort in terms of how I am. I've become a little bit more firewalled in the sense of, when you put yourself out there, certainly it was the documentary combined with the podcast, that you do start to realize how important it is for you to keep some level of control over how much of yourself is for public display and how much of it is just for your regular life. And I think it's important to have that balance, because I think if you live a totally public life, then I think it's a very confusing thing. So there's the presentational version of yourself, and there's the and there's a part of you that's just you that lives your life. Let me see, there's other questions. I have that answered. What is Uncle George's favorite cheese? Character-wise, I think if I was going to say favorite cheese, I think I would probably just get out some Velveeta slices and say that he likes these. I would probably make a grilled cheese sandwich on camera with those. I don't know what the real George Lucas's favorite cheese is, but that would be my impulse, would be to make a grilled cheese sandwich making bit if I was in character tonight.
That sounds good.
Patrick, what's your favorite cheese?
I'm not a cheese guy. I like American cheese. I'm a very boring cheese guy. I made a really good grilled cheese the other night. Do you want to hear about it?
Yeah.
It was like sourdough bread slices. I bought a loaf at a grocery store, very big piece of sourdough. I buttered both sides, grilled them up, put slices of tomatoes. I grilled a whole slice of onion, like a couple slices of onions on there. Put them on, put 2 slices of cheese, the tomatoes, the onions, 1 more slice of cheese, and then the other piece of sourdough, and then I made that into a grilled cheese, and it was so goddamn good, and I really recommend it. So good. And then I watched the X-Files, and it was a perfect night.
Which X-Files episode?
I watched the first episode of the X-Files.
Pilot.
The pilot.
Was there a single spark moment you can remember when you thought, hey, this should be a doc? It was probably when we met with Ryan and Marsh, and they said, we'd like to film the show. And they said, let's make it like Larry Sanders. And I said, wouldn't you rather make it a doc? Let me see here.
Someone says, I only started following the show a little under a year ago, and just this week finally finished catching up on watching all the past shows that are available online. I got the album, Butter merch, and look forward to every live stream and live show. I don't really have a question. Okay. No, you're welcome. Someone says, will there be a special edition of the doc? I think there already kind of will be. All the people who got their names added to the credits, that automatically will change it. I think there's another Kickstarter thread in here. Let's see if there's questions in here.
Also, listen, if you guys have questions, happy to answer questions from the chat too. Have you thought about how you'd handle canonically or whatever if you got actual George Lucas on the show?
There's a couple of different ways. My gut reaction is, I think it would depend on a number of things. I mean, the truest answer is, in an ideal world, if someone was like, you could do it you could just make it happen any way you wanted. I think that the ideal thing would be, I would love to interview George Lucas outside of the bit of me imitating George Lucas and just have a conversation with him. There's a moment where it occurred to me how good it would be if somebody spent like a significant number of days hanging around George Lucas and having conversation and filming and recording it. I think if you listen to like the audio of when Robin Williams is talking to George Lucas and just making him laugh, I feel like if you could make George Lucas feel comfortable around you, and that may be the benefit of like interviewing him in character or something. If I was interviewing him in character, I think I would just not break character, and I would just address the fact that we're both George Lucas, and that would be part of the premise. Would just be like, I'm George Lucas, you're George Lucas, and we're both George Lucas. This is a George Lucas talk show. I've never had myself on as a guest before, and I think we would just deal with it like that. And I feel like that would be only slightly confusing in a way that's like comedically useful.
Yeah.
But I think it would be,
and you immediately get it out of the way.
Yeah, you immediately get it out of the way, and it's also like, can we just accept the fact that I'm George Lucas and you're also George Lucas?
Yeah.
And he would say like, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm like, I am too, because we're both George Lucas. And like, how do you, like, if I were to ask you, like, if you'd be real George Lucas, I was like, and try to answer in the way that you think real George Lucas would. Well, first of all, George, I would love to. I'm so happy that you agreed to do the show. I've been hosting it for 8 years now, and you were always my number one guest. But I never thought this would happen, because it doesn't happen on normal talk shows. Johnny Carson never interviewed himself. Ed Sullivan never had Ed Sullivan on the Ed Sullivan Show. We're once again changing the game.
Listen, I'm not a normal guy.
Neither am I, and I'm George Lucas, and so are you.
And I'm also George Lucas.
And we made Star Wars Detours, and that's the first thing I'm going to talk about, is when are we going to see Star Wars Detours come out? Do you have a hard drive? Do we have a hard drive that you could just give me that has all of Star Wars Detours on it?
I wonder if he does. I wonder if he does.
He's got it all. He's absolutely got it all, because he paid for it. He has all of it.
No, Disney would have it.
No, he has it. You think he didn't keep a little sneaky hard drive?
I
would also, if it was me or if it was George, one of the first questions I would ask him about, and I don't care if he doesn't remember much, because I think I've never seen anyone ask him about it, is I would want to talk to him about his first IMDb credit, which is camera operator on the documentary Gimme Shelter. Because in some ways, and this was just occurring to me today, it's like I have all my little George Lucas movies in a little thing here, and the very first one is the Criterion edition of Gimme Shelter. That's what I have before THX 113 is the Criterion edition of Gimme Shelter on Blu-ray. And the story is that he and Walter Murch were testing the camera out. They were up on the hillside at Altamont, and George's camera, the film jammed the camera, and so he'd only shot like a couple seconds of footage. None of it was used. It just it went wrong. So nothing he shot was usable. And it feels like from the very beginning, a very appropriately way to start a George Lucas career. Because on the one hand, like, somebody died at Altamont. There was like a killing, and it was chaos, and it was a disaster. And even George's part of it was like his camera broke, and he didn't get anything out of it. So all this stuff went wrong. But ultimately, they made this legendary documentary. And that feels like it's a lot of George Lucas's stuff is like, oh, there's these things that went wrong, but ultimately it ended up being like, even with the disaster of everything that went wrong for George, technically with the camera, and for the Rolling Stones with the concert being a total disaster, you end up with this amazing documentary.
Do you think if his camera had not jammed and he had shot footage, he would have had to be brought into the trial if he got footage of that guy dying?
Of course, if he had footage of it, maybe he might have been called in.
I don't know.
But I've never seen him talk about Gimme Shelter. And I just think it's interesting that, like, you know, your first credit would be a film that is like a Criterion release. You know?
Yeah.
Nobody's talked to him about that. And if he doesn't remember anything about it, fine. That means that we've missed the window where he remembers it. But I bet he remembers something about it.
I'm sure he remembers it. I'm sure he has to remember. That's like a seminal
big day
thing.
Big
yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Big day. And I'd love to talk to him about that for a long time. I'd also, you know, like I would love, I don't think that, you know, like there was that series where James Cameron was talking to George Lucas, and they get into some interesting stuff. But I would like to talk to George Lucas about comedy. I'd like to talk to George Lucas about success and failure. Those are the things that I would like to talk to him about. Because I think the thing that I've always found most interesting about George Lucas is the fact that he's so successful that even when he fails at something, he's still at a level that's above what most people would like, the highest level of success that most people ever reach. His failures are still on some level. It's not like the phrase "too big to fail," but like it's almost like an offshoot of that, in a sense that like he's too important to have a normal failure.
Yeah.
Because I think that's something that's really funny about him is that like his version of failure is so different than a normal creative person's version of failure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Yeah, in a way I would rather George Lucas be on Dead Eyes than George Lucas Talk Show. Someone said that. It's not incorrect. But he was on George Lucas Talk Show. I think we could really get into it about comedy. And we can talk about why do some jokes work and some jokes. And I would talk about, like, we've done a lot of comedies. American Graffiti, very successful comedy. THX, not much comedy. We didn't put much comedy in it. It's not that funny.
Zach Cherry's favorite comedy, though.
That's right. Zach Cherry's favorite comedy. Like just the way that comedy works within Star Wars, the way that comedy, the way that Phantom Menace was such a big swing, and I would love to talk to him about whether or not, like my favorite one of my favorite George Lucas jokes is that the first script he presents for episode 2 is called Jar Jar's Big Adventure, which I think is a really good joke. And I'd like to ask him, like, was the original idea that Jar Jar would be more like a C-3PO, like a character that is really heavily featured throughout the whole trilogy? And did negative reaction cause him to change his vision of what the second and third prequel movies are? Because I haven't heard anyone. You know, it sucks when you have like someone like he gave that big interview to Charlie Rose. It's so frustrating to watch someone like Charlie Rose Charlie Rose was an interviewer who would like really prepare if he was talking to like Henry Kissinger or someone. Yeah. Not that he would ask him the right questions, because a lot of questions I'd like to ask Henry Kissinger.
Why did you turn down the cameo in the first Muppet movie?
Did they really ask Henry Kissinger to do a cameo in the first Muppet movie?
Yeah.
He was so bad. It sucks
he was
so hard they asked him.
He was going to be like a running gag in that movie.
Jesus, why do comedy people like using him? I get that he's like got a funny voice and everything.
Yeah.
But Jesus Christ, everybody who uses Henry Kissinger for a comedy cameo.
Let me try to find the info about it. Isn't that crazy?
It's just crazy to me. It's just like
crazy he's still alive.
Well,
isn't that wild?
It's crazy. And the thing is, like, you wouldn't ask George Zimmerman to do a comedy cameo because you'd be like, he killed somebody. So why would you ask Henry Kissinger? He killed a lot of somebodies.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here it was. Hang on. In the original script for the Muppet movie, calls for a cameo by Kissinger, which never came to fruition. The script notes, yes, folks, the real Henry Kissinger. We know it's impossible. But we'll get him anyway. The elaborate cameo would have played on Kissinger's desire to appear in the movie, popping up in several bits, a sheriff, a busboy, each time being told by Kermit that there's no part for him. Kissinger's ambition is finally achieved when the Muppet heads on Mount Rushmore agree to let Henry hang out with them, leading to a shot of Kissinger's face carved in the rock expressing gratitude. He was also apparently going to make a cameo appearance in the first episode of Muppets Tonight.
Yeah, and
he was also wait, he was going to do it. And then he's the father-in-law of Jim Henson Company executive/producer Alex Rockwell. He was going to do it when whoever that unnamed original guest star that was supposed to do the pilot was going to do it. And then when she dropped out and Michelle Pfeiffer took over, Kissinger also dropped out.
Yeah. I don't want you to treat me like I'm some kind of fabulous baker boy. I'm not a baker boy. Someone asked what other comment.
Hang on. I apparently also did they talk about that on the show?
I don't know.
They must have said that on our show because the citation on the Muppet Wiki is our show.
Well, that's what you get when you do hundreds of hours of show. I remember almost none of it. I also find it harder to remember what's happening on the show when I'm not in character. Hey, you'll never believe what we just learned on our own show. It's the thing that happened on our show. Someone asked what other comedy cameos. He was recurring cameos on the Colbert Report, and it always bummed me out.
Yeah. He's in the ending. He's in the finale.
But well, how did I get on talking about Kissinger? I don't remember. Anyway, what you were gonna. It bums me out of the Muppets. Even though I get why that's funny,
Yeah.
I just feel like if you have any awareness of who he actually is and what he's actually responsible for, that would take the shine off it. You would think.
Someone also pointed out another funny Wikipedia citation that we have on Jackie Michelle Johnson's Wikipedia page.
No, but I'm just curious in terms of like George Lucas's opinions about comedy and what he thinks is funny, and I'd love to talk to him about comedy influences and if there are kinds of comedy he's like, oh, I can't do that kind of comedy, or like I'd just like to know where his head is at in terms of thinking about comedy, because I always think of, regardless of the success of comedy in Phantom Menace, I always think of it as like him doing that movie that way was ambitious at a level that like he had like a free, like, everyone's gonna love this movie moment.
Yeah.
And part of what he like spent that currency on was like, well, I want this CGI character to be like really funny. There was poster I was looking at online. that I really liked. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was French.
Mm-hmm. I love foreign movie posters.
Yeah, let me find it. It's this great poster. I don't think I have a use for it to actually get it.
Have we talked about my Polish Willow poster that I have?
I've seen it. It's
the
beautiful.
best. It's the best.
This poster, have you seen this?
No, what does it say on it?
It says, un clown, un ami.
Oh, I love that.
Episode 1.
Oh,
And
I
it's,
love
they do
that.
like character posters.
Oh, I want that.
Yeah, I mean, you can get it. It's available various places online.
Huh.
What is this one? Hold on. I want to see if this was if this is a vintage one or not. Oh, I like this one too. Hold on. I like this one too.
What's that one say?
It says, "Oi, Mooey, Mooey, I love you."
Mooey, Mooey, I love you too, Jar Jar. You think we'll ever see Jar Jar again?
I mean, if they had any guts at all.
I know. It would be so nice.
I wish he was in Andor.
Yeah, I would. Even if it's not Jar Jar, I wish there was a Gungan somewhere.
I would love it.
Yeah,
I think Andor up to now has done such a good job of grounding everything that I'm like, this is the show to do it.
Yeah,
this is the show to do it. Bring him in.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. There is a world where they could do that in season 2 when they're building the Rebel Alliance. Because there were rumors for a really long time, and I don't know if it fell apart when they reshot a lot of that movie, that Jar Jar was in the Yavin for like briefing scene in Rogue One.
If I was in character, this is a little behind the scene. If I was in character as George on the show, this is the bit I would do right now. And it's something I just thought of now. And I'll go ahead and say, if you're not caught up with Andor, get out of here now, because this is going to be spoiler territory in order to make this bit work. And I would say that as George, if I was doing the bit, what I would do right now is I would say that I actually did a punch up. I did a draft for Andor. I'm not credited in the most recent episode. The most recent episode, I wrote several.
This is a spoiler for the most recent episode of Andor.
Yeah, most recent episodes of Andor. I wrote a character that it was going to be Jar Jar, and that's part of the reason that they hired a very famous motion capture actor to play what's the name of the character in the prison?
Kino Loy.
Kino. This part was written, and part of the reason that Andy Serkis ended up being hired was because originally they were setting it up that it was going to be motion capture, it was going to be Jar Jar. That Jar Jar has been arrested for clowning, the same way that you see when you originally, I think even the first remnant of the first scene where you see Cassian get arrested by those robots.
Yeah,
you were also seeing Jar Jar getting arrested. It's like, what? Whoa! And he gets arrested for clowning. He gets sent to this prison thing, and ultimately Jar Jar ends up becoming a hero. But he spends a lot of time saying, like, "No!" He like, don't say anything. And there was going to be a really funny scene where they get up to the top, and he's like, "I'm gonna swim." And he's like, "What? You're a Gungan. You're from Naboo." And he's like, "I can't swim." And then he would fly over the end and be like, "Wow!" And he'd be splashing around in the water and everything. And he's like, "Oh no, the original joke was Misa can't swim." And then Cassian's like, "Can't swim. You're a Gungan. Your whole city is underwater." Like, Misa forget.
Okay. Andor spoilers done.
Andor spoilers done.
Andor spoilers done. But also, if you guys aren't watching Andor, watch Andor. Andor rules. Andor's good. It takes a slight second to get into it, but once you get into it, it's real good.
it's good at a level that, and I say this as someone who I really enjoyed Obi-Wan Kenobi. I enjoyed Book of Boba Fett. I enjoyed Mandalorian. I think all of these things are really good. I think if you're really being honest with yourself, if you compare any of the Star Wars that George Lucas worked on to any of these modern Star Wars things, there are just aspects of the writing and the acting that even the worst of them are still like a letter grade above for the most part. I'm not saying they're also not like, George is also changing cinema and he's doing that. He's doing so many other things. But just at the basic level of prioritizing the way characters talk and the thought process behind why characters feel the way they feel and do what they do. I've liked all these things. I thought Obi-Wan Kenobi's show, I wish it was called that, the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. I wish it was called that.
Kenobi, exclamation point.
I thought it was great seeing Ewan McGregor get to play some emotional beats and say some dialogue that was like easier. Like that's always when I'm auditioning for things, I can always tell if the writing is good by how easy it is to say and how easy it is to memorize. If it's easy to say and easy to memorize, you're like, oh, this is really good writing. If you're like, I'm tripping over this, you realize like, oh, it's bad writing.
Yeah.
And the stuff that the writing on the Obi-Wan series for the most part is better than anything they made him do in the prequels. However, Andor, the writing of the dialogue and the writing of the characters, it makes even those shows look like, oh, all this Star Wars is for babies. Yeah. Like even the stuff I really like, Andor, like I always compare The Last Jedi to The Wire. That it's of Star Wars movies, it is The Wire of Star Wars movies because The Last Jedi is ultimately about systems malfunctioning and not working the right way, and the whole plot that ends up falling apart at the end is very much like any season of The Wire, where it's like we tried to do this thing, it didn't quite work.
Yeah,
we still got away, but a lot of people died, and it feels like the rhythms of The Wire. Andor, the show itself, feels like it's a David Simon show in a lot of ways. Like it feels like the way that people talk about things. The end of this most recent episode, the scene between Stellan Skarsgård and his like source.
Yeah.
I was watching that and I was just like, first of all, this isn't even like the main thing we were excited about in this episode. Like, this isn't even like the prison break plot.
Yeah.
The speech he gives at the end of that, I'm like, I didn't even think this would have been possible in any of the George Lucas Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
That a character could speak with this level. And I think those are a lot of the themes that George was going for. It's just that like the way George writes characters and the way they talk, he doesn't prioritize that type of scene. There's the same thoughtfulness, but the actual execution of how people talk and how people articulate those things. It was just so impressed by it. You know?
Great point. Also, Lena's bringing up in the chat is that Andor literally fucks. So that's cool.
That's right.
It's good for him.
And it's a great example of like, it's building on the world that George built in a really interesting way, because it's also like the whole point of other people doing Star Wars instead of George is so that they can do things that George wouldn't do. And that includes the sequel trilogy in terms of like the things that work about the sequel trilogy. One of the biggest lies that people have convinced themselves of is that they would have liked seeing what George wanted to do for those sequels.
Yeah.
George was going to do what George wanted to do. And the idea that it was going to be about microbiotic organisms that control everybody.
Yeah.
It was going to make the prequels look like the originals. Like if they had done his ideas, it was going to be a thing that's like, he's moved on. He's not really.
Yeah. He's not that guy anymore.
He's not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jersey Dave's going to bed.
I gotta go to bed.
Jersey Dave.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's late.
Yeah. I love you guys.
Love you too.
Thank
you for doing it.
Thank you for everything, Jersey Dave.
Yeah, and thanks everybody.
Hey.
Remember at the beginning of the night when you and I were talking about the donation or the auctioning, and I was like, I don't know, 8's a lot.
8 characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did it.
Well, it was though.
Yeah, but you did it.
So it's true. It's true. And yeah, raised a bunch of money. It was great. We raised like almost $900 just on characters, and then camera 2. It's great.
Yeah, we're at 23,599 is where we are currently.
99. It's a little reference to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Adrian Pimento.
Adrian Pimento was on the stream earlier.
There's a lot of nice people in the chat. I just want to say that.
Chat's very good. Chat's very good.
Chat's very good. Chat's very good.
Yeah.
We have reduced me to that. I think I should also say I haven't commented on this really, but the
do you want
time
to let Dave go to bed, or is this a Dave related comment?
I think Dave might like it.
Okay.
I'm sure I will.
The brief time in which the air in my apartment was exposed to Billy D. Williams' signature scent. I don't know if it's just what's left on my nose. I'm smelling it. But it feels like that's just what's the air around me. And that's just from a cream. It's not from an aerosol spray. It's all I can smell.
Yeah.
2025 Comic-Con is going to be something. Because that's two more years of pure fermentation. And we're going to get a volunteer, maybe do cream face. Maybe get a volunteer to cover their face in the cream.
New star?
It doesn't look red. Did it burn at all when you had it on there?
No, I was joking when I said it burned. It didn't burn.
Okay.
Just smells oppressive. It's in my lungs.
Genuinely concerned. Who knows what happens?
Butts Channel's bringing up a great point. Now that you've cracked the seal, it's going to spoil faster.
No. I think someone had opened it before because it did not have a there was no part of it that felt like this, or maybe the seal was an outer seal. I don't know. It had definitely settled though.
Insane. All right. Good night, Dave.
Good night.
All
Dave.
right.
Thank you.
Good night, Dave.
Annette's saying they forgot Billy D. Williams was the mayor of Gotham City. Yeah, he was gonna be Two-Face.
Yeah, that was a raw deal. It was a raw deal because you watch the movie and it doesn't do much, and it's because the promise was that he'll eventually get to play Two-Face, and then recast it as Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah. I mean, you say he got a raw deal. You know what I say?
What?
This deal's getting worse all the time. There's a comic book out right now that continues that story from the Tim Burton Batman, where Billy D. Williams becomes Two-Face.
Oh.
I'm just telling
Ooh
you.
la la.
Ooh la la. And since it seems like you're never going to see Michael Keaton as Batman again.
Hey, what's happening with The Flash?
I don't know. Who knows? Isn't that funny how they're like, oh yeah, we shot like 4 things. Because spoiler alert, here's a brief DC spoiler. I don't know if anyone really cares. He was supposed to be in Aquaman 2, and I heard they reshot it with Ben Affleck.
Yeah, they reshot it with Ben Affleck. They threw Batgirl in the toilet.
The Flash, who knows?
The Flash feels like the one that you would have been like, let's not release this one. Yeah. They're like, David Zaslav's like, I can't wait to release The Flash. I'm like, you do understand, you know all the things we know, right?
Yeah.
And I learned about The Flash and Ezra Miller. I didn't know anything about it until, this is a little behind the scenes story. We did our show in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I forgot about
and that. we spent over 2 hours trying to get out of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like, we basically got to a point where there was the navigator took us to an off ramp to get onto the highway, an on ramp to the highway, and there were some cops there, and they were just like, it's blocked off.
Yeah.
So the navigation took us around some crazy way, and we ended up back in the same spot, and then we ended up on the highway going the wrong direction, and there was some sort of accident or traffic or construction, and we were imagine this, you're trying to get home, it is like 11 o'clock at night or something like that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get home. It's going to be hours once we get out of Philadelphia. and we found ourselves on the highway heading the wrong direction, stuck in traffic
for like 20 minutes because there was no exit. You couldn't get off.
We're barely moving, but even if we were, we're going the wrong way. So we're desperately waiting to move. And then we literally was like 1 hour after we'd gone past this overpass, we were driving past the same overpass, and the same cops were like, no, you can't get on the highway this way.
Yeah.
We're 2 hours to get out of Philadelphia. And during that time, I learned everything about Ezra Miller and The Flash, which I hadn't been following. And it's kind of crazy. And it sounded like, oh, that probably won't get released. Then it just seems like the more crazy things happen, the more they keep saying, like, it's going to get released.
It's coming.
And yeah, we'll see.
I don't know.
I'm looking for a hard out at 2 a.m.
Okay.
I got a hard out.
You're the man making the outs here. I'm along for the ride.
Why are you moving to LA? It's now too late. You've signed the lease.
I technically have not signed the lease yet, but yeah.
Oh, there's hope. He might not go. He hasn't signed the lease, so he might not go. He went to look around and it was a show, but he hasn't signed a lease, so he might not go.
Uh-huh.
Patrick, what is a stretch goal for you to stay in New York, not leave, not go to LA?
$63,000 by the end of the night.
Wait, so more than Mantzoukas?
Yeah.
3,000 more than Mantzoukas?
Yeah, because this is my life versus an hour of Jason Mantzoukas' day.
Oh, we got Gwen Stefani over here. It's my life. Do, 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 do. Is that you? That's a cover,
yeah, that's
right?
me. Gwen Stefani, famous SoCal surfer girl. That's me.
What are your top 5 things you're looking forward to in LA?
Number 5, the sun.
We have the sun here all the time, all summer.
Number 4, the surf. Number 3.
Go out to Coney Island, Rockaway. We got all kinds of surf out here.
Number 3, a car.
We got cars here.
Number 2, the stars.
Celebrities or stars in the sky?
And the number 1 thing I am looking forward to in Los Angeles, Danny Trejo's taco store. Do 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 do.
Man, oh man. Well, I guess I always knew you were gonna go to LA and sell out eventually.
Say that again.
Classic California. Can't listen to anything. You already stopped listening to everything that's happening on this coast. You got California stuck in your ears.
Since we only have 2 minutes left, I'm going to bring back in Ryan and Anna Maria to discuss how we feel about this the Kickstarter documentary so far going. Should we do another stream towards the end of the Kickstarter? How are we feeling? We're 6.5 hours in.
I officially changed the Kickstarter to make the stretch goal 30,000. So the goal is still we surpassed the goal, but in the text, I made it 30K. Since we did hit 23.5 in less than 24 hours, I think we can convince our friends who couldn't make it tonight to come and donate.
Sure.
So 6,500 over the next.
I'll also say this. I mean, for friends who have not donated yet, should we? What do we have? We have 1 Q&A left. Connor, should we just add another Q&A?
Sure, let's add a Q&A.
Just add another Q&A.
All right.
Yeah,
So
most of my
for friends who didn't get to watch tonight.
Wait, do you mean one more?
Like one more session.
Or one more whole session?
One more whole session, I think.
Okay.
A lot of Q's, a lot of A's.
A lot of Q's, a lot of A's. I don't know. There's only 1 left, and we still got a while, so might as well.
No problem.
Anna Maria, it might be nice for people to know the sort of like strategy behind festivals where 2023 tends to be the got to hit the big ones, and it's sort of the politics of like the first one you go to, that's the premiere, and everyone wants to do the premiere. But then, right in 2024, it's just kind of like you can go anywhere.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, there's like a whole thing with film festivals where it helps you a lot, especially if you're in competition, to be a premiere of some sort. Usually the bigger the premiere, the better. So if it's your world premiere, that's huge. If it's, let's say, North American premiere or international premiere, that's all really important. So you kind of have to plan your calendar based on where you would like to premiere ideally. So it worked out well for us because typically the festival season starts with Sundance in January. So it kind of worked out pretty well for the timing of when we finished and for sort of like year to start. So, you know, we figured let's go big and apply and let's see what happens. But after that, there's lots of other great festivals like South by Southwest, True False. We're focusing on a lot of the documentary specific film festivals because we think we have an extra sort of leg up in those spaces versus a typical film festival where it's maybe very narrative focused. Ryan's always bored by me talking about this, but I'm happy to talk about it. So and I guess Connor too finds this.
I had a heart out at 2. I had a heart out at 2. It's 2:01.
All right, bye. We'll just hear your voice.
Go ahead, Anna Maria.
So that's part of our strategy is to do these festivals in this sort of order and see if we can get these bigger ones that are at the start of the year to have us. And if not, that's fine because there's plenty of others throughout the year. And the intention is that with the festivals, it'll, you know, give a smaller film like ours a lot more attention that we would get than through other means. So the hope is that if we do get into some of these bigger festivals, we'll get more of a spotlight on the film, and that could potentially lead to a distribution deal where we could make a nice sum because myself, Ryan, Marsh, we have not seen a penny for the last 4 years of our work. So we are waiting until we get a distribution deal to finally pay ourselves. So the hope is that that will both benefit us and benefit the film and the audience at large if we can be on a wider platform. If not, we can go direct to fans. We don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be nice. So we'll see what comes from that. And we'll keep you posted as good news comes our way. And that's the strategy for the moment. And yeah. And this Kickstarter has been great. Thank you all for being so generous in less than 24 hours. And first, this is like, yeah, one of the longest streams. I love it.
I mean, it's not even close to being one of the longest streams, but thanks for the
minus the 24-hour ones.
No.
No, 6.5 hours?
Yeah,
I don't remember being up this late. I don't know. Maybe 2020 was a blur.
2020 was a blur.
2020 was a blur.
Is this normal? I don't remember this.
It's been a while since we've done one this long.
Yeah. Maybe because you've been a lot of touring stuff this year. It feels like this is.
Yeah, we definitely because venues won't let us stay this long.
We would.
That would be kind of awesome. What if it was like?
We should do more overnights and give venues that let us do overnights.
That could be pretty cool.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your help.
you.
We really appreciate it. Stay tuned. More to come. Maybe we'll see you again soon. Who knows? Mordecai. More to come. We love you.
Wait, you're not ending the stream, are you, Patrick?
No, I'm gonna let you do it.
You gonna let me do it? Ah,
yeah.
Nice. Patrick, I'll see you before you go to LA, but I don't know if I'll see you on a stream before you go to LA. So in a way, I guess it won't matter. But I gotta say goodbye to Couchy.
That's
last
true.
I'll see Couchy. Did you sell Couchy during the stream at all?
I did not. No one bid on Couchy. No one bid on
No one
Couchy.
bid on Couchy. I think maybe if we named Couchy, we would have sold like a year ago. A beloved George Lucas talked about character Couchy.
Yeah.
Like can we really say goodbye to Couchy?
Sure.
Hold on. Can you just make Couchy full screen for a second?
Okay, that's enough copyrighted music. I don't want Paul's stream to get pulled down.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if the whole stream got pulled down just because I did that at the very end? I don't think it will. Couchy, you've been such a great source of support for Patrick. Something for him to sit on during so many streams this whole time.
Stop playing the music.
The pandemic? No, what do you mean? It's been so great. And I'm sorry that Patrick is throwing you away. Getting rid of you.
I'm not. Patrick's roommate is keeping Couchy.
Patrick's roommate keeping Couchy?
Yep.
All right, that's pretty good. I guess it's not so sad. Never mind. Now I'm embarrassed. I thought you were going to throw Couchy out.
No.
Couchy just won't be on the show no more.
Yeah, this will be the last time you'll see Couchy.
I'm not going to see Couchy again.
But you're going to see a new Couchy.
You're going to buy a new Couchy?
I already got a new Couchy.
Can we see a picture?
I don't know if I have a picture yet.
Come back on the stream. How do you have a new Couchy but no picture?
I have a friend moving. Oh, maybe I do have a picture. Hang on, maybe I do have a picture.
I want to see a picture of new Couchy.
Yeah,
Couchy 2?
let me find new Couchy. Hang on.
New Couchy, new Couchy, new Couchy, new Couchy, new Couchy. We should be the same size now, Patrick. Let's bring it back.
I didn't realize we weren't. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay, new Couchy. Here we go.
New Couchy, new Couchy.
New Couchy. I mean, it's slightly messy because my friends were moving.
Messy new Couchy.
But new Couchy is a little L-shaped Couchy.
L-shaped Couchy.
L-shaped Couchy.
Hey, you know what I say? You know what I always say, right?
What?
The L, Patrick.
I gotta take the L.
That's how you get to Williamsburg. You gotta take the L.
I'm also getting these.
Spoonie! Spatchy!
Spoonie. You getting
Toasty!
Toasty? Getting a lot of stuff.
Patrick on his phone. He has pictures of his new things. Hey, Goodbye, Patrick. I'm sorry that you're leaving.
Yeah. I'm sorry I'm leaving too. I'll be back. I'll be around.
On purpose.
I'm doing it on purpose. Well, yeah. I mean, it wasn't an accident.
I was hoping it was.
No, it wasn't an
Now
accident.
you admit it. He admitted.
He admit it? He never.
You're leaving on purpose.
Yeah.
You want to go to the other side of the country, get as far away as possible. It's not Alaska or Hawaii.
Yeah.
Far away as possible.
Yeah.
You hate us so much. You're sick of us. You don't answer. Wait, what are you doing? Bring it back. Don't you duck and muck me, you piece of shit. I can't believe if I'm not here, you try to duck and muck me.
You know who you look like right now?
Who?
You look
Say
like
something really terrible looking.
You look like Mike from Twin Peaks.
Great.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
You got a vibe right now.
Yeah.
I think it's because your shirt blends into the stars. I think it just. I don't know.
Between two worlds. Anyway, everybody say goodbye to Patrick. You'll see him again.
You'll see me again.
Patrick, whenever I talk to Patrick about, well, what are we going to do? You're going to be out there when we're doing the shows. He says, I'll fly back.
It's true.
But then, the first time we booked one, he's like, I can't fly back. It's too expensive.
It's on the week of Christmas.
It's Life Day. It's Life Day.
You booked on the week of Christmas.
Yeah.
How do you do a fundraiser at a live show?
I don't know. That's why we need a producer, Patrick.
That's why I like doing live streams.
But here's the thing, Patrick. You don't get to move to the other side of the freaking country
And then when we're left to pick up the pieces, say, who dropped all these pieces? December 19th, we want to make it a fundraiser and a live show. You can't do that?
I will be there. I will be there in some. I will be there in some way, shape, or form.
Oh my God, you sound like, you know what you sound like? A deadbeat dad.
Uh-huh.
Well, you, a deadbeat dad. All right, Patrick. Well, I guess I'm just trying to draw this out because I know once this stream ends, I'm going to see you a couple of rat scraps. Then you're going to get on a goddamn airplane. And you're basically going to tell the pilot, get me as far away from here that's not ocean. Going that way. He's going to fly you to the other side of the country. And for what? Just so you can avoid being at our holiday show? Is that why you're doing this? I don't want to end the stream because I know once we end the stream, then it's going to be like the next time I'm going to see you on a stream, it's going to be because you have to be on a stream because you're so far away. Yeah, someone says just keep streaming until Patrick moves. You got the right idea. So you right. You having the pack and the stream still going?
I mean, I'm all, you're saying.
Oh my God.
Your
And
boys.
here's the thing. You know those. What?
Your boy's packed.
You know my boy. My boy would stay.
Yeah.
Look how that. See how they massacre my boy. Look how they massacre my boy. Cut to the pack stuff.
What?
See it again. Cut to the pack stuff.
I mean, this isn't everything.
What? Just what you just did. Shift the camera once. What a disaster area. And you knocking stuff over. Those shelves are empty. We packed everything. Tell me the truth. You throw all the Indiana Jones plates I got you in the garbage?
No.
You pack them up?
Yeah, they're packed.
Pack them up nice?
Yeah, they're in a box somewhere.
Somewhere. Trash box.
No, good box. Nice box.
Hold on. Let's see what you saying something in the private chat?
Me? No.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for helping out the film and the filmmakers tonight. I want to thank people who are willing to drop the bit for one evening and just watch me instead of George, me pretending to be George. And for the people who won't drop the bit, I hope you liked me, George Lucas, pretending to be someone else all night. And anybody out there who has ways of helping films get into film festivals, or anybody out there who knows how to help a podcast get nominated for a Peabody Award, those are my two priorities right now. Genuinely, if you know anybody who knows how to get a podcast a Peabody nomination, one more shot at it. I feel like, and because the thing is, if we can get the podcast to Peabody, then we can always introduce me as Peabody nominated to blah, 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 blah. And that helps this show. It's a rising tide, lifts all boats. You know what I mean? Am I right, Patrick?
Yeah.
Patrick, got anything you want to plug?
No.
Really?
Not really. Not right now.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the socials this week, though.
Why? Something good?
No, there might be something announced this week. We'll see.
Really?
I think so.
Is it the thing I'm involved in?
No, but it's the thing you know about.
Oh, I know about that stuff.
What's the thing you're involved in?
Is it happening? The thing that I'm involved in that I don't think has been announced?
No idea.
You don't know?
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, it is.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Oh, a couple of plugs. On Saturday, the 26th of November, my improv team, the Shucks, is doing a show at Asylum NYC, which is the former location of UCB Chelsea. That's me, Riley Soliner, George Caron, Ben Warwhite, and Tom Levin. This is an indie team. They haven't performed since the last New York DCM. And since the word is that the building where UCB Chelsea used to be is going to get demolished in January, that's what I hear. I want to try to get a couple more shows in before that goes away. And the
wait, I have a plug too. Hang on one sec. I have a plug too.
Okay.
On Saturday, November 26th, I will be packing up a moving pod. Please do not bother me while I'm doing it.
What does that mean, packing up a moving pod?
I rented a pod. It's a big box, and I got to fill up this box.
Are you going to come to Shuckfest?
Probably not, because I'll probably be packing up this pod.
Patrick, it's at 9:30.
I also haven't been in that building since UCB Chelsea closed, and I feel like I don't want to go back.
Come back for Shuckfest. It's 9:30 p.m. If I get you a comp, will you come?
Maybe.
You and your fucking moving pod.
I'll think about it.
You know what? I hope you marry that moving pod. Partner way.
I made a pretty conscious decision not to go back to that building once that place closed, and I feel like I've done a good job so far.
You're doing a great job, but now you're leaving, so what does it matter? Doesn't matter. You should go in. It's weird. See a show. It's improv. And then I believe on Wednesday, the 7th of December, I'm going to be doing a show there with Alex Dixon. I think this is a funny idea for a show, but I'm going to need to get a few people to, hopefully some people will show up and participate in this. I think the show is going to be called, let me look it up. The show is going to be called, let me find it. Bring Us Wrapped Gifts, a holiday improv show. And basically it's going to be a show where we're going to figure out a way. It may be that we have some empty boxes and empty gift bags on the table, but also asking people to bring in things. And we just, before the show, we want people to like put things in these boxes. And then the whole show is going to be scenes where people are giving each other gifts and we don't know what's in the boxes. I think it'll be a pretty fun holiday show. Does that sound fun to you, Patrick?
Yeah.
So basically, like if you bring something to the show and you put it in one of the boxes, or you bring a wrap gift to the show and put it on the thing, we'll do scenes in which someone will be like, "Here you go, I got this for you," and then when they open it up, we'll have to. I think that'll be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And then December 19th, George Lucas Talk Show Holiday Special. Tickets on sale now. A caveat. Those first two shows are both at Asylum NYC before it gets demolished. The whole Mercedes that's empty now is demolished. Everything's going to be gone. Taco Bandito moving to a new location. Yeah, those are the plugs. Wait, are we done?
Do you want to be done?
Patrick. Yeah, Patrick, I want to be done.